Hello, everyone. Welcome to live coverage of the premier meet in the country as we get set to kick off Thursday action here from upstate New York. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, we're just 9 minutes away from our first on the card. Coming up, we'll get into that momentarily. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to have you with us on our FS2 coverage. And we're at the official midway point as we kick off the second half of the meet here on this Thursday card in a week where we remember one of the all-time fan favorites here in Saratoga with the running of the 4-Star Dave on Saturday. We'll preview that race coming up where Casa Creed looks to repeat for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. Take a look at what's ahead on the program. On this Thursday afternoon card, we'll bring you the entire card coming up. We have a pick 5 that starts right off the bat here. This is presented by Claiborne Farm and a 2-year-old maiden special weight race. All races off the turf this afternoon. This was scheduled for the grass, our opener, so this moves to the main track. Here's our track conditions presented by John Deere. Fast on that main track, and as just mentioned, turf courses off this afternoon. Well, we look forward to it. Joining me on set, always great when I get to work with these two. Champion jockey Richard Migliore, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. And we're going to talk about 4-Star Dave in a little bit. You got to know him very well, riding him, including my favorite ride into Ciro's. But a great week to remember one of the all-time fan favorites here.
He really was, and a lot of it had to do with the longevity and his success in Saratoga. To win a race 8 years in a row in Saratoga, you may not have a horse run 8 years in a row in Saratoga ever again, let alone win 8 years in a row. And he was a horse with a lot of charisma.
Special horse, and we're going to see a horse who at 7 years old doing his best Dave impersonation in Casa Creed on Saturday.
Right. I mean, Casa Creed has not taken 4-Star Dave status, and nor will he ever take that kind of status. But he's getting quite a following, and rightly so. I mean, he's also a Grade 1 winner at 6 furlongs and a mile at the turf. And that's a tough thing to do because most 6-furlong specialists, especially at that level, aren't necessarily that good going a mile. And Casa Creed can do both. 1 turn, 2 turn. He's an amazing racehorse. Yeah.
That is coming up on our Saturday coverage, part of our Big Fox Saratoga Saturday program. We're going to kick things off with our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you, of course, by Spendthrift, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. So move to the main track, stays at 5.5 furlongs. And maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win of the career coming up. And it's a Todd Pletcher, 2-year-old filly with experience, who is a 7-5 favorite. We kick off our post parade with Into Stars for Brad Cox.
Yeah, out of a mare that was a Grade 1 stakes winner on turf. She has produced 1 winner, but that was also on turf.
Here's the favorite for Pletcher. Blinkers go on.
I'm going to let this horse beat me. Had the race won and got caught in the debut. You don't like to see with a short price Todd Pletcher debuter. Ran on turf. I just think this horse is a mediocre favorite. Louis Saya is riding for the suspended Irad Ortiz. He'll be back Saturday.
Tyler Gaffalione on Honey Dijon, who has a start on dirt at the meet.
Yeah, she does have the benefit of a start under her belt, and I thought she ran okay. Didn't think it was a great race from her.
My Starship, Big Price with Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, this horse has had a couple of chances both in New York and in Parks as well, and just appears to be a cut below.
7 Natty Patty showed some ability early in her debut. She puts blinkers on for start number 2.
Yeah, rushed chasing a hard pace and got steadied a little bit, adds blinkers. I think she can improve. Andy, you and I see that race very similar.
She'll be carrying the weight of Migliore and Serling, so she's carrying more than 119.
And Bobby Jean, John Velasquez aboard the main track only entrant.
I think you have to take a look at a main track only entrant. There's a foal from this dam that ran at 80 buyers, so there's some pedigree there.
5 minutes away from this opener, 2-year-old, so we need help with the keen eye of Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, what do you have for us?
Well, Greg, we'll start by taking a look at the first-time starter that is actually going to be on the rail. In number 4, Into Stars, a daughter of Into Mischief. And look, she was entered on the turf, and rightfully so. The dam was a multiple graded stakes winning turf horse. And one of the 2 siblings to run have won, and it's been on the turf. So, okay, fine. But I think it's poignant that they leave her in here. And it's not like she's overwhelmingly turf meant in her physical makeup, in that she doesn't have the proverbial turf hoof. She isn't very angular. She's just your typical Into Mischief type of filly. Athletic, more compact, a little more built downhill. So she's incredibly well prepared from a fitness standpoint as well as a mental one too, as we'll see Flavia and Pratt take her away from the pony. And look, she's arguably only been here maybe a week since her last work was posted at Churchill, and she's just handled everything here at the spa with aplomb. As we'll check in with number 6 in here, Honey Dijon, and I like her in here. I think she needed that last race, as Joe Sharp's horses do tend to move forward with the start under their belt. She's even more tucked up, and I like that. While she was professional in the debut, she's even more so today. She's even more settled and just laser focused and keen, which I like to see as well. And Tyler Gaffalione giving her a nice warm up on her own. I think she ran well enough. She broke a touch slow, then she kind of rushed up chasing wide and just got tired behind a horse that I think is very good in Sugar High. Now, number 8, 7 Natty Patty. I was not in the paddock the day she debuted. I think I was actually out on the desk, but she'll put blinkers on here for Rudy Rodriguez. And the way that race kind of came apart at the end as she was attending the pace while wide, there's reason to give her another shot, as I'm sure you guys are interested in her. She'll put blinkers on, a bigger Cheater Cup blinker, so closing her in a bit. Now she's incredibly fit. I remember liking her sales workout from the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. She just seemed a little bit kind of internally nervous, and what I mean by that is not that she was acting out per se, but she was kind of shaking, and she just, you know, she kind of had her tail sucked up between her legs, and I just didn't love that. And I would love to see her be a bit more professional, a bit more comfortable switching her leads. It could have just been a fatigue type of thing where she was tired and so therefore she didn't really switch. So if she can be more professional, she has the tightener, she certainly could move forward. But ultimately, Greg, I'm going to side with Honey Dijon. She made the best impression overall.
Maggie, thanks. 2-1, Honey Dijon. That's the 6th second-time starter on dirt at this meet. Let's look at 7 Natty Patty, that debut at Belmont when she was sent off the favorite.
And immediately, first of all, you know she set up the favor. She got bet. She broke a good length and a half slow in this race, Richie, and she ends up on a wide chase in a pace that completely falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, she sent hard. The 2 fillies that she's engaged with completely stopped. So, you know, somewhat of a meltdown up there. The winner was getting a beautiful trip in close enough proximity, and she ran extremely well.
She also came back, the winner, who's sitting 4th right now. You're going to see her come through that perfect trip, and was 4th in the Adirondack, a very tough Adirondack. Improved her Beyer figure 18 points, which is an indication maybe the race a little better. It suggests, and also she was close enough to this pace. And boy, the 8 was the one that took all the worst of it, getting left, chasing wide, and she's actually the one that survives far and away the longest. She's actually 2nd until the very late stages.
She was the last lady standing, if you will. Now, what Maggie was talking about, her not changing leads, you see her laboring on her left lead here. But Luis Saez, for as good a rider as he is, he's not a rider that tries to help horses change leads. If they do it, they do it. If they don't, they don't. There's certain riders that have a philosophy behind it. They don't mess with horses. They feel like, well, the horse knows what they want to do. Manny Franco is a rider that will pick a horse up and put him down on the other lead.
Who takes over for Luis Saez today, and there he is on the 8.
Yeah, and I like this rider switch, and I'm a big Luis Saez fan. I just think that this filly might get a little more help in that department. She adds blinkers, has the run under her belt, and we both saw the same thing from her debut.
And I don't think there's anything to take of Luis Saez choosing the 4 over the 8. First of all, whether you and I like the 4 or not, or any of us, the 4 is going to be a much shorter price, and he's also going to ride for Todd Pletcher. The 5, excuse me, the 5. Riding that horse for Todd Pletcher. He rides a lot of good horse for Todd Pletcher. He's going to take a Pletcher mount over Rodriguez. That's just the way the game goes.
Sure. You can follow along, get all the stats of the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Go to nightware.com/TV schedule. Download your free PPs on all of today's action and follow along. 8-5 favoritism, battling back and forth, the 5 and the 6 here, but it is Honey Dijon for Joe Sharp. That bullet 3-furlong drill, Saratoga training track in between a start here back on July 13th.
I will say this, if you're watching the horses warm up on the racetrack, you had to elevate Honey Dijon. I mean, just made a beautiful impression. Obviously, Maggie was taken with this horse's physical appearance in the paddock and continued to impress on the racetrack.
And also, the 6th place finisher out of that race improved 17 Beyer points. The 2nd place finisher came back and improved 6 Beyer points. So we've seen horses improve out of that race, suggesting it might be a little better than it looked.
Take a look at our jockey standings presented by Game of Silks, and a big opportunity for guys like Luis Saez, Flavien Prat, Tyler Gaffalione to make up a little ground on Irad Ortiz Jr. and Jose Ortiz, who are out until Saturday.
I'm going to have to root for Luis Saez because I got to gain some ground in our bet against you, where you're looking like a 1-5 shot, not the 4-5 that I laid you.
Yeah, I had said going into the meet, Arad was an odds-on favorite to win it. His start was just off the charts, aided a little bit with the fact that his brother got injured. He picked up a few of those mounts and a few of those wins.
It feels like, though, Irad came up here on a mission, didn't it, right? He just so intense, wants it so bad, just missed to his brother after missing time at Belmont, traveling and a couple of days suspension.
He picked it. That's when his brother really caught him with that little burst when he was away. And if you want to know who Greg Wolf's patsy is, it's me.
And this is more than any meet out there. You want to win a riding title, this is the meet you want, right?
The notoriety that comes with it. It's just such a big deal. So everything's a big deal in Saratoga. You win up here, you're winning in front of the eyes of the racing world.
Of course. And you came close to winning it, and you're never going to let it go.
Well, 4 different times I was close to winning it.
Richie, all that matters, you were good enough to win it. And that's all that matters.
No, I'm sorry, I don't agree.
Only an injury derailed him, really, as an apprentice.
Nobody carries it longer than the big.
Which would have been unheard of at this meet. We take a look at the crowd on hand for our Thursday action. 8-5 favorite, Honey Dijon. There's permed for Todd Pletcher. Has a dirt start, has a turf start. So start number 3, we'll see if third time is the charm for this filly with blinkers going on for the Pletcher barn with Luis Saez, who is 10 back of Arad Ortiz Jr. entering Thursday action in the jockey standings. Let's go upstairs and get this card started. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you, Greg. We're waiting on 7 Natty Patty coming up. And in Bobby Jean, one of the first-time starters. Backs away. Guided right back up. And in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Honey Dijon is very quick, so is 7 Natty Patty, and 7 Natty Patty to the front. Honey Dijon will sit in second, followed by Into Stars in the green silks along the rail. Now moving up and taking that second position. Then it's permed in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead, followed by My Starship. Bobby Jean is next as they move around the far turn. And the leader is 7 Natty Patty. The opening quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. 7 Natty Patty confronted by Honey Dijon on the outside. Those two are on even terms. 2 lengths back, Permed is trying to rally on the outside. And then Into Stars there at the top of the stretch. Honey Dijon on the outside up to take the lead. Permed in the center of the racetrack. Into Stars, 7 Natty Patty is down at the rail. It's Honey Dijon in charge past the furlong pole and striding out to open up authoritatively. Honey Dijon, in a strong performance, wins it by 5 easy lengths. Into Stars second. Then it was Permed and 7 Natty Patty.
Honey Dijon, second time out. Joe Sharp barn, Tyler Gaffleone. Maiden breaking win for the daughter of Gervin.
Honey Dijon sat the right trip just off of the pace set by 7 Natty Patty. Looked like Tyler Gaffleone had 2 handfuls of horse turning for him, Andy, and she was much the best.
She was much the best here, and was all the talk really about in the race, to be honest. And as we talked about, the 5 was a reasonable favorite to bet against in here, and she was lucky to run down our horse, 7 Natty Patty, in the late stages. We got what we wanted out of 7 Natty Patty. She just wasn't good enough.
No excuses. Made the lead, switched leads on time, did everything right. Probably maybe a little drop in class would help 7 Natty Patty, but the winner was very good today, Greg.
I was waiting for something. Nothing coming?
No.
6-4-5-8. Tyler Gaffleone collects his 17th winner of the meet. And good for Joe Sharp here, and this one owned by Brad Grady. Kick things off, and there's Joe Sharp making that winning phone call.
Good meet
Slight
for Joe
second
Sharp.
choice.
Good meet for Joe Sharp. Tyler Gaffleone having, I think, the best Saratoga of his life. And this filly really stepped forward. Nice call by Maggie. She liked what she saw in the paddock, liked what she saw on the racetrack. And Honey Dijon. Who doesn't like Honey Dijon? You like Honey Dijon?
I love Honey Dijon. Are you kidding me? It's food.
Pass on mustard, sorry.
Really?
You're not a
still friends?
condiment guy.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Pretty much all condiments, it's a pass.
Honey Dijon I'm good for. Not a big ketchup guy.
6'4", 5'8". If Joe Sharp wasn't, he is now. Likes what he saw from Honey Dijon. Winner second time out to kick off this Thursday card. Again at 8 to 5. Well, the price is for you when we come back as we continue with the action, the Pig Four coming up when we return to this special place here in upstate New York.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back. Thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Well, it was a popular winner in today's first, I'm sure a little bit because of the name. I love Honey Dijon on my salad. Joe, you like Honey Dijon?
Yeah, I don't mind it, yeah.
Okay, all right. You know, but we like the filly a little bit.
A little better now.
Well, she is one that ran very well, I think, in retrospect, in a pretty live field. You wanted her, did you really want her on the turf today, or do you think you just kind of got lucky with the weather?
Yeah, we were fine either way. We worked her on the grass 2 works back, and she worked really, really well. So I was excited to try it. That being said, with the impending forecast and kind of the situation we've dealt with on the turf, it was kind of thought we might be sitting in a good spot, especially with that outside post, and everything worked out. But she's been high on our radar on the dirt since day one, which is why we brought her here. So we're just excited to see her get to display her talent.
A daughter of Gervin, whom you trained, and obviously this is nice for Brad and Misty Grady, who have had a great meet. But talk a little bit how important it is to them to win with their homebreds.
I mean, it's very important. Obviously, it hits a little deeper. We're obviously invested. Brad's still very much a part of of Gervin and supporting him, and so every win counts, and especially wins up here. And I think I kind of make it the equivalent of like him watching his kids perform. He takes it a little more. He's a little more excited when they win, and he's a little more pressure when they get beat. So I'm always relieved and grateful to have wins for Gervin.
Well, Joe, congratulations. It's been a great meet, 4th win of it so far.
Thank you.
All right, Joe Sharp sending out live runners pretty much every week. Sorry, it was his 5th. Really? I can't do math.
Can't keep up with him winning too many races. Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old race of the day to Honey Dijon. And yeah, homebred for Brad Grady, who named his best horse after where he's from in Girvan, Texas. And now owns a thoroughbred training center called Grand Oaks in the great state of Texas. $5.30 for the win, 6.45 finish. Race number 2, 6 furlongs, and New York Bred's $30,000 maiden claiming race that appears to be pretty wide open, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody in the race that you can really rely on because you've got 2 firsters, a 1 and 3. They're probably just taking money because one of them has a woman's name, Teresa, so, you know, that's taking some money on that. And I like the 4 Montauk Mystique, who has gotten beaten by about 36 lengths in her 2 starts. But at least you feel like she's speed and she's been running against much better horses.
Yeah, big drop in class.
I'm officially getting spooked because I think I'm thinking more and more like Andy. I like Montauk Mystique.
Just don't act like me. I'm not sure picking like me is good, but acting like me is definitely worse.
No, but the drop in class, the fact that she showed improved speed from her first start to her second start, I think those are meaningful.
You can play along, get signed up, started right there, NYRABets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with the code SPA200 for members at sign up again and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Another huge weekend ahead. We mentioned 4-Star Dave Week. Saturday, Casa Creek going to look to go back-to-back. We have the rescheduled National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame Grade 2 on the lawn for the boys coming up tomorrow. The Evan Shipman, Union Avenue, and then, of course, the 4-Star Dave Saratoga Special. Second of 3 graded stakes for 2-year-olds here at the meet. And Sunday, we'll have the Mahoney for you. Another terrific week of action coming up as we kick off the second half of this summer season here up in upstate New York. And we'll remember an all-time fan favorite, the great 4-Star Dave, who for 8 straight years won a race here at Saratoga. We'll honor him when we come back.
Continues the game. Search results. Trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps in back-to-back years.
Herman, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRABets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRABets.
Into Perryville, all alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever.
What's it going to take to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and could this horse have toyed with a group in the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I'm going to say yes. This was sensational.
107.89
track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This is a horse to get really excited about.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
As the field turns for home, they're at the top of the stretch. 4-Star Dave coming a bit wide. Final Sunrise is there. Landep is in between him, and 4-Star Dave is 1 furlong away from 8 years worth of Saratoga victories. Here's the old boy coming down to the line. He's making a runaway of it. The legend lives on. 4-Star Dave once again at the Spa. And a hand of victory for Richard Migliore. The old boy did it again.
8 years in a row, the Sultan of Saratoga Came to upstate New York and earned a victory at the Spawn MIG. What was this like? I mean, what was the tension like going into this race?
This was the most pressure I ever felt riding a horse under any circumstance. He just looked like he was much the best in this race, Andy. It was for the 8th year in a row. It was his last crack at it. It was late in the meet. And I just felt like the only way he could lose is if I did something to mess it up. And we wound up working out a really good trip. And you could see I'm a little bit pumped up.
It's very cool. It really is. I mean, I remember him. I think he won the Empire Stakes, which was the original 2-year-old stake for 2-year-old for the New York breds. One of the first ones. I remember the first running with Bandy Sue and Fratello Ed in a huge field. But I think he won that in the dirt as a 2-year-old and just saw him. I mean, I probably was here for almost all of his races as well. And you were too.
He won that race in the slop. You know, people didn't realize he won on dirt in the slop. He obviously was better on turf, but Randy Romero rode him that day.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And of course, forever remembered here, buried over in Clare Court, and still to this day, you tell me all the time when we take that tour on the backstretch, people still leave flowers at his grave.
Flowers, all kinds of mementos. One year there was a teddy bear here. I came to do my Christmas shopping in December. There was a teddy bear, the bobblehead. People are leaving tributes to him all the time. And he loved Saratoga because he had that back window. He liked to watch things. He was a very inquisitive horse. He really enjoyed the interaction with people. He liked to watch horses train. Probably the smartest horse I've ever been around in my life, and that's not exclusively thoroughbreds. Smartest horse I've ever been around.
Did you have more than ever people coming up to you before that win, that 8th year in a row, wishing you well?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was always a buzz up here. People wanted to talk to you about being 4-Star Dave's jockey. They'd ask you questions about different things with him. And certainly that year going for the 8th one, I think that lent itself to the pressure I started to feel. Everybody was pulling for him to do it. You just didn't want to let people down.
No, and it's just another great example of how important horses are to people and how much joy horses bring to people. And it's something that happens up here especially, where we have such great fans, we get such great crowds coming out, and the attachment they get to these horses, none really more so than 4-Star Dave.
Oh, this year's edition, not quite what 4-Star Dave pulled off, but Casa Creed, a 7-year-old who is still as good, maybe even better than he's ever been. It's our ABR race of the week. Grade 1 4-Star Dave and Casa Creed will try and pull off winning this race back-to-back years. He's coming off a victory in the Grade 3 Kelso at Saratoga here at the meet already back on July 15th.
Yeah, nice to have that win under his belt already in Saratoga. Last year he won the 4-Star Dave. That was after winning the Jaipur back in June. So he won a Grade 1 going 6, what you were talking about earlier, and then came back here and won the mile 4-Star Dave, another Grade 1.
Yeah, I think sometimes people might sort of take it for granted, a Grade 1 winner. Well, that's not, I mean, it's a big deal. They don't grow on trees, but I don't think they may appreciate as much how versatile this horse is.
Yeah.
1 turn, 6 furlongs, 2 turn mile winning. Good trips or not, he didn't have a great trip last time. Was still able to do it, not a Grade 1, but a mile race. He's really kind of a cool, remarkable horse. He's a horse that's gone over to Saudi Arabia 2 years in a row as well. Run well both times over there, and he comes back as good as ever. It's not hard to make that trip the way it used to be. It's still a pretty good achievement, especially for an older horse.
Live coverage of that race coming up on our coverage on Big Fox Saturday. That begins at 3 Eastern time, part of our Fox Saratoga Saturdays all meet long. So we'll see that coming up this weekend. We're going to get into the pick 4 when we return back to our Thursday action, and we'll tell you our New York bred performance of the week when we return. Stay with us. Just getting started here in our Thursday coverage on Saratoga Live.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Monterey P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. You can find out more about the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund by going to nybreds.com. We get set for the Pick 4 coming up, approaching the 11-minute mark to post. Here on our Thursday coverage, New York Breds in a $30,000 maiden claiming race, so all for sale for that price as we sprint 6 furlongs. Coming up, and this one currently favored, and it's the face of a filly who's done nothing wrong in this field, making her debut for Robertino Diodoro. Let's go to Maggie.
And Greg, she's one of 4 gray fillies in this 7-horse field. We'll look at 3 of them here on my end, and beginning with her, that is Knock the Cat Off the Fence. You just have to say it in that accent, right? As she makes her debut here as a daughter of Taprit. And look, there's been 5 winners from 7 foals. Most of them have been a little bit more of the long on the turf variety. And physically, she's kind of built that way. Though one was a established and successful dirt sprinter, but she has the Taprit on the bottom side. And she's very long, lanky. Just nothing about her says 6 furlongs on the dirt. But again, she could be able to win because of attrition, because the other ones are proven to be not that great, and she wouldn't have to be a superstar to beat this field at a distance that she might not be well suited to. But otherwise, she's incredibly fit, very well turned out, is wearing blinkers for that debut. And again, that kind of reiterates what I said, that she might not be most well suited to going quick for the 6 furlongs. We'll see what she brings to the table. As kind of surprised to see the 5-2 favorite is the other first-time starter here for Lower Profile Connections, number 3, Teresa. Love horses with one name. People names like Archie, Teresa. There's even a Maggie running around. She looks like a little bit more of a dirt sprinter frame, and she's actually incredibly fit here. She's been professional. She's not the most athletic looking individual, but again, this isn't the toughest field. So I think the money that she's taking is quite meaningful here, and she could be one that does have some early foot. As we'll check in with number 4, Montauk Mystique. She hasn't done much running, but at least she showed early speed in her last race, where she was sent forward, she contested the pace, race from the inside, and then she was kind of done around the turn. But she looks sensational here, getting the class relief. I know Ichiban came back to win, but not with the fastest of figs. But still, I think there is something to be said about that drop from the maiden special weight. Really well muscled behind the saddle, has that intensity factor here in the paddock for Mike Maselli. I think she's a legitimate major player in here, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. Yeah, big class dropper here with the 4 Montauk Mystique. She showed speed against Better. That was when adding blinkers, start number 2. And we'll see if that 7-2 price comes down. You would think it might against this group, where Philly leading the way in the post parade there from that 1 slot, knocks the cat off the fence. Probably just a little bit of the fact that she has done nothing wrong. She hasn't started yet with what the rest of this field has done while she's taking attention.
And she's a big favorite looking at doubles. Looking at doubles, I mean, based on the doubles, she's around 6-5 or so. And you do wonder a little bit if it's just the lack of anything else. Robertino Diodoro, for whatever it's worth, over the last 5 years, with first-time starters and maiden claiming races and dirt sprints, he's 5 for 27. Sort of random numbers, $1.63 ROI, right around the takeout. So he's not underperforming, but he's not setting the world on fire with these kind, Richie.
No, but I do like the Phillies' work pattern, and I like the way her work's picked up, you know, more recently. Like, it really kind of built into her debut. The mare has produced 5 winners, including a 1 debut winner, so you like to see that when you're looking through pedigrees. And maybe she's landed in the right spot.
Well, she's probably ran in the right spot, even if she's not good enough to win.
Sure.
She found the best chance she's going to win.
Good right.
Not a killer field. What about the 7 Phineas Harbor, who hasn't been on a dry dirt track since the debut? And while that wasn't a particularly good effort, at least this horse doesn't have a plethora of failures to go with the record. And I know that horse not impossible off that first race.
I would agree, and she's going to have speed, and speed's always a good thing to have, particularly in lower level races. Sometimes it's about how discouraged certain horses get.
We have rider off. This is Strange Fruit, and now getting a leg back up. Apparently was acting up just momentarily there, as we saw Katie Davis behind on the 7, letting them sort things out with Strange Fruit, and all appears to be okay now.
Sometimes when horses get really nervous, they'll have a tendency to freeze, what we call freeze. They lock up a little bit and they'll stop. They won't move. So they get the pony with them, so now they've got a horse that's almost like a security blanket. Okay, it's okay, that horse isn't afraid to walk forward. I'll walk forward, I've got company.
And she had nothing to be afraid of. We're not even on that set, so Andy wasn't there. We're on the trackside set.
There could still be some scary characters on that set. I think you're underrating some of the cameramen in there, you know, to speak to Johnny about that.
Here comes our post parade. Knocks the cat off the fence, the favorite debuting for Robertino Diodoro.
I mean, at a certain point, I guess the money is somewhat meaningful, but I just wonder if a lot of it's because of the relative lack of talent of the others.
Like this one, Magnolia Wind, 0 for 6, has only hit the board once.
Yeah, and has tried this level without any success, and you know, you'd be more likely to lean on a horse that hasn't dropped down to this level.
And this might back up Andy's point, another new face who's never started taking attention, Teresa.
Exactly, a first full. I mean, neither one of these firsters has any real pedigree to speak of, and these are not connections you expect to getting bet, yet this one's 5-2. The name might be playing a little role.
Speed against Better and dropping a class, Montauk Mystique.
Well, that's it. Montauk Mystique is dropping down in class, has tried maiden allowance, improved speed second time. I think there's a lot to go forward with.
Because I'm Elegant has had 5 starts, she has never hit the board.
And that's the thing. Now, to be fair, her figures aren't that much worse than some of the ones we're talking about. But what I like more about Montauk Mystique and Phineas Harbor is they have speed.
Strange Fruit. We saw Jamie Torres, the apprentice, hop off in the paddock just momentarily. Has hit the board on 3 occasions.
Yeah, I thought her first couple of races were maybe her best efforts. She's kind of regressed a bit, but can she get back to any of those races?
Well, she has the best dirt figures of any horse in this field, for what it's worth.
And Andy, how about this 7? The only fast dirt start showed speed against State Bred Maiden 40, 6-1.
I'm thinking if she's in the 6-1 range and the 4 goes off at 3-1, I'd be more inclined to bet this one. It is the husband and wife team, Katie Davis and Trevor McCarthy as well. I think this horse is very dangerous in here.
I'm surprised. Yeah, speed against a little bit better group. That was the only time this one's been on a fast track. She'll get that again today. So we're 5 minutes from a start here in this pick 4. Let's get back to our Great Jones New York bred performance of the week. And it came back on August 2nd. George Weaver and Arad Ortiz Jr. and a dominant win in the debut on the grass.
George Weaver is having a sensational year with his 2-year-olds on the turf. Now, we saw him in sprints down at Belmont Park, just dominant. I think he had 3 winners, all of them good prices. And then this horse, dominant going long.
And this was a big effort to win 2 turns, first time out, dominate a field this way, and really finish the deal. And daughter of Palace Malice, so you know there's going to be some stamina there.
And it's funny about this horse, there were reasonable stories that they weren't confident that it's going to run very well in the debut, and I think it underscores how tough it is. People think, you know, somebody's would tip some of the win and say, oh, that guy told me the horse wasn't good. You don't always know. Horses will surprise you either way, right, Richie? You work one in the morning that you think is a killer, and the horse is not good in the afternoon. And sometimes you work in the morning, and the lights go on in the afternoon.
Yeah, there's some horses that just don't give you their full ability in the morning. They're just like, okay, you know, go through the motions. They're not big on working out, if you will. But then come race time, they're all there. I'd rather have one that doesn't show up in the morning, it shows up in the afternoon, than several that I used to work and go, this is a world beater, and then in the afternoon they just weren't competitive.
I mean, for all the empire makers and Uncle Mo's, there are a lot of horses that there's huge buzz on that don't turn out to be superstars. Remember, who was the Todd Pletcher horse? Something Warrior, a number of years ago, that was the talk of the track. I remember you telling me how great the horse was working, and everybody knew about it. Got scratched once, finally ran at the end of the meet, won unimpressively, and I think ran one more time and never ran again. Do you remember the horse I'm talking about?
I don't remember that specific case, but you know, listen, things happen to horses too physically. Some of them just, you know, don't hold up to the training or the racing, and they're not, you know, able to fulfill their promise. But you'll see that often. Some horses under no pressure in a very controlled environment work lights out. Now throw them in a field of horses and, you know, there's, you know, bumping and different things go on, or they get outrun for the lead, and suddenly they're not quite the same horse.
And then there's firm success. And Skip Away. Didn't Skip Away have something like 50 or more black type, the top breezes or workouts of any horse?
I watched Skip Away work one morning. Joe Bravo worked them for, who was the trainer again?
Sonny Hine.
They sent 4 horses as workmates to keep jumping off in front of him at different junctions of work. He went 56 and change, 108 and 3 in the morning.
We envy Maggie's youth, but Maggie, you missed out on some pretty good horses back in the day.
I know. I do remember them. I was sequestered to Laurel Park and watching the mighty Skip Away, Cigar, all those types of horses on the TV screen. So anyway, they did occasionally come for Preakness weekend, but let's talk a little bit about this race here. I actually misspoke earlier. There's 5 gray horses, which is just a real oddity. I think when it comes to racing, 5 out of the 7 horses are gray in here. Let's talk about Phineas Harbor, though. Now, Phineas Harbor got a really nice warm-up from Katie Davis. She's getting back to a fast dirt sprint for the first time since her debut. Now, she wasn't fit for that debut. She's a lot fitter now, but so I think, you know, that gives her a good shot here. Now, she kind of has one of the things that's a little bit of a pet peeve of mine, where she has a really short neck. And you'll hear me talk about this. Horses can only extend their stride as far as their neck. So short neck equals short stride. And I think that's why we see her show some of that early speed, but can't really sustain it. So we'll see what she does here. She is a player, though, in this field as number 6, Strange Fruit. She just got more and more wound up as time went on in the paddock. And Miguel Gutierrez, our lead outrider, he came to the rescue as he typically does. She just was rearing up and didn't want to let Jamie Torres get on her back, and she's settled down since she's been out there, which I think is a good sign. And physically, she looks great. She always has. But as you guys were saying, she is one that she only has 1 dirt sprint, and that was at 7/8, and it's her best race. So again, a player, but I couldn't get over how good number 4, Montauk Mystique, looked out on the racetrack, back in the paddock. I'm going to side with her. Guys?
And we saw Katie Davis here off Phineas Harbor, the 7. What's going on, Mig?
Just for a saddle adjustment, you can see they go to the gate crew, and they're such good horse people, and they'll put the saddle where she feels more comfortable. Some horses, your saddle have a tendency to slide forward. You want it back a little bit. And likewise, if your saddle's a little far back, go to the gate, get it fixed. Once those doors open, you got to go with the equipment you've got, so you need to be on top of it before the race.
Were you ever in a position where you just weren't comfortable going into a race, how it was positioned? You still wound up doing okay?
No, actually, I was on a horse in the stake for Wayne Lucas going 1 3/8 on the turf, and I didn't like the way the saddle was, and I wanted it further back. And when I went to go to the gate, George Velasquez told me, you know, Wayne doesn't like when you change his saddle. And I wasn't riding a lot from at that point, so I left the saddle alone. I was on her ears by the first turn. The saddle went completely up her neck.
And you realize why they said that to you, right?
Yeah, to get me up on her ears. Nah, Georgie would never do that to me. But the funniest part was, so Wayne afterwards goes, yeah, I saw it. I thought you were sitting very awkward, but I figured it's because you were so tall. No, it's because your saddle went up her neck.
That's great.
Well, here's Strange Fruit, was acting up a bit in the paddock. Got the adjustment as well. Finney's Harbor 7-1 on the outside. This one 7-1 as well, who has 3 in-the-money finishes, all on dirt surfaces. And gets back to a fast track today, but throughout, and now even more favoritism on this one here. The first-time starter knocks a cat off the fence for one of the top claiming trainers in the sport, Robertino Diodoro, trying to get his first winner of this Saratoga season. Ricardo Santana Jr. rides from the rail. Let's go upstairs. Start of the pick 4. Here's Frank Miramati.
Here's Teresa coming up. First-time starter. Montauk Mystique. 5 of them are gray in today's second race, including Kazam Elegant. Strange Fruit has taken up her spot. And Finney's Harbor will complete the line. Finney's Harbor right up to the gate. Assistant starters will need to motivate her. Making career start number 5. Walks in. A little bit of movement inside. They're in the gate. And they're off in Finney's Harbor. Very quick away from there. Montauk Mystique has speed, and Teresa a length back in third. They're followed by Magnolia Win. Knock Z-Cat off Z-Fence. Losing a little ground, was in a tad tight. Strange Fruit just went by her 3 wide, all the way up to be a joint third. And Kazam Elegant at the back of the field. Montauk Mystique, clear-cut advantage, past the half-mile pole. The quarter went in 23 seconds flat for Montauk Mystique. Finney's Harbor is in second, and then Strange Fruit has made it up to third. Down at the rail, Magnolia Win. Teresa has lost some ground. On the outside of her comes Knock Z-Cat off Z-Fence, and at the rail, Kazam Elegant. They're covered by 7 lengths, and Finney's Harbor is up to take the lead at the top of the stretch. Montauk Mystique is back to second. In the center of the track, Strange Fruit is third, and they're followed by Kazam Elegant and Magnolia Win. They're in the final furlong, and Finney's Harbor leads it 1.5 lengths. Kazam Elegant is starting to close stoutly in between rivals and coming quickly at Finney's Harbor and Katie Davis. Finney's Harbor looking for the line, and Finney's Harbor gets there. Kazam Elegant flew home. Teresa also picked it up late, and Strange Fruit fourth.
She'd shown speed against better. Her best performance was on a faster track. She gets back to it today, and Finney's Harbor breaks her maiden.
Broke very alertly under Katie Davis. She indulged the 4, Montauk Mystique, with her spouse, Trevor McCarthy, aboard, and had plenty of turning for home. You could see she was going better of everybody in the frame, Andy.
Wasn't this also another good example we talk about with horses break at the break? This horse broke extremely well, whereas Trevor had to really get into Montauk Mystique to get that one up the front. Katie broke in stride, broke in front, and she just sort of relaxed a little bit, let the 4 go, because that one was the speed, but was confident and got it done. And I'll tell you something else so interesting about this race. The first-time starter, the number 3, Teresa, did get up for third, but the first-time starters really weren't a factor in here, and they were getting bet. Experience in these races, they tend to underbet them because they're not very good, but they just assume the firsters are good, and in fact, I couldn't come up with a second horse, but the winner was somewhat logical.
And there's Katie Davis. Won a race 3 days in a row here just the other week, passing her sister in the stretch, passing her husband in the stretch, dueling with her husband here again. Let's go back to the beginning as well. And talk about that sharp start for this outside post with the 7.
When horses break like this, they're signaling that they're in good form. They leave the gate on time. Their hind end is strong. They push off properly. And she broke that sharp, Andy, and her ears came up. She said, okay, I'll sit out here in the clear. Perfect post. Lay second. Let Trevor come back to me, set her down, and Katie Davis with her 4th win of the meet, and Mark Hennig having a terrific meet, his 5th win of the meet.
Well, he won yesterday with a horse that you liked, Greg, the one horse.
Into Happiness.
Is that the first 2-time winner at the meet, or has Linda Rice already done it? I think she might have done it.
I believe it was.
Yeah.
We got to check, but I believe that was the first 2-time winner.
I mean, I think, somebody here that says, oh, well, 2 wins. That's a very hard thing to do. Also, first day and 20th day as well. It's hard to win 1 race up here, and to win 2, it's not, at the end of the meet, it's not a long list of horses that won more than a single race.
Remember Voodoo Song when he won 4?
Yeah, he was pretty good. Nobody loved Voodoo Song more than you, Greg.
One of my favorites. 7-1, Katie Davis. No one smiles more at Saratoga than Katie Davis and her sister Jackie, and now that smile is going to last even a little longer.
Nobody smiles more regardless of where they are. I mean, Katie's just got an incredible attitude.
Acacia, who never misses anything, pointed out that Ichabod won twice the meet.
At this meet?
Linda, yeah.
Oh,
remember,
okay.
broke
Thank
the
you,
maiden
Acacia.
and then came back a week later and got up just the wire for that win in 1 1/8.
7-5, 3-6, 7-1, Katie Davis, Mark Hennig. We'll be back.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the 4-Star Dave, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports. We are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And hopefully you killed the high price exacta in today's second race as we saw Phineas Harbor make it to the winner's circle with this young lady aboard, young woman, I should say, Katie Davis. And Katie, you and Finny broke so sharp, and usually, as Andy was just talking about, that's a good sign.
Yes, she broke wonderful, and I didn't, I didn't grab her. I didn't say, go, go, go. I just let her get on her feet. make that move, you know, get her comfortable, and Trevor obviously went on with it. So I just sat right off him, waited until somebody got next to me, and then I had to kind of make the jump on it. So, yeah.
He'll get mad at me for saying this, but you had to feel pretty good when it was Trevor that you knew you had to run down, right? No, I'm kidding.
You know, it's been a lot of fun riding with my husband and my siblings, and it makes it even better when, you know, our close family members are dueling head-and-head. So, yes. It was fun.
It was fun. I like running down my husband. Katie, I saw you tweet that 2 young girls brought you a poster and you put it up in the girls' jocks room. Talk a little bit about, and I saw you taking selfies with some nice ladies on the rail. Talk a little bit about the recognition you're getting here at the spa and how well you're riding.
It's been wonderful. You know, I love bringing people's spirits up, especially young women in here in the industry, and, you know, watching us grow as women on the racetrack, and let them know, like, anything's possible if you set your mind to it. Because I would always say, oh, you know, follow your dreams, enjoy yourself, you know, and it like made my heart melt when I saw those signs, and I like wanted to give him a big hug or give him some goggles, and like, it's just truly a blessing.
Well, you are setting quite an exquisite role model and example for them. So congratulations here with Phineas Harbor. The wins are racking up, Katie.
Ooh, yay!
It's infectious. You can't help but laugh and smile and be happy when Katie's involved, guys.
She does just make you want to put a smile on your face as well. She's having a great summer. Actually went out to California. She has a year-and-a-half-year-old daughter, Riley, with, you know, her husband, Trevor. Said at that time, being pregnant, sort of lost her identity because all she knew for so long was riding, and certainly really found her groove here.
She really did, but she's also found an incredible balance of personal and professional, and that's the hardest balance to find sometimes in life, and she seems like she's really got it down.
Yeah, she has an infectious, positive personality.
$16.60 with Phineas Harbor to kick off the early pick 4 in that big 23-to-1 shot there, completing an exacta of $118 for a $1 play. There she is. Her sister, we learned leaving the gates last week, is gunning for your job, Mig, so be careful.
Really? She's coming here? When?
One of several.
Jackie, if you're watching, come on over. We're on the 8th pole.
The best was when I said to Kendrick, I feel like you'd be coming from a job. He said, not yet. Not yet. Not that he was no, he just said not yet.
Eventually, yes.
We had a good time with Kendrick while he unfortunately was on the shelf back at Aqueduct. He enjoyed Greg and I at the studio. No, he was riding, actually. He came up after the day was over and spent about an hour with us. It was a lot of fun.
Always good having him on the program. This race, again, all day long, races taken off the turf, and the reason to do that, there were showers expected actually earlier. We've been holding off so far. Fingers crossed that they do not come to this point, but forecasts that expected some thunderstorms potentially throughout the afternoon, and that's a forecast from our own contracted meteorologist here for Saratoga Racecourse, but so far so good.
And the courses have taken so much rain so far this meet. Big weekend coming up, the Hall of Fame tomorrow, a mile on the inner, the Grade 1 4-star Dave. We'd like to hope the weather can sort of, sometimes we have these meets where it rains for the first half and then the weather gets nice. We're keeping fingers crossed we can get there.
Well, think about the turf course like a sponge, and as much water as we've had, the sponge gets saturated. It needs time to dry out properly, and it was the prudent move to make sure that we're presenting the safest course possible. And also, we have 20 racing days left. We don't want to lose our course completely.
Nope.
And that hasn't scared away the fans at all. Tremendous crowd on hand for our Thursday action as we inch ever closer to 4-star Dave Saturday here at this historic race course. We're going to take a timeout. Of course, the Travers still to come towards the end of August, and the Kentucky Derby winner gearing up for a big run at the premier race for 3-year-olds this summer. We'll have the latest on the Derby winner when we come back.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
down to the wire. Verstappen.
Tina Ella, Tom's regret surging. Tina Ella.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Initially known as the Kenilworth Cup, the Man of War Cup is a solid gold trophy awarded to the winner of the Travers Stakes or Midsummer Derby. Commissioned by Abe Orpin, co-owner and manager of Kenilworth Park in Windsor, Ontario, the trophy was created by Tiffany & Company in 1920 for the match race between Man of War and Triple Crown winner Sir Barton. Man of War won the contest by 7 lengths and drank from the cup in the winner's circle. In 1936, Samuel's wife, Elizabeth, donated the cup to Saratoga Racecourse. That year, Granville became the first Travers winner to receive what is now known as the Man of War Cup. Each year, the original trophy is presented by a member of the Riddle family or the governor or lieutenant governor of New York to the winner of the track's signature event. A smaller, gold-plated replica of the Man of War Cup or Travers Trophy, inscribed with the winner's name, is prepared for the winning connections to commemorate one of the most prestigious victories in the sport.
Whose colors will that canoe be painted in after the Midsummer Derby and the Travers? The biggest prize of the meet for 3-year-olds. We're going to see the Kentucky Derby winner, the Belmont winner, maybe the Preakness winner show up. And we had that big decision. Everybody was waiting to hear where Javier Castellano was going to wind up, riding both the Derby and Belmont winner. He made his choice. He's going with Arcangelo.
Well, it doesn't sound like it was completely 100% his choice. It seemed like that the connections have made said we need an answer by 4:30 Tuesday. What is it a jockey and any agent do? You're trying to hold them off as long as possible. The deadline passed. They named Luis Saez.
I don't blame the connections. No. They need to make a choice. They need to find another rider. I can't blame them for that. It's a very tough choice for Javier, and I hope for their sake they made the right one.
I will say this. He has been working up a storm, Arcangelo, since the Belmont Stakes. One strong workout after another and big gallop outs. And he's really, to me, a horse that's come on steadily all spring into the summer.
This is a question. I don't have an opinion on it or know enough to have really an opinion. Is it necessarily a good thing that he keeps working as quickly as he does?
I honestly am concerned about it. Just because a horse can do something doesn't mean you need to see it every single time. Horatio Lareau was one of the famous quotes from him was, "Don't squeeze the lemon dry." And I worry that as hard as he's been working every work, there doesn't seem to be a maintenance work in there in the sequence. I would like to see them kind of come into it maybe a little bit fresher.
In fairness,
go ahead.
I was just to say that Jenna knows the horse well, and she's done all the right things with him so far.
Absolutely.
She's handled him pretty well to this point. You know, that video, by the way, courtesy of XBTV. It's the gallop out that really got everyone's eyes and caught everyone's attention. But that story has not gotten enough attention of what Jenna Antonucci accomplished in this sport. First female trainer to win a Triple Crown race in the history of this sport. It's one of the great stories in a long, long time, maybe ever in this game.
Phenomenal accomplishment. And to me, I hope you see the spike in young women wanting to pursue careers in our industry, much like you saw when Julie Crone had so much success as a rider.
Well, I mean, we talked about this at the time, and I don't think it goes away, and I agree with both of you guys. Women are an integral part of everything in lives, but also at the racetrack especially, where they're a huge part. The racetrack isn't able to operate without all the efforts of women at all different levels, whether it's behind the scenes, the backstretch, working here at NYRA. Look at the women who work on our show. What an incredible job they do. But everywhere, and they're just not that many that get an opportunity in the public eye.
Right.
So it's so special when one does to show people the accomplishments of women. It gives an opportunity to talk about how important they are in this game. They are easily as important as we are. Easily, and probably more.
More so.
What a job. Yeah, I would agree with Megan.
Certainly more than I am, I can tell you that.
Jenna Antonucci, what a job she's done with this horse. Won at a mile and an eighth, of course, that Peter Pan Belmont Prep, and then a mile and a half. We'll cut back to a mile and a quarter for the Travers, and here it's going to be waiting for the Belmont Stakes winner, Angel of Empire, the 2-year-old champ Forte, who just won the Jim Dandy, and the Derby winner, Mage, who will have Luis Saez aboard.
Yeah, listen, Mage, to me, I think has been the most consistent of the 3-year-olds. If he doesn't win, he shows up. He hasn't thrown in a bad effort yet. I mean, and you got to appreciate how well he ran in the Haskell, and he has that race in his belt. Now he worked well here in Saratoga. He has been a gem of consistency.
Never, not one time in his career has he not run his race. And this is a horse that went from a maiden sprint win to the Fountain of Youth. And that's a tough move. We've seen a lot of horses try it, and they might run well once. They might even run well twice, but usually, and that's why I didn't like him in the Derby. I thought he ran the best race in the Florida Derby, but I just thought Kentucky Derby, 4th start, hasn't had a break since his debut. He's going to take a big step back, yet he always runs well.
And the Haskell runner-up to Go Rocket Ride Connection said he was a work short going into that race. They expect a much bigger performance from him in the Travers.
Yeah, listen, and it was a very good performance in the Haskell. He's here in Saratoga. He's getting an opportunity to acclimate, settle in nicely. Yeah, listen, he's a racehorse. He shows up. And then this morning we had Forte and Tapit Trice work in company. I was at the 3/8 Bowl, watched them cruise by. You know, they both looked really good. Tapit Trice, I chased him too long, but I like Forte with the addition of blinkers, although I don't believe he worked in blinkers this morning and looked very good.
I wonder who ends up riding Tapit Trice. I was talking about this the other day. I wonder if Jose Ortiz could end up on him. Does he have a mount in any of these horses in the Travers? Because it'll be interesting. Tough horse to ride. I'm not his biggest fan either. I feel as though he's had his chances races, but I think it might be interesting, not to knock Luis Saez at all, but maybe sometimes a horse just benefits from a little bit of a change.
Part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. Yes, of course, the Travers will be part of that later this month, August 26th, the 2-year-old champ. Derby, Belmont, possibly the Preakness winner, all showing up. What an intriguing race that we have coming up. It's going to be sensational this summer. We're 12 minutes away from race 3 coming up. Let's go to Maggie.
And Greg, we'll take a look at number 1 in here, Tallahatchie Bridge, in which the board is a little bit confusing to me. I wasn't shocked to see that this guy, for Saffie Joseph Jr., is the favorite, but a horse that I'll get to next is a huge price that I don't quite understand. We'll see if it's a bad thing as we move forward. But Tallahatchie Bridge certainly has a few dirt races that make him a major player in this claiming race, this non-3 for 35, as we'll move it to the mile here on the main track. And you look back at the Monmouth, the Churchill race from last year, the Gulfstream race, 2 back, facing much better horses and intended dirt horses as well. Now, he certainly has the makeup more of a turf horse, as one would expect, but he's just a very good-looking son of Will Take Charge. Looks a lot like his sire, to be fair. But I remember Acacia saying on the earlier handicapping show that she kind of reserves judgment for him upon watching him warm up. So obviously going to watch him warm up and see how he moves out there, but otherwise makes a good impression, at least back here in the paddock. Now, I think the horse arguably to beat is number 8 in here. That is Amani's Eagle. Now, he drops a little bit in class, second off the claim here for Jason Barkley. I thought last time going the 6.5 over the muddy surface at Ellis, the favorite wired the field that day, and he was kind of urged to put pressure on that runner. Then he got kind of caught in a blind switch coming down the lane, and he just stopped. And watching him in those sprint races, it suggests to me that he's a horse that much prefers to go out, be on the front end by himself, and get into his stride comfortably. And so therefore, getting this distance today, the mile, I think suits him far better. He looks excellent here in the paddock for Jason Barkley. I think he's a really a major player in this spot because, guys, isn't he loose here?
Certainly looks like, coming out of those 6 furlong races, he has 6 furlong sprint speed. He's shown he can run well going long also. You were talking to me as Maggie started talking about this horse, way too big a price.
I mean, I picked him second. Acacia likes him. I honestly thought he could be favored in this race. I think on paper, I picked the 1 who's going to be a heavy favorite, judged by the doubles, but I think it's I think Amani's Eagle is probably supposed to be favored or co-favored in this race.
And we talk a lot about opportunities when races come off the grass. Sometimes these races get misbet. Not to say Tallahatchie Bridge cannot win, because he absolutely can.
Of course.
But the 8 certainly getting underbet, and this horse maybe getting overbet a little bit simply because he's a main track only horse.
I agree. I mean, I know that Rob Atras could be dangerous off the claim. This horse beat up on a very, very soft field last time, and I know he's an MTO, as you're saying, Greg, but I mean, look at the 13 and 8. The 8 is primarily a dirt horse as well. Has only run the 2 times in the turf. I mean, isn't the 8 better than the 13 on paper?
What do you think, Mig?
Yeah, I agree. And also that the 8 has speed.
Right.
They're going to have to catch him. And sometimes in races like this, particularly changing surfaces off the turf,
kick back.
Horse that gets the lead and gets brave, gets happy, gets comfortable, and maybe gets in a position to discourage some of his rivals. You always got to elevate them in situations like that. How about the 3? More Than Work is 6-1, and the 12, Our Country, is 3-1. They were a neck apart last time.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Our Country, and I'm not saying you're wrong in this case, Our Country's horses has back dirt races that are good, but his recent dirt race is not that good either. And that, I think, to me, leads more towards the 8. I mean, yes, the 1 has dirt races going back that would probably win here. Not his last dirt race, but that was against a significantly better field. And I did pick him. I'm not running to bet him in his probable 6 or 7 to 5. And frankly, the 8 to me, Amani's Eagle, was the one he really had to beat. And I thought they might even be the same price. I obviously got that one wrong.
7 minutes away. We have our post parade coming up for this third, intended for the grass, off the turf all afternoon today on our Thursday card. As you get a look at one of the best views of horse racing anywhere in the world, that 1863 porch. New addition here just a few years ago. As this racetrack does it better than anyone, keeping and maintaining that tradition and updating and modernizing it at the same time.
Adding without ever subtracting.
Yeah.
I like that.
You had to one-up me, didn't you? Said much
You
more
set
eloquently.
the table. You set the table for me, Greg, and you set it quite well.
Here's Tallahatchie Bridge at 2-1.
His dirt races prior to his last one make him the horse to beat. He is a bit iffy, though. I mean, he ran well last time, and now that was 6 months since then. He's got sort of claim me written on him. I picked him, but at a short price, I'd rather bet the 8.
Kendra Carmouche on More Than Work for Carlos Martin.
I think he's somewhat dangerous, although Richie just brought up a good point, but he's more of a turf horse.
Honored Leo Jean actually broke his maiden in a maiden claiming race on dirt. It was a slow race at Tampa, though.
Yeah, it was a slow race in Tampa, but you draw Johnny Velasquez, and the horse does have a win on dirt, which not everybody can say that in here.
Public starting to come around slowly to this 6-year-old Amani's Eagle.
Yeah, he's speed. They're going to have to run where he's been already. They're going to have to catch the son of American Pharoah.
Our country, Flavian Pratt, Mark Hennig, and beat a long ways last time out. They got a decent figure.
Yeah, Mark Hennig having a really good meet now. 5 wins, and his barn has really come to life.
And then the main track only entrant, Andy, with Manny Franco, rocked the weekend.
Listen, I don't want to say any of these horses are impossible in here. There are no superstars on paper. And his last race was his best yet. I still am a little suspect just of how good he is. This is a tougher group.
All out to win. Again, 16,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime. Now, it did come at Saratoga at a mile distance here. And he's put together back-to-back wins ever since being switched to dirt, so he's undefeated on the dirt.
Claimed away from Jen Antonucci by Rob Atras. Now, Rob Atras is a trainer that can, he's one of these guys that, very good trainer, he'll win in streaks and be almost unbeatable. We'll see this sometime during the winter. But his numbers off the claim aren't spectacular. He can do well over time, but it's not like he's one of these trainers that claims horses and you instantly see that kind of improvement. And I just feel like he probably has to improve off that last race.
Do you think people are getting a little bit caught up or enamored with the fact that he's had 2 races on dirt and both of them were wins?
Absolutely. People love wins. They go for wins. The recency, the wins. The others don't have the wins. And I get it. And I would never bet him at 3-1. I would book him at 3-1 before I bet him. But I'm not going to be shocked if he wins this race.
Game face on, it appears, for Tallahatchie Bridge. There he is. He's the 8-5 favorite from that inside post.
It's not going to be me, but I think somebody should sing the Ode to Billy Joe, where the Tallahatchie Bridge comes from. I think somebody, Maggie could be the one. I think I'm nominating Maggie. See, it's very kind of me to do that for my perch.
Tyler Gaffalione looking for a second win on today's card with his 4-year-old by Will Take Charge, coming off a win that was on the turf, but this horse seems like equally adept on turf or dirt.
Well, his first 2 dirt races were okay, right? He ran at Monmouth, particularly his second one, where he finished 3rd, beaten a length by Command Performance. If people don't remember Command Performance, he was a Todd Pletcher horse. I know it was St. Elias, probably St. Elias and Mike Rapoli. He was in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile as a maiden at Del Mar. He had that wild, tough outside trip. He actually didn't run that badly in there. Came back, he struggled a bit as a 3-year-old, but he had some real talent. This horse ran well against him, and he was able to sit relatively close to a tepid pace. His last dirt race was against dramatically better than these, but still, you have to say, left a little be desired.
Maggie, how's the favorite look to you?
I thought he was warming up very well, as I'm trying to listen to the Ode to Billy Joe Tallahatchie Bridge song, but Carson and Tony, our bugle/trumpet players here, are serenading somebody, and it is loud. So my ears are kind of ringing here. As Tallahatchie Bridge, like I said, I wanted to reserve judgment for how he warmed up, and I have no problems with the way that he warmed up. So really looking good out there. Tyler looking for another one. Let's move on to the outside with number 12. As Andy pointed out, it feels like the turf races have been better as of late. I've always thought he was more of a turf horse too. He doesn't have the greatest feet, and I feel like maybe that's why he's a little bit more of a turf runner. He looks fine. He got a little bit amped up trying to get the tack on, but otherwise has settled into himself nicely out in the racetrack. But I agree. I think he's gotten older. He's just prefers the turf. As number 13 rocked the weekend, the lone MTO horse in here, claimed off Jenna Antonucci. Look, he looks incredibly fit. He's certainly a horse that's better at these types of distances. I just don't love the jump up in class. Physically, he matches up well with some of the rivals in here, but he'll win without me. I think it's all about the 1 and 8 in here, guys.
Public all over Tallahatchie Bridge here. 8-5, but yeah, the speed of the 8 makes him a big danger.
Yeah, I mean, we like speed anyway. I mean, you know you're going to get a decent trip. And Tallahatchie Bridge, was it Bobby Joe or Billy Joe?
Billy Joe.
Billy Joe, okay. Ode to Billy Joe.
Ode to Billy Joe. There was that movie, Ode to Billy Joe, as well, with Jan Michael Vincent, which I saw in the old community theater in downtown Saratoga with my dad many, many years ago.
Wow.
So here he is.
Where was the community theater?
Across from, it's still standing. It's across from where the Hilton on Broadway is, top of the, just past the Algonquin. Right across the Algonquin there.
Gotcha. Sorry.
It's fine. Glad we sorted that out.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Saw many, many movies there.
Minute to post here in this third coming up. They will break with the surface switch here out of that Wilson chute. So this quick sort of left-handed turn, mile distance coming up.
Tell you what, I think they've done a tremendous job with this chute. I go out there and I watch races from the rail there, and it's quiet, and that tells me that it's angled properly. Horses aren't getting on top of each other, bunching up. The riders seem to be very comfortable with it.
Been a great addition here, and something that Glenn Kozak obviously was so involved with, but also you're a good friend and our friend Bruce Johnstone, and we name race for him, something that we're sorry he wasn't around to see us having it here, but it's here in a lot of ways is in his memory.
That was run yesterday, in his honor. Who, for a long time, he was the liaison really between everybody.
Possible man not to like.
He loved the history, he loved the game, and he always talked about the Wilson chute, and he would have loved seeing this come to fruition.
And he was one heck of a trainer as well.
Really was.
Third race here, mile out of this Wilson chute, and it's 8-5 favoritism from the inside Tallahatchie Bridge. Tyler Gaffleone for Saffie Joseph Jr. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Amani Ziegel. Our Country. Rock the Weekend to the outside. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Losing the rider was More Than Work. Number 3, More Than Work, lost the rider. Amani's Eagle is sprinting up to take the lead. Opens up about 3 lengths with a quick burst. Tallahatchie Bridge, Honor Leo Jean second and third. They're followed by Rock the Weekend fourth, and pretty headstrong is Rock the Weekend. Manny Franco having to get a hold of him as they make their way onto the back stretch. It's then another 3 back to Our Country, who is at the back of the field. 24-4 for the opening quarter mile. And the leader is Amani's Eagle by just about a length. Honor Leo Jean in second. Tallahatchie Bridge under a nice hold at the rail third, just 2 off the leader. And then comes Rock the Weekend in fourth, followed by Our Country. They're heading toward the far turn with Amani's Eagle running a half mile in 48 2/5 seconds. Early move from Rock the Weekend on the outside. Down at the rail, Tallahatchie Bridge is trying to make some headway. Our Country is in the mix too. Tallahatchie Bridge getting room along the rail, and he comes to engage Amani's Eagle with a 1/4 mile to go. Amani's Eagle trying to hang tough. Tallahatchie Bridge has plenty of room on the inside, and he's up to take command coming to the 8th pole. They're followed by Our Country, Rock the Weekend on the outside, and Honor Leo Jean. Tallahatchie Bridge has opened up 5. Now it's 6 coming to the 16th pole. And it's going to be Tallahatchie Bridge in a complete romp. Almost 8 lengths. Our Country was second, Rock the Weekend third.
Tallahatchie Bridge, dominant performance here in the third at 8-5. Second win for Tyler Gaffleone. We saw More Than Work stumble out of the gate, drop Kendrick Carmouche. Loose horses, always a scary situation in a race. And we have heard Kendrick Carmouche up. And that's a great sight to see right there as he gets into the ambulance.
Yeah, horse stumbled hard. The 3 More Than Work. He went over his head. And what I feared was that he might have caught him with a hind leg. So nice to see him up on his feet.
Yeah, and people should understand they're always going to get in the ambulance in that situation is precautionary.
Yes,
right.
no, you going to get checked out at first aid, and then they make a determination whether you're cleared to ride for the rest of the day, or if they feel like you need to be checked out at a hospital, they'll send you on to the hospital. That's all the doctor on calls call.
But he looked good getting, I mean, he sort of jumped in there. I mean, as a rider, and you've fallen more than just about any rider in the history of horse racing, sometimes you must fall and just want to lay on the ground and think, I can't believe it happened again.
That's a really prevailing sentiment. You hit the ground consistently too many times in a row, and you get a really, like, when does this end? You know?
Yeah, and especially at the beginning of the race, you know, you're psyched up for the race, you're excited, you think you have a chance to win and all that, but we're grateful and hopeful that Kendrick's okay.
And you're taught, too, you want to be as still as possible, right? Because just out of caution.
Yeah, you want to ball up, and great job by the outriders to apprehend this horse. So it doesn't look like anybody's worse for the wear for this. This was as hard a stumble as you're going to see. Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to ball up, try to protect as much of your vital organs as possible, and be as small a target as possible. Horses will do everything they can to miss you if it's possible. That's also why jockeys wear white pants. The contrast of the white pants against the brown dirt or the green of the grass makes it more distinguishable for a horse to pick you up and miss you. And that's actually why they're mandated in New York to wear white pants.
Interesting. Well, as long as everybody's okay, horse and rider, a little congratulations to Tallahatchie Brid. And Tyler Gaffalione has already got 2 wins in the first 3 races, and one of the people I'm friendly with here, he said to me, Chris, a little earlier today, I think Tyler's going to have a big day, and we'd agreed that he was live early.
He's having a big meet to this point. 18 wins now. Best start he has ever had here in upstate New York. Of course, so dominant on that Kentucky circuit. Tallahatchie Bridge, 2-1 day for Tyler Gaffalione, Saffie Joseph Jr., and Ken Ramsey take the 3rd here from Saratoga.
What makes Life is Good so exciting as a stallion prospect is his freakish talent. Really, really fast horse.
And Life is Good is set right out for the early lead.
He had so many different gears.
Life is Good is the winner.
Not only had the speed, but he's also able to carry that out, you know, win races like the Whitney and the Pegasus World Cup at 1 1/8 miles.
Life is Good! They ran him off their feet in the Pegasus!
To carry that speed over that type of distance is super impressive.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. And a beautiful look at this historic race course here in upstate New York. The 3rd in the books at Saratoga. More of the work stumbles out of the gate. Drop Kendrick Carmouche. Great sign, though, seeing him walk under his own power and get checked out by medical staff here. The winner, Tallahatchie Bridge. Ken Ramsey. Saffie Joseph Jr., the trainer, and a 2-win day for Tyler Gaffalione. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, it's already a good day for Tyler. As taking a look at Tallahatchie Bridge, Tyler, you stayed glued to the rail from that 1 post position, and when you started to see the 8-horse kind of drifting off the rail, starting to get out, you had to be so excited.
I was, you know, Johnny kept an eye on me throughout most of the race. He kind of kept me there in the pocket. He rode a good race, but coming around the turn, Ricardo started to ask his horse, and when he did, he started to come off the fence a little bit, kind of gave me an opening, and didn't want to mess around went for it, and I had plenty of horse, so he handled it well.
I was talking to your wife Cassidy as she's taking some pictures out here, and you said, "Look, I'm in fourth, but I want to be first." But fourth up here is a great start to the meet.
It really is. I'm so blessed. I can't thank everyone enough. They've been so supportive of me. My agent's done a great job. We're having a lot of fun, but as a natural competitor, I always want to be on top, but just keep working until we can get there.
Absolutely. We'll see you out of town, though, on Saturday. Going to ride at Colonial for the new, if you will, Arlington Million card. How difficult is it to kind of ship out of town from here and you know, kind of come back and then have to ride Sunday as well?
You know, you hate giving up any days here. It's so competitive, and you miss one day, you never know what can happen. But we got to follow the good horses. We have some great opportunities, and looking forward to riding there for the first time.
Well, keep up the great work, and long may the success continue, especially on this card.
Thank you so much.
Tyler Gaffalione, having a great meet, great day so far, guys.
He's been one of the great stories of this meet to this point, and he's also our two-time reigning Rider of the Week.
Yeah, delivering some really good rides. Listen, he's riding terrific. And I've always thought that he's always at a little bit of a disadvantage coming into Saratoga because he's dependent on how well the Kentucky trainers get up. Yeah. But it feels like he's made some real inroads into a lot of different outfits. And I think his confidence level is so apparent. He's just riding so well right now.
He and Matt Musiker, his longtime agent, are an incredibly good team. I mean, Tyler's a sensational rider, and the rider always deserves the most credit. But Matt's been a successful agent with many riders over the year, and Tyler have done a great job together.
18 wins and counting for Tyler. That's how you start things off in the second half of the meet with 2 victories through the first 3 races. Race 4, as we move along in this Thursday card, 1 1/8, 2 turns, $25,000 claiming race, and well, big changes in here. Certainly Dust Devil, who would have been the favorite, him coming out is huge, and Maximum Impact seemed like a player as well, comes out.
Yeah, I agree. This race changed dramatically with the Scratch and Dust Devil, who was looking to become a 2-time winner at the meet. And it'll be interesting to see how the pace plays out in here because 235 showed that extreme speed last time, but I don't think my friend's Beer is that slow. And Rosario rode 235 last time. Now he was claimed by Bob Placeres, but I think my friend's Beer could put a little pressure on him, even though I did pick 235.
And good to see Joel Rosario back. He'll be aboard My Friend's Beer for Charlie Baker, an 8-time winner, right next door to the current 8-5 favorite. Speaking of multiple winners at the meet, which we touched on earlier, this guy trying to become a multiple winner at the meet and a graded stake multiple winner at that. Casa Creed looking to go back-to-back in the 4-Star Dave Saturday.
Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt.
Here comes Gem Mint 10 and now Dylan Davis, and they get ready to swarm these leaders. Gem Mint 10 is in front. Gem Mint 10 wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Back on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage with you all meet long here at Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And look at that beautiful 1863 club. Last year in the Grade 1 4-star day, we're going to see the renewal this Saturday. Casa Creed as a 6-year-old coming up with a huge performance. And this was off a Grade 1 win at 6 furlongs at Belmont the prior start.
Yeah, you could just see the way he was traveling in the pink silks behind horses, kind of following in the wake of the Chad Brown runner right in front of the Peter Brand horse.
Regal Glory.
Regal Glory.
Won the Pips Award that year.
Philly champion female turf horse. He kicked it into gear, man. He got on his right lead. He really finished this day. This was some effort.
And he's in as good form now as it seems like he ever was. And the one thing I'll say, the rails have come down for the first time on the inner turf course this week. We obviously haven't used it, but when that has happened in the past years, saving ground's been at a premium, and it was very hard to be successful in a race unless you spent a significant portion of time on the rail. And Casa Creed, until Luis Saez angled him out, he was down on the rail probably for about 80% of the race. Regal Glory never saw the rail. She was never on the inside. It was to her disadvantage in that situation. And I worry a little bit. Casa Creed's got post 6. Luis has got to navigate things, and not going to be as easy this time, I think, to save that ground. And I do think that moves up Emmanuel in here, who might not be quite as good on paper, but he draws the coveted rail, and that could help his chances.
And we'll see Jose Ortiz back on Saturday. He and his brother suspended Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, has that inside post, comes off a win in the Grade 3 poker back on June 10th at Belmont. Our ABR race of the week, this prestigious Grade 1 4-star Dave, and there you see the field that is going to line up. And again, yeah, Manuel with that inside post, and a horse who is getting a second shot here at Saratoga. Was in that Saratoga Derby Invitational last summer that didn't go so well.
Yeah, I want to ask both of you this question, and I think it's the most important question handicapping the race. Who do you like better between Annapolis and Casa Creed? We talked about the trips a little in the past. We can talk again. In watching the race again, I do think that Irad got in a little bit tight early, and you mentioned this before, Richie, and that might have affected his position.
Yeah, he wasn't going to get to the spot he needed to the first turn, and sometimes you don't have ownership of a spot if you're not all the way up in the turn. I think it wound up making him a little bit further back. He had to wait and follow Casa Creed's wake, and I just don't think he has as strong a turn of foot acceleration that Casa Creed has.
I don't think you can catch him from behind in that situation. His advantage was that he figured to be more forwardly placed, and he didn't. A little bit of a victim of circumstance by the start in here. I think it's a big matchup between these two, but it might be more than just a 2-horse race.
Well, they'll get to see each other again, and then you throw Emmanuel into the mix as well, coming off probably the biggest performance of his career.
There was a heavy favorite in here coming off a giant win in his prior start, and Chez Pierre, and that horse just really didn't deliver, but I thought Emmanuel ran extremely well in here.
I agree. I mean, he was wide, turning in, came finishing down the center of the track, switched leads late, and got it done. And I like what you had to say, Andy, about the inside post and just how important it is, and you got to keep an eye on that when the position of the rails change.
And the thing is, it's a guess whether or not horses are going to be on the rail, and it's the riders, but it's not always the rider. I mean, there have been plenty of races, Richie, you've wanted to get to the hedge, and you can't get to the hedge. Somebody's inside of you. Emmanuel draws the rail, so he's there by default.
Yeah, there's no doubt he's going to save ground at least into the first turn and potentially the entire way. But yeah, there's a lot of times riders know where they want to be, just can't quite get there.
See how it plays out. Position going to be so important, as always, in any turf race, but especially this Saturday in that 4-star Dave. You'll see live coverage on Fox, part of our Saratoga Saturdays on Fox, beginning at 3 Eastern time, coming up this weekend. I'm going to get back to our live action on our Thursday card ahead. 2 turns, mile and an eighth in this 4th race, $25,000 claiming race. And a look at Rocco Strong right there. Kenner Carmouche scheduled to ride this horse. We'll wait and see what happens with Kendrick, who was thrown from his mount earlier in that 3rd race on the card. We'll be back right after this.
the 16th pole. It's a sizzling performance for Echo Zulu. What an effort. Echo Zulu enters in by 8 widening lengths.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings. Selected on pedigree and conformation, this sale offers New York's finest. Recent graduates include graded stakes winners Robin Sparkles and Therapist.
It's Therapist who's up by a length and a half. Therapist wins the United Nations Stakes.
In 2023, over $60 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 13th and 14th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the 4-Star Dave, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Back in our exclusive coverage of the premier meet in the country, those coveted picnic tables, got to get here early for them. Special place to be and watch the action. The tree-lined area. Crowd makes it such a great atmosphere and gets some of those healing waters at Big Red Spring. He is back. Kendrick Carmouche dropped from his mount out of the gate, back on more than work in race 3. Got checked out, returns to ride here. He'll be on the 3 Rocco Strong.
Yeah, and he must have taken part in those healing waters, because he just came out of the jockey's room like nothing happened, walking fine, energy level, big smile. Another guy with a good attitude.
We talk about how hockey players are so tough. These guys probably tougher.
Well, you're getting checked by a guy about the same size as you. They're physical, they're tough. A little different dealing with a 1,000-pound animal.
And also, you know, you go down, you're shaken up and stuff, and you just get back and do it. Great deal of respect for all of you guys, but Kendrick in this situation as well.
Great to see. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, and Kendrick, they said he was in and out of first aid so quickly just to make sure everything was okay, and he's back out here to ride. We'll get to Rocco Strong in a moment, but starting out with number 1, 235, as he did have a brief shoe repair here in the paddock. Excuse me, to his left front foot, just kind of knocked the shoe sideways and needed to be tapped back on and secured in the right position. Now, a horse that can be quite high-strung, even in the latter half of his career, but all things good. Seems really focused, very relaxed. We'll see. I would love to see actually a little bit more energy from him, because in his last 2 efforts, going back to the one earlier this meet, he got out pretty badly down the lane. And then before that, the time before, he never switched leads. So I kind of am a little bit suspect of your current favorite, but certainly helped by scratches. It's the horse who really caught my eye walking in here is number 3, Rocco Strong. Now, there's 2 ways you can look at Rocco Strong, I think. And one is that he's a horse that maybe his good races are behind him. He's been offered, he hasn't been taken, he's been avoided claim. And Michelle Giangiulia reaches in for him on the raise to the 32. And the other way you could look at it is maybe new scenery will breathe some new life into this horse. He looks happy, he looks healthy, and like I said, Greg, he was the one that when they walked into this paddock, I just could not take my eyes off of.
Maggie, thanks. Good information here. We're 8 minutes away from the start of this 4th race here. It starts a middle pick 4, races 4 through 7. And there's Kendrick, that pink cap on, adjusting those goggles.
An interesting claim by Michelle Giangiulio and 10 Strike Racing as well. This is the kind of horse a lot of people will look at, has that back form. and you're looking to claim a horse that's gone a little bit off form, and you're hoping that you can get that horse back to the good form.
And only Kendrick, thrown from his mount, maybe took a little nudge to the head, comes right back smiling.
Yeah, just what Maggie was talking about. You got to go to first aid to be checked out by the doctor, but you want out of there quick. You want to get back to work. You're like, yeah, I'm good, doc. See you later.
You do. You.
Kendrick too.
Yes, apparently. Two crazy people.
Doing what they love. They want to be here. Doing what they know best. We're going to start with 235, 3-2 favorite. Trevor McCarthy's going to ride for Bob Placeris. And already has a start here at the meet at a mile and an eighth and tried to do it gate to wire, backed up to fourth.
You keep it simple, right? You go to the lead and you hope for the best.
And doesn't have to deal with the big favorite, or would have been, Dust Devil, who's a scratch in here. My friend's Beer next door at 7-2.
It was eased last time. Obviously had to work for the vet, go through protocols. The fact that Joel Rosario stays put here gives me a vote of confidence.
Here's Kendra Carmouche on Rocco Strong.
I think he's interesting off the claim. His recent form is not good. He's got to improve, but I think he has a chance to get back to it.
This one a little interesting. Finger Lakes form. Can it translate here? Dates Freedom.
Yeah, I mean, his 2 wins at Finger Lakes were really good, but previous to that, his form on the Naira circuit really kind of had gone south.
And Truculent outside comes off a win. That was at Belmont for $16,000.
I feel like this is a much tougher spot that he's in, and to me, he's the one at his current 2-1 that I'd be looking to play against. I think he could create value for you just by betting against him.
So our favorite, this 9-year-old by Stay Thirsty, who was just claimed, has been very popular in the claim box, even at an advanced age. Here's a look at him in action.
Pretty cool horse. 25 times first and second, and 34 times hitting the board, 59 starts. Held his form for a long time. Joel Rosario likes to do this in the 2-turn routes up here, sort of send them. And he's been very successful at times doing it. Doesn't mean it's always going to work. And in this case, probably went a little fast, probably a little too close to the rail early, and just wasn't ultimately good enough.
Yeah, but he gets a good inside draw today. Looks like he's going to be forward. If not on the lead, he should be very forward. And he might just gallop to the lead under Trevor McCarthy today. What do you make of the 2 My Friend's Beer off of that eased line last time and keeping Rosario?
I think he's a little tough to take off of that race, to be honest with you. I have trouble with it. Claimed by Charlie Baker, things went badly wrong. Now, maybe things just went wrong, and his prior race was actually not bad. You look at him, he finished 5th, beaten 9 lengths, but he ran off on the front end in what was a wicked fast race, and that was a race that we talk about was basically a meltdown. And he was the pace setter in there, so interesting last time, but I'm not going to be surprised if he does well here, but they're tough to take off an effort like that.
It's tough for me to take. I will say this, the 3-horse Rocco Strong making an incredible impression on the warm-up. Nobody looks better on the racetrack than him.
There he is, 5-1 right now, 5-year-old with Kendrick Carmouche in the irons. Want to remind everyone, registration now open for this weekend's On Track and Online 4-Star Dave Challenge. You can register now to win a BC seat and cash prize pool. Registration ends at 5 p.m. Eastern on Friday. Go to NYRA.com/contests to get involved.
Also, there is a feeder tournament tomorrow for that, $80. I think you have till 5 o'clock today. So for $80, you can take a shot to try to qualify for the $1,000 tournament.
And good luck to everybody. There's more information on what Andy was just talking about.
Sorry, did I jump in on you?
Not at all.
I didn't know if you had the feeder. Little bonus coverage on that contest.
So $80 for that buy-in.
I like this. You know, we do it every week for the $300. We have a $40 feeder on Friday. This one much better, but a better deal as well for $80. Try to qualify and get in that tournament. Got to be in it to win it.
So this one, catching Mig's Eye, Rocco Strong, who was just in for $32,000 last time out. You talked about the concern of My Friend's Beer and his performance last time out. You concerned about his performance as well?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously you have to be. I mean, he ran poorly last time, was claimed. Sometimes when you get older horses, and this is a 5-year-old son of Shackelford, change of scenery does them good. Horses get in a rut too, you know, and just sometimes different barn, little different way of training, maybe a little different feed program, horses respond well to. When a horse does well going from one barn to another, it's never an indictment of the former connections. It's just sometimes horses, particularly old horses, respond differently to different ways of doing things.
And I find it very interesting. You can look this up on the DRF formulator, looking up record of horses claimed from a trainer. And I think when I first got in the game, I always thought, why don't people claim from these 5%, the lower percentage trainers? they're tough to claim from. Very tough to claim from. And I think it's hard. And to me, I want to look at who you're claiming from and know what kind of horse you're getting.
Let's go to Maggie.
That was the first thing my dad taught me in the claiming game, is that you always think that, why couldn't I improve this horse off a lower percentage trainer? And it's just not the case. As my friend's Beer will make his second start off the claim for Charlie Baker. And, you know, Andy brought up something interesting about 235 that I think may happen with my friend's Beer with regards to his rider, Joel Rosario, back in the tack after missing a day and a half. And he's warmed this horse up pretty aggressively just to wake him up. I don't love him in this spot by any means, but I'm just talking more about intention and how the race flow may go out here. I think he is going to try to be aggressive with my friend's Beer. We'll see how 235 is handled as well. And then we'll check in with Truculent. I totally agree with Andy. This is a tougher spot. He is stepping up a bit here. But there's something to be said about horses that round back into good form, and I get the feeling that this horse is. He looks tremendous for the Cantamasi, so I don't have any problems with Truculent here and think he could be effective in this spot, but I just, again, could not get over, like I talked about in the paddock, how good Rocco Strong is appearing here for his first start for Michelle Giangiulio. Guys?
And, yeah, 10 Strike Racing, who have used Michelle Giangiulio quite a bit.
Truculent, eager or quick to argue or fight, aggressively defiant. Sound like anybody you know?
Yeah. Andy Sterling Hunch plate.
I had a friend in high school who had, you have those dictionaries, you got to do word every day, and he always had Truculent up on his desk. So I always think of him when I see this horse.
It's tough to say. Obviously, look, the horse looks good, and that means a lot when we see that. Maggie, this one catching her eye a little bit. Well, of the three, mainly catching her eye. But hard to see a 6-year-old making that kind of a leap to beat this kind of group, because Wood had to move forward.
I agree. I think that this horse is an underlay at the current price. And, when I talk about creating value, the takeout and win is around 17%, I think, 16 or 17. Okay, this horse is 5-2, so before takeout is taking about 25% of the money, 23 to 25% of the money. If you throw this horse out, exactas, and you're right, you're now a favorite to make money. You could theoretically Dutch the other 4 horses in exactas and guarantee a profit. And a lot of times the way to make money at the racetrack is not necessarily picking winners, but picking against successfully throwing out a first or second choice.
Wow, even money now on
it's a little
235.
Short. A little short.
Indeed. But a horse who has been successful at 1 1/8, they're just 1 for 11. But again, doesn't have to deal with Dust Devil. Nobody does in here, who beat quite a few of these last time out.
There's a lot to like.
Well, the other thing is,
though, the inside draw and everything, right?
Right, but you're also dealing with 2 and 3, who they can both win. I picked the race 1, 2, 3. But they're both coming off of bad efforts. The 4 Dates of Freedom, I agree with you. The races in New York don't match up to his Finger Lakes races. And I personally feel like Truculent's too slow. So I can understand why he's a very short price, because 5 horses and 2 of them are coming off really poor efforts.
I find it interesting. So the 1-3 exacta is paying $13 for $1, right?
Feels
the
like
3-1 exacta is paying $12. They're $1 apart.
Now they're even, but something that the CAW players, the computer wagers, that tries a reasonable percentage of the pools, around 15, 18, somewhere in there, they're not in the win pools. And they are in the exacta pools. So they are very separate pools. And we talk about this quite a bit, especially back at Belmont. You can find overlays in the win pools quite often here. And a lot of people come back and say the exacta was light. My answer is no, the exacta was in line. It's the win price that was too high.
Interesting.
6-5 favorite, 235, the 9-year-old, trying to get this 14th victory of his career from that inside post. It's the start of a middle pick 4. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Okay, Greg, here is Rocco Strong coming up. Dates Freedom next. One back is Truculent, right in front of the grandstand. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Truculent rockets out of there. 2:35, hard-ridden for speed, and these two will set the tempo. Rocco Strong, my friend's Beer, is down on the inside and very wide into the first turn. Dates Freedom couldn't go much wider than that. Around the clubhouse turn, and 2:35, the favorite will set the pace. Opens up 2 lengths. Truculent is in second. My friend's Beer is down at the rail. Now Dates Freedom comes through down toward the inside and makes an early bid, and coming through on the inside of the favorite now, 2:35. So 2:35 joined by Dates Freedom, who's a half length back in second. Truculent third. The opening quarter went in 25 seconds flat. Then my friend's Beer and Rocco Strong. 2:35 controls the tempo. Dates Freedom ambitiously sent through along the rail, and Truculent outside of that pair. Then it's Rocco Strong fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. As they come past the half-mile pole, my friend's Beer trails. 49-1 for the half mile. 2:35, Truculent a neck away second. Then Rocco Strong moving up third. Dates Freedom dropping out of it, and another 2 to my friend's Beer. Truculent has taken the lead. Rocco Strong continues to advance on the outside to challenge at the rail. 2:35 would have to dig in. My friend's Beer swings up 5 off the pace with a furlong left to go. It's Truculent in front. Rocco Strong a length and a half now, 2 behind, as Truculent opens up 4 lengths now. Truculent overwhelming the competition and drawing off. It's going to be Truculent and Luis Saez to win it by 4.5 lengths. Rocco Strong second, Dates Freedom third, then my friend's Beer.
Truculent does move forward here. Luis Saez, he was aggressive early, tried to push forward and at least make 2:35 work a little bit harder. In the end, it gets a win at 5-2.
It's the second horse we saw today, Andy, that exploded out of the starting gate. And again, it signifies that a horse is sharp, that they're good. He settled just off the pacemaker, your favorite, 2:35. Blew this field away.
No, he did. And let me add something to my lecture on creating value. You also have to be right.
That's important.
Which in this case, I couldn't have been more wrong. And listen, Truculent was much the best in here, and I guess, you know, coming off the win in good form, happy to see the Cantermachis do well. Terrific guys, great for them. And this horse, the way he ran, he was an overlay at 5-2, not an underlay like I thought.
Truculent, Rocco Strong, Dates Freedom. 1, 2, 3 in here. 7-3, 4-2 finish, and this 6-year-old. Now back-to-back wins, and wins moving up from 16,000 to 25,000. Here's that quick start. Luis Saez outside on the 7, Truculent.
Yeah, he was moving when the break came, and just because 2:35 had the advantage of the inside post, he wasn't able to clear, but Luis sat quiet, had a lot of horse, very confident ride.
Well, you could just see it on the turn, right? Yeah. The second turn. Trevor McCarthy was all in on the favorite, and Luis Saez was just sitting chilly. It's rarely good for the horse who's all in.
And the fact that 2:35, your favorite, really gave it up. Even my friend's Beer, who really didn't show much run, the 2-horse wound up beating him. I mean, he really faded.
Oh, yeah, he finished last in this race. He really gave it up badly. And, you know, of the horses that hadn't run well, Rocco Strong did run well to be second here and looked like he had a chance to win around the turn, but the winner was just much, much the best.
22nd win of the meet. Luis Saez trying to make the most of each and every mount he has, while Arad Ortiz Jr., the meet's leading rider, is out. He returns on Saturday, and now Saez within 9 victories of the meet leader.
Listen, these guys are having tremendous meets. It's just the start that Irad got off to kind of put everybody on their heels a little bit. A bunch of good riders having really good meets.
I don't know, you know, Greg, Saez catching up a little bit here. You could be in a little trouble.
This isn't over yet by a long shot. We got a long way to go.
It's not over. It's not over. And, you know, Irad obviously a big favorite right now, but a lot of racing and a lot of good racing to come.
See how it plays out. We're just getting started with his second half of the meet. Today, the first day of the second 20 days here, so a lot can change. And maybe, who knows, maybe it's another guy. Maybe it's Luis Saez. It was that big second half surge here at the meet.
He gets a couple wins today, maybe 1 or 2 more. A few wins tomorrow. He's right down, breathing on Irad's neck. Not expecting him to beat him, but you never know.
Saratoga's not a sprint anymore. It's not 24 days, it's 40. Don't count your chickens before they're hatched.
Of course, keeping a close eye on that trainer's title as well coming into today. Chad Brown, Linda Rice, both tied with 18 wins. We fully expect Todd Pletcher to be in the mix as well. He is with 15 wins, not far behind at all. As we have another tremendous crowd on hand for our Thursday action, 4-Star Dave week, with that big one to come on our Saturday card, part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. We have a new audience joining us here shortly. We'll bring you the prices from this fourth with Truculent and set the stage for the pick 6 coming up in our next race, race 5. That's the New York bred maiden special weight. Looks like a pretty wide open race to begin the sequence coming up. Welcome to our Saratoga Live coverage on FS2, and those joining us on Valley Sports SoCal and San Diego, the premier meet in the country, 4-Star Dave week. That race coming up on our Saturday coverage. And we just saw race 4 here in Truculent moving up in class, putting together back-to-back wins, and a barn that does very well on this circuit. Magna Cantermasi, and a win first off the claim and now back-to-back off the claim with this horse.
I just think the world of the Cantermasis. They're really good horse people. It's a family affair. Nothing I like better in the evening, go by their barn and talk horses with them, Andy. They're just really good guys.
Possible not to like those guys. Possible.
Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, Andy Sterling with you. We're going to get to Maggie Wolfendale here in a moment. In Truculent, we showed breaking so incredibly sharp out of the gate, getting good position early, and then finishing much the best of anyone.
We see it so often, Andy, too. Even if it's a closer, when they break alertly like that, it usually signifies they're going to run well.
They've got this horse in terrific form. And this horse really, I think, took a step forward from the last race, and that's a good thing to see.
22nd win of the meet for Luis Saez, who won this meet a couple summers ago. Let's go to Maggie.
That's right, Greg, and we were just talking about how Truculent today, Louis, broke on top, and you, as you just said to me, had so much horse the whole way around there.
Yeah, he was pretty ready. I know we have a horse. He broke from there pretty sharp, and we decided to stay a little bit outside, away from the speed, and just tracking, like we say, and everything came so perfect. The speed went to the lead. They have another one, put a little pressure, so we was just waiting for the top of the straight.
Louis, we'll see you aboard Casa Creed and the Grade 1 4-Star Dave this Saturday, a horse that's looking for back-to-back victories in that fabled race. Talk a little bit about riding him. He closes so quickly. He must feel like a rocket ship underneath of you.
Yeah, definitely. It's a pretty nice horse to ride. I understand him pretty well. Every time I ride, and I learn something new from him, and I'm really excited to be a part of him and Mr. Lee. Always give me the opportunity, and what a nice horse. He always try. Even I remember when we got beat in Saudi, Dubai, he always given 1,000%. Pretty nice horse. Man, let's see Saturday, let's see what happens, so we hope all the best.
And Louis, picking up Mage, a Kentucky Derby winner, talk a little bit about that decision with your agent, Kieran McLaughlin.
Yeah, it was a little bit tough decision because we was riding another nice horse, but yeah, we had the opportunity, and well, we decided to ride him, and he's a Derby horse winning. So let's see what happens. The race is not easy, but we cross the finger, and we know we're in a good shape.
Well, it'll be fun to watch, at least from our perspective, and wishing you the best of luck. Congratulations here.
Thank you so much, Maggie. Thank you.
All right, Luis Saez, Truculent, much the best here in this one, Greg.
Yes, he was. Thank you, Maggie. $7 for the win, 7-3-4 finish. What stands out to you about Saez?
His consistency. He is a rider that gets his position going forward. He puts horses in the game. And listen, my philosophy as a rider was going forward, getting your position going forward. He rides like that.
No, I agree. He's aggressive. And I think you want a rider like that. You have a horse that's forward. You can count on Luis to have him in the game. And the horse hopefully can do the rest.
Won this meet 2021. He actually was making a run at Ramon Dominguez, single season record. Wound up with 64 wins, coming up just 4 shy, but having another tremendous summer here as we take a look at race 5. It's going to start the pick 6. New York breds in a maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win of the career. 6 furlong sprint coming up, and pretty up for Rudy Rodriguez. Rapoli stable with Rudy Rodriguez, and this first-time starter, a filly by Practical Joke. A horse racing fan as a child growing up in Queens, Saratoga must have seemed like it was another universe away. The means, though, of getting upstate have become a little bit easier these days for Mike Rapoli, and he has made the most of those visits with victories in races like the Travers, the Alabama, and many, many more. He always takes the opportunity to share those winner's circle moments with family and friends.
Growing up in Queens, you know, we fell in love with horse racing, and we would either go to Aqueduct or Belmont. I probably didn't go to Saratoga till my mid-20s because none of my friends had a car that could drive that far. You know, it was very special just going to the races. You know, we really enjoyed it, and, you know, if we weren't going to the track, we were going to the OTB on Grand Avenue, which is in Middle Village in Maspeth, Queens, and, you know, listen, I just fell in love with the horses running down the stretch at 40 miles an hour. I fell in love with handicapping. I fell in love with winning. You know, I knew one day if I was blessed to be able to afford a horse, I would invest. And now we have 250 horses. Seeing the excitement that it does for my family and spending that special time together, like, it's just so special. You know, Maria's been my biggest supporter. She loves the family aspect, and, you know, and my daughter got into it. You know, she's changed my life for so many reasons. She's made winning more fun, but what she's really done is lessen the blow of losing. When she, you know, when you come in second in a tough race and she gives you a kiss and says, "I love you, Dad," you know, having a daughter who's as competitive as me, as intense as me, and as passionate as me, and when you see her reaction, you know, for a 7-year-old, she knows what place we're in. She knows if we have a chance. She knows if we lose, and if she knows that if we're going to catch somebody at the wire. And just watching it.
So pleased to be joined by Mike Rapoli and Joya Rapoli as well. And Joya, who's your top pick?
Who's going to win, Croupi or Dreamlight?
Both.
Both. It's going to be a dead heat, Greg.
I love the sport. I have a passion. I love the people in the sport. I love the horses, but I love the people in the backstretch. I love going to Todd's barn and watching all these different cultures interact, watching these horses get taken care of. Yeah, I mean, Todd is, you know, listen, everybody thinks on the surface we're so different. You know, he's a little bit more stoic. I'm a little bit more passionate. I'm extremely intense outside. He's intense inside. But, you know, we really have a great balance. We went from trainer-owner relationship to friend relationship to now to family. You know, I joke that it's gotten so bad that we have such a good relationship that no matter how bad he does for me, can't fire him. You know, Rapoli Stable is my own little pro sports team, and I get to share it with so many friends and family. And, you know, the energy at the track, you know, whether it's the Belmont Stakes or Saratoga or Churchill or Keeneland or Gulfstream, it just makes it really, really special.
Back with you on our live coverage, and Mike Rapoli, he's going to send out pretty up the 7. The debuting 2-year-old filly here in this 5th race to start this pick 6. He obviously has the 2-year-old champ who won that controversial Jim Dandy, heading likely as the favorite to the Travers as well later this month.
Yeah, listen, I'm very, very high on Forte going to the Travers. I thought his Jim Dandy was a good effort. I liked the way he's reacted to the addition of blinkers, and I really loved what I saw this morning watching him work.
I mean, it's, you know, the Travers is the kind of showdown you want to see. At the end of the Saratoga meet, the summer's coming to a close. The most important race for 3-year-olds remaining in this country, one of the most important races, period. Sure. And they're all showing up. Unfortunately, 2 fills on the sidelines. But the horses around, they're really pretty much all showing up in this race. It's going to be a really great race.
Meanwhile, it's New York-bred fillies here in race number 5. And there's Rapoli's debuter here with the barn of Rudy Rodriguez. Joel Rosario will ride, and 5-1 for the debut coming up.
The dam was actually trained by Chad Brown, I believe. It was a nice turf horse. 2 wins in 4 seconds and 9 starts. High 80s buyer. Pretty good horse. And Practical Jokes had some success in Intermissive Turf Sire during debuting on the dirt. I'm taking a wait-and-see approach.
17 minutes to post in a race that kicks off this Thursday, pick 6. We'll have much more on it when we come back on our Saratoga Live coverage on FS2.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons.
The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Such a special place here, unlike any other racetrack, when you can get up close and personal with these equine athletes, and you see how much they mean to everyone here. Such a love for these animals and this sport in this part of the country at this historic racetrack. And we have the rescheduled Grade 2 Hall of Fame Stakes coming up on our Friday card coverage. Mile over the inner turf, and 9 will line up. This race was canceled due to rain last week. And we'll start with Cherie DeVos More Than Looks. Has the inside post. John Velasquez coming off back-to-back wins.
Now, he is cross-entered, I believe, in the Secretariat in Colonial on Saturday. Don't know where he's going to run. I think the rescheduling of this race has done him a huge favor, I should say, because we talked about the rails being down, and Richie, he draws the rail.
Draws the rail, had another week off a big effort in the Manila. He major player here, particularly with the draw, and Johnny Velasquez staying put. I hope that he competes here. I'd like to see him in the Hall of Fame.
Now, we just heard, thank you, Maggie Wolfendale. As long as this is on the turf, he will run here.
Thanks, Maggie.
Great.
Appreciate that. Like to see Cherie do well. You know, you missed the boat at a big price last time, but he also ran extraordinarily well last time. Not only did he run down 2 very good horses, but he blew the brake.
Trying to make it 3 in a row. Coming up from that inside post. Carl Spackler, meanwhile, next door. Monster performance in start number 2. It made you think this could be the next superstar in the Chad Brown barn. What happened in the American turf at Churchill?
Well, that's the $1 million question, right? Because he looked like $1 million. In fact, he got beaten by a nose by a horse that sold for over $2 million, as a matter of fact. In Far Bridge, who's a very good horse, he was terrible. I mean, this is his maiden win. He looks like a wildebeest. I mean, he looks like he's going to be a stakes winner. He, more than the previous horse, really benefits from the change in draws. He had a far outside post last time. Now he draws post 2, and he's potentially the inside speed in here. I actually picked him.
I think the one thing you've got to really look at, though, Andy, is that his best effort and his 2 first races were both with Lasix. Last time in the American turf, not having the ability to race on Lasix, and it was his worst race to date. Now, was it the Churchill Downs turf course, which they had issues with? Or was it the lack of Lasix, which he doesn't get to compete on again?
Yeah, I mean, I find it hard to believe that Chad Brown considers the Lasix to be this huge issue, or he wouldn't probably be running it here.
Fair point.
But I'll say something else. He also is a tough horse to trust. How can you off his last race?
Back to race 5, race that starts this pick 6. We talked about Pretty Up for the Rapoli stable, trained by Rudy Rodriguez. Rudy also trains this one, Snarky, for different ownership group here. E5 Racing Thoroughbred, 6-1 from that inside post. He'll have Flavian Pratt aboard. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, Snarky's pretty interesting, Greg. A good bit of money for Reedsdale, who doesn't have that much pedigree at all on the bottom side after working 10 flat. Was asked a little bit for that 10 flat at the OBS Open June sale, and she never switched leads, but she does really kind of attack the ground like that true sprinter and has that acceleration. And watching her breeze 2 back from the gate where she went the 47-2, she broke in the middle of a group and was by far going best throughout. She's athletic looking here in the paddock. She's being a true professional. She looks incredibly well prepared. I think she's a bit intriguing. See how she overcomes that inside post. As we'll move on to number 2, my main squeeze. Just kind of like this one because of the pedigree. As the bottom side, In Spite of Mama, she produced multiple stakes-winning New York-bred sprinter Rodney, who we'll see back here tomorrow, I believe. And just the second dam, Mama Teresa, she was a great runner as well and has produced several horses that can run. Now, my main squeeze isn't taking much money, but I kind of always feel like that is the case a lot of times with these Mike Maker first-time starters, and 2, getting a lower profile rider in here as well with Ruben Silvera, who does ride well. We saw him ride well back at Belmont. I like her. She might not win first time out here. She might need a race, but I just love this family, and it looks like she's athletic enough to be a horse that has some ability. As we'll move on towards working our way towards the outside with number 5, Recency. Tyler Gaffalione will be looking for his 3rd winner on this card, and 3 back watching her breeze on XBTV from the gate. Recency, Tyler was up. She broke a little bit slower from the inside, but she was going well late. Now, she looks like a true sprinter, this daughter of Tappet. The dam was a greatest stakes winner on synthetic, and a stakes winning New York bred. Actually, I remember her very, very vividly in Flip Cup, her dam. She could really handle any surface as well, but loved the synthetic. So they, as a New York bred, but by a Canadian sire, Milwaukee Brew, they'd always have to ship her up to run on the synthetic, and it was a very effective runner. And remember being here in the paddock for Saratoga for Bill Mott. This one doesn't look anything like her dam. It looks a lot like her sire, which I don't know if I love for her, to be honest. Typical Tappet look to her. You watch how she behaves out on the racetrack. So far, so good. She got a little sharper once they got the tack on her. But I think, obviously, these are strong connections with a filly that does have a lovely pedigree. And then we'll check in with your favorite on the outside. That's number 9, Miss Dwar Cherie. Sold for $300,000 at the OBS April sale after working 20-3. She was asked a bit for it, but again, she covers a ton of ground, and that's exactly what she looks like here. She's a very long, scopy filly, and she's been well behaved throughout. It's got the big ears on her that I love to see with my fillies. Is wearing glue-on shoes here for this debut. It's not something you typically see with young horses that have never started before. And the one thing I can say, while that breeze indicates that there should be plenty of speed, the money she's taking indicates there's plenty of speed, she does strike me as one that would probably prefer to run longer. Just looking at her, she's, like I said, she's not built like your typical sprinter. She might be that atypical sprinter where the frame doesn't really match the running style. But again, I wouldn't be surprised too if she does become more successful as the distances get longer, Greg.
Oh, I know one thing for sure. Thank you, Maggie, with that name. She's got to be the best smelling filly in the country. Named after, I assume, named by our own Acacia Clement after the perfume. 3-1 favorite right now.
She was, in fact. I don't know that means she smells like the perfume. Not really a lot of pedigree on the dam side. The Bolt Duros have done well so far. It's the 2nd crop of horses. But I like that workout quite a bit. How can I not root for a horse in Acacia named?
And she's very clever with her names, too. Right? Senbei. And
Senbei.
I mean, she really puts a lot of thought into the names.
3-1 favorite right now. We'll see how this one fares in the debut. Manny Franco will ride.
And we're kind of ignoring the one with experience a little bit, Book of Wisdom, right? And I don't, you know, the winner was a Joe Sharp first-time starter. I didn't think it was that strong a race coming out of, but the Solominis have been okay so far. Thought this one shouldn't be ignored.
And I remember looking at that horse thinking, in Book of Wisdom, we're talking about the filly, thinking should be better, the 8, be better for a race. Like I thought last time she didn't look quite as tight, and I'm sure a race should move her forward. And
the
she ran
race
well.
came here at Saratoga, was trying to chase a gate-to-wire winner. It's for Joe Sharp, by the way. Certainly going to benefit from that, you would think.
And while Bill Mott has had a tremendous meet with firsters and even one time Belmont as well, not a trainer you think of as winning with a lot of first-time starters.
Although he's had 3 debut
already.
winners.
No, I know. It's tremendous.
A lot of good 2-year-olds this year for a barn that we've been talking about in his Hall of Fame incredible career, probably the most stacked it has ever been.
We couldn't believe he actually finally lost a big race.
It was news, wasn't it,
Right,
when Cody's Wish
truly
did not win the Whitney. As we kick things off in our post parade here with Snarky 1-2 for Rudy Rodriguez.
Like the name on this one, and there's I've heard some whispers this one can run a little bit.
My Main Squeeze debuting for Mike Maker. Audible filly.
Yeah, tremendous pedigree. The mare's had 3 foals, all 3 winners, including Rotney, half to Rotney, champion New York bred sprinter. Get Ruben Silvera, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Champion sprinter Matoli with this 2-year-old filly, Aquanic.
Did not like the 2-year-old workout at the April sales for what it's worth, not taking any money.
Here's Rialta. Tom Albertrani trains. Luis Saez aboard.
Yeah, the first foal out of this mare. The Grand Am was sole possession. Nice New York bred that Barkley Tag trained. Usually Tom Albertrani's horses get better with racing.
Chad Brown for Spendthrift Farm with Recency.
Yeah, the pedigree probably has a little more distance in here, but the dam was very good, and obviously Tappet needs no introduction.
Javier Castellano will be aboard Superstar Susan for the debut.
Dave Duggan, the trainer, does terrific work. This one was bred by Doc Belinsky, sold for $95,000, not taking a tremendous amount of money.
Here's the other Rudy Rodriguez runner for the Rapoli stable, who we saw the feature on, 9-2, pretty up.
Looks like more of a turf pedigree on this one, which maybe say it's counterintuitive. That's a good sign running here. I'll be curious to see if it is.
And the only one with experience in the field, here's Book of Wisdom, second time out for Bill Mott.
Yeah, ran well on debut. Was sharp out of the gate, put herself in the game, chased the winner around there. She could take a step forward, too.
And Miss Dior Cherie, Christophe Clement, Manny Franco for Reeves Thoroughbreds with the current favorite.
I like the workout. Right now, you know, I would say this horse's betting is a little lukewarm, but it feels like a race looking at the board where there's a few of them that are getting bet, which makes it hard for one of the horses to sort of stick out as far as a favorite.
Coming up Friday night, extended coverage, and you'll be able to see one of North America's premier races for male pacers at the famed 7/8 mile oval of Hoosier Park. Dan Pat Stakes, that's tomorrow night. Coverage begins on FS2 at 8 Eastern time. And you'll see a field of 11 line up. And we look forward and proud to be bringing you that coverage of some of the top older pacers in the country. Keisha Clement will be part of that coverage as we get back to race 5 here in the race that kicks off this pick 6. Let's look at that race for Book of Wisdom. It was here at the meet back on July 14th, 5.5 furlongs at Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a lot to see other than, you know, the horse sort of chased around the winner and just not able to get to him, but probably gets a lot out of that race. You never know with first and second time stars. Are they going to move forward off that race as they regress? But I don't think it was a bad effort. I do think it feels like, though, a decent firster would probably beat this horse. Is that fair, Richie?
I think it's a very fair statement. And listen, Bill Mott's not a trainer that cranks him up to win first time. Not that he's not capable of winning with first time starters. This was a nice effort. But I agree, if one of these first time starters can really run, she could have her hands full.
So 7-2, the only filly with experience for a Hall of Fame barn that's having a very good meet.
Yeah, I want to mention, like, for people who are betting doubles or multi-race wagers off of this race, in the next race, Walstib, named for the Grateful Dead song Truckin', what a long strange trip it's been. This horse was entered previously and went to the gate as the favorite as a first-time starter.
Yeah.
A mile incident at the gate, and they scratched the gate. She's back relatively quickly. But this horse, or he, was bet very strongly in his debut, which almost happened, and that I think is worth noting.
All right, so that's coming up at race 6. That'll kick off the late pick 5. Let's go back to Maggie.
Can fire. Yeah, the trash can is burning outside of the... Whew, this has just been a strange meet. What a long, strange trip it's been. I mean, the horse coming up in the next race is aptly named, as we'll check in with the 7 in here. Pretty Up. Now, she's the Rudy Rodriguez horse taking more money, and I'm not quite sure why, to be honest. And watching that workout, like I said, where she worked with Snarky, she broke well, and then she was never going as well as Snarky or the other horse that was involved in that workout, and she finished well behind while getting out around the turn. She was very green with Joel Rosario when he took her away from the pony, bucking. Well sat, Joel, almost got him off there, but she's settled down since, now linking back up with the pony, and she's not a bad looking type. When you watch that breeze, which you can clearly see on XBTV, Snarky worked way better than her, and she's 7-2 and Snarky's 5-1. I'm going to take a shot with Snarky, but let's talk about the horse that has run. That's number 8, Book of Wisdom. She was really green first time out, really green. Back in the paddock, out on the racetrack. So she kind of surprised me with how well she ran behind Gate to Wire winner Concerti that day. She's so much more professional. A race has gotten her where she needs to be. I have no problems with her being 7-2. And number 9, Miss... a bone to pick with Acacia, guys. Miss Dior is how it's Medaglia d'Oro, but that's okay. Miss Dior, Cherie, looks great out on the racetrack as your 5-2 favorite, guys.
Still favored, 5-2. See if she runs as sweet as she's supposed to smell. Manny Franco, Christophe Clement.
I find it interesting, too, that the 7 Pretty Up's taking more money, although the 1 Snarky is now some money starting to come in on this other first-time starter from Rudy. Pretty Up's dam has had 5 foals to race. She has not produced a dirt winner yet. In fact, she's only produced one winner out of the 5 on turf.
It's really all turf. Now, Practical Joke obviously has been very successful in his short stint so far as a stallion, Into Mischief. But Into Mischief is a decent turf sire as well. Obviously a tremendous dirt sire, so there is some influence, but I agree. Maybe it's a good sign that this horse is running on this surface, but of the Rudy horses, I much prefer the other one.
The other one being the 5 Snarky from that inside post for E5 Racing Thoroughbreds. Flavian Pratt will have the call from that inside post, but this filly has been favored throughout as we get set for a pick 6 that begins here. And Andy, in terms of races you can pare down a little bit in, there's certainly one later in the card.
Yeah, I could definitely narrow the 7th down to 2. I think it's between the 1A and 3, and the 1A Virtual Reality will be an overwhelming favorite in that match race. I would use the 5 and 9 in race number 8. The 2 Magical Ways, the morning line favorites, certainly win, but I'd lean on them. And 4, 7, 13 in the 9th. I like the 13. And the last race, I like the 4 a little bit, but it's relatively open.
Pick 6 sequence starts here on our Thursday card. My Main Squeeze, the 2 stepping in for the Mike Maker barn. Rudy Rodriguez with 2, the 1 and the 7. The favorite, though, throughout. Miss Dior Cherie. Clement barn with Manny Franco. Let's go upstairs. These 2-year-old fillies, the majority of which making their debut. Frank Miramati, the call.
Here's Rialta coming up. Book of Wisdom goes in. And Miss Dior Cherie completes the line. They're in the gate, set to kick off the pick 6. And they're off, and Book of Wisdom flies out of the gate. At the rail here, Snarky, and Snarky is the quickest and opens up a couple of lengths. My Main Squeeze, Miss Dior Cherie on the outside, part of the second flight, along with Pretty Up, who's won from the rail. A gap of 4, back to Aquanic, who is a length in front of Recency. At the back of the field, Rialta, and Superstar Susan is at the back of the field. 22-1 for the opening quarter mile, and it's Snarky leading the way, pressed on the outside by Miss Dior Cherie. Those two on even terms. It's suddenly 4 lengths back to Book of Wisdom in third as Miss Dior Cherie takes the lead very easily away from Snarky. From the back of the field, Recency is unwinding. My Main Squeeze is down at the rail, 3/16 of a mile to go, the half in 45 and 4. Miss Dior Cherie with a 3-length lead. Book of Wisdom is chasing gamely from second. Another 3 back to My Main Squeeze, and Recency has 16th to go. Miss Dior Cherie, very strong throughout. Miss Dior Cherie wins it by 3. Book of Wisdom second, very close for third, between My Main Squeeze and Recency.
Miss Dior Cherie, first time out. Manny Franco, Clement Barn, Reeves Thoroughbred Racing with a impressive first time out filly.
Very impressive. Really liked the way she conducted herself. Very professional. Cruised up outside. And she looked like a winner from the half-mile pole out, the way she was traveling. Drew off at will. And I like the fact that she had 3 5-furlong workouts coming into that. Usually speaks to a horse's fitness.
She really ran very well in here. I mean, they obviously slowed up a bit that final quarter, but that's a pretty quick pace, just under 22 and 2 for the first quarter. And Snarky, I mean, popped out of there and was really cruising along. And she just sort of cruised up outside of that one to I think they have a photo for third. People were reacting to. It cruised up outside as they were going around the turn. Just went by this horse easily at that point. Very fast half as well.
Professional effort.
Yeah, I mean, the 8 ran well, Book of Wisdom again, but this horse did all the running, really, from start to finish. Took on a good speed horse, a horse that was well meant first time, disposed of that one, and sort of relatively not increasing her margin. She certainly held that margin. It's a nice horse.
That
you think it's the name?
Crowd, yeah, reacting to who did get third. It goes to the 2 here. My Main Squeeze, 9.825.
Nice call.
Yeah, and she actually ran okay. She backed up from kickback after she chased the pace and re-rallied to be third. But no match for either the top two, but certainly a race to build on. But Miss Dior Cherie, wow, that was a nice effort.
And happy for Acacia as well. I'm sure she's pleased.
One more look. Here's your winner. Book of Wisdom will get second. The photo here for third. Tight between the 2 and 5, and it goes to My Main Squeeze. Ruben Silvera on the 2. Coming up on the inside here.
Yeah, very.
By a nose.
Ooh, just missed the bob.
But she, I thought she actually ran pretty well, My Main Squeeze. Like I said, no match for the top two, but, chased the pace, then took kickback, backed up a little, and the fact that she showed some grit and determination to come back to be third.
Yeah.
There's Miguel Clement, important part of this operation with Dad, stationed here in Saratoga.
He's 1A in the marriage entry.
Well, this is
Weaker
unusual.
half of that team.
This was a horse that's been down at Belmont after spending some time up here with Miguel. I always tease and make fun about it that, Miguel, the horses with Miguel do better than Christophe, but I'm doing that more to just jazz.
Well, I think in some cases, and there can be a number of reasons, one might be a little bit, maybe this one wasn't quite ready to run yet, and they had other horses that were more ready to run, so they had those horses in Saratoga. I'm just guessing, but that may be the reason. Obviously, it didn't matter on the racetrack.
Miss Dior Cherie, sweet performance here in the debut for the Christophe Clement barn in the debut to kick off the Pick 6.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish.
Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
and Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Home Gamely Brickyard Ride, wide open, they come for home. Good Dr. Chevelle. Dr. Chevelle just got there in a driving finish.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage on FS2, and our Pick 6 underway here at Saratoga. Miss Dior Cherie, first time out. Christophe Clement Farm, Manny Franco Reef Thoroughbred Racing, named by our own Acacia Clement. And this was exquisite first time out. $7.60 for the win. Book of Wisdom, the only filly in the field with a race under her belt, runs second. And My Main Squeeze in a Photo wins that nod for third.
Yeah, listen, I thought we saw potentially a really nice budding prospect here with the 9, Miss Dior Cherie.
Totally agree with you.
Joining us for the first time on today's program, excuse me, still with us, Maggie Wolfdale.
No, you'll have to wait for Acacia, but I got the next best thing, her husband next to me. Miguel Clement. And Miguel, talk a little bit about Miss Dior Cherie. Just a really fast workout coming in from the OBS sales, and talk about her development leading into this race.
Yeah, no, she's always showed a tremendous amount of speed. We're very excited to see her run. In training, she didn't have that many works, but when you have the True Sales Foundation into her, you don't have to do that much. She's very good with the gates, pony, and just jump off and go.
She's a big girl, too. Looks more like a 4-year-old than a 2-year-old. Talk a little bit, though. She's fast, but it feels like there's some more distance to be found with her.
Yeah, no, I hope so. That's obviously the dream. She's very attractive. That's why she costs quite a lot. And I think we're on to bigger and brighter things, to be honest.
How do you determine which ones Acacia gets to name?
Well, fortunately, Stephen Rocco and Dean Reeves allowed her to give her the opportunity to name them. As of now, I think she's like 2 for 2 with Senbei now this one. But I guess I need to bring her to Ocala more often and she could pick them out.
There you go. And Miguel, I'm very impressed, as your father can too, but how many languages can you speak?
To be honest, 4. English, French, and Spanish fluently. And I don't know if the language of love counts, but that would be my 4th one.
He's funny too. Acacia, is that true? She says he's married to her, so I guess it worked for Acacia, guys.
Okay, Casanova.
Just got a little nauseous.
Laying on the charm. Well done, Miguel. And Acacia has been a good luck charm, hasn't she?
She's more than a good luck charm. A lot more than that, but absolutely both those horses, nice horse. And this horse really has a future. You have to like that effort a lot.
Yeah,
really.
The way she did it, sitting off the pace, very impressive. And yes, Senbei, another one that Acacia named, who turned out to be pretty darn good as a 2-year-old.
Ran well in the turf, and the turf debut down at Belmont. Unfortunately for both Acacia and I, not quite well enough.
So back to the barn on a successful debut for Miss Dior Cherie. Late pick 5 is coming up next. I don't know if I've ever heard Iron Man to kick off the late pick 5, but that's what they're playing over the loudspeaker at this historic racetrack. Did they play that when Lincoln was here? That's it for the 3 of us. Next crew taking over. We'll be back with more coming up after this.
Canterbury Park's BCBC Handicapping Contest is September 13th. A $1,000 entry fee, and $1,000 live bankroll. Play on expressbet.com or at the park. Win your way to the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge or the National Horse Players Championship in Canterbury Park's BCBC NHC Qualifier Contest on Wednesday, September 13th. Powered by ExpressBet.
That tractor better not go over the Naira Bets logo. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Right over the logo, just outside the paddock. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, gearing up for the second half of the Thursday program. The late Pick 5 is just around the corner. We don't have a stakes race this afternoon, but lots of stakes racing on the horizon. As we take a look at the highlights, Week 5, 3 stakes races tomorrow, including the rescheduled Hall of Fame. Saturday, 3 more, headlined by the Grade 1 4-star Dave. And on Sunday, the Mahoney 3-year-old Turf Sprinters. So I welcome in my co-host, Jonathan Kinchin, Paul LaDuca, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens. Guys, this is the first day of the second half of the season, and there's been some turbulence, no doubt about it. There's also been some great racing moments the first half of Saratoga, Gary. For you, what comes to mind?
Well, the Chuvie in Nest's first race of the year, going against Clariera, who was coming off wins in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, the Phipps. Todd had said, I don't know if she's tight enough, but she was plenty tight enough. She ran away with it, kind of got everything her own way up front, but she makes her own way. And I'll just say that we're going to get to see him again in the Personal Incident, another matchup. So that's going to be what I'm looking for the second half of the season.
Personal Incident on the undercard of the Travers, a champion returning, looking like a champion in Nest. Paul, for you, what comes to mind?
Well, mine's actually more of a riding type of thing, and so I think at Lafitte you might have named her the Smiling Assassin, but Katie Davis pulled the ultimate trifecta of all time. She beat her sister on the turf course, she beat her brother, and then her husband in back-to-back-to-back days. Now, I was trying to think, is there any other sport that you could actually pull off that feat? And I don't think there is. And it's actually pretty amazing. And she got another win on the card today. But when you can beat all your siblings like that, I think dinner time is her time.
Does it with a big smile on her face. Her fourth win, as you mentioned earlier today. JK, for you.
Yeah, look, I think part of the reason I love Saratoga so much is that excitement to kind of find that next champion. I mean, I have 4 horses tattooed on my arms. There's horses that really kind of grab your soul when they do really great things. And last Sunday, Ways and Means showed her hand that she might be an absolute superstar. We love the 2-year-old races here because it's a glimpse into the future. It's a glimpse into what we can expect of the Breeders' Cup in the Spinaway, in the Champaign, in the Kentucky Derby, the Kentucky Oaks. And I thought she was outstanding. She didn't have a great trip. She was in between horses. She shut off. She ran around. And then she exploded away from the group without Flavien Prat asking her for very much. She got a 90 buyer, which is extremely fast for a 2-year-old on debut. She was outstanding.
I know you're a UT guy, but you remember what it looked like, Adrian Peterson at Oklahoma? Like a man among boys, like, okay, that guy is going to dominate in the NFL. A first glimpse of how special this could be moving forward. That's what it felt like watching this filly.
Not me, Lafitte. I would like to maybe think a little bit about Vince Young. When he
well, how did it work out for him in the NFL?
Well, you know, look, he had some ups and downs, but he was outstanding in college. Okay?
Hold on. I got to move over here because my daughter now just enrolled in the University of Texas.
Oh, man.
So
now I picked the fight.
My daughter's going to UT, and she's going to be a Longhorn. When I told JK this, he was very, very excited. So now I'm going to move a little bit farther away now.
I got a jockey to defend me. Lovely. Lots of trouble. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Hook 'em. In moments, race 6. Start of the late pick 5. Races 7, 9, and 10 are off the turf. The main track is fast. Temperature around 80 degrees with eyes on the radar. Weather potentially inbound. As always, the offer stands. To play with us at Naira Bets, sign up, use that promo code SPA200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Horses in the paddock for the 6th. 2-year-olds maiden special weight with a twist. We'll explain. You're looking at Canate, who is the current favorite at 5-2. 2-year-olds at the Spa to kick off the late pick 5. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Tip number 1. Sale time, folks. We're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it. Submit your entries by August 1st at november.keeneland.com.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
This is the horse.
Is just too good.
This is the horse who became only the second champion 2-year-old to win the Travers in 3 decades. This is the horse who is the only Breeders' Cup juvenile hero ever to lift the Belmont Stakes. History-making brilliance. That's his essential quality. Essential quality. This is the horse.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Look at that, the connection with horses. It starts early around here. Kids, ponies, that's how it starts. And you love to see it.
If you have extra pockets, and if you're ever going to sneak anything in here, sneak in some peppermints and carrots.
There you go.
And go right over there.
Be the most popular person here.
Yes, you will.
2-year-olds in the upcoming 6 maiden special weight, that condition, all having last been purchased for $50,000 or less or did not meet the reserve, while the favorite is number 3, La Dame Bro. Maggie is with us in the paddock. Maggie, for number 1, Wallstib, yeah, he's a first-time starter, but this is not the first time he's done this part of it.
Right, or otherwise known as what a long, strange trip it's been. And you're right, Lafitte. He was a late scratch back on July 20th when he was acting green and he was just very wound up throughout the preliminaries. Then they put him in the gate and he just really lost it there. He went up, he managed to turn himself around, then facing the wrong way in the gate, bust the back doors open and was actually running around loose. And if you're around the racetrack for long enough, a lot of old timers or just people in general that work on the backside will tell you if one gets loose or does something silly as Wallstib did and doesn't come back without a scratch on them, then they're usually not any good. I'm not saying that's true for Wallstib, but it's good to see him here in the paddock upon quick return here for Kenny McPeek, and what a difference we're seeing here with the behavior of him as he's accompanied by the pony. He's incredibly quiet. They must have schooled him numerous times leading up to this second go around at the races. He took a lot of money that day too because he is a good looking type. I like what I'm seeing from him physically for this son of Unified. The dam was unraised. 2 of the halves have been good sprinting on the dirt, though in very minor types of claiming races. But it's going to be fun to see what he does here just based upon the money that he did take in that first go-around. But the horse that will break to his inside, Kanate here for Todd Pletcher, son of Hightail. Dan was a stakes-winning turf sprinter, and this is her first foal. Now, he is very athletic looking. He's been prepared down at Monmouth, so I haven't obviously been able to watch his workouts. And with the turf in mind, he doesn't look turf meant. He looks fine on the dirt. But as I always say, Todd Pletcher horse comes over wearing blinkers for their debut. I'd rather look elsewhere. And that's what we're seeing here with the horse who is taking money. Your co-favorite in here at 5-2. He's well prepared from a fitness standpoint, but as I always say, I never like to see those blinkers. It's number 6, Cowboy Luke. He only sold for $37,000. He'll be looking to become the second progeny of Gervin to win one of these 2-year-old races today. And he worked 10-1 at the OBS Smart Sale. Was asked a little bit, but covers a lot of ground with his stride. So when he walked in, I was expecting maybe a little bit bigger of a horse. Not that he's small by any means, but he's not that big. It just shows that this guy gets over the ground very nicely, as Rob Atras will send out 2 in here. He's definitely the fitter of the duo, over 28-3. He's been very professional, hinted at ability, I think, with that workout for this son of Gervin, who is hitting at 18% overall with his 2-year-old first-time starters. And you go back a generation, the second dam was a minor stakes winner sprinting on the dirt. So I like what I'm seeing from Cowboy Luke. As number 6, Always Dialed, his workout wasn't great. He worked 10-3 at the OBS June sale, but I didn't mind the 49-2 work out of the gate on the Oklahoma. He was a little slow and green out of the gate, but he quickly got on the bridle with Joel Rosario aboard, and he really galloped out well. So I don't know if necessarily sprinting here going the 6 is going to be his gig. But I feel like there's some ability with this horse, just based upon the way he's put together. He's beautifully conformed. He presents a nice picture here in the paddock. Maybe we take the wait-and-see approach and look for him to go longer. But one, I will watch with interest, Lafitte.
See what he does in his debut. Maggie, Always Dialed, and Joel Rosario circling back to Wallstib. Yeah, we're going to try this again. July 20th, he threw a fit at the gate, scratched at the gate, and Sarah had to wait 3 more weeks to watch her Game of Silks runner perform. That's the thanks he gets after all the time they spent together. Hopefully today we'll have a chance to see what a long, strange trip it's been finally performed.
We'll see what he looks like out on the racetrack. He was great in the paddock today.
Game of Silks, how are you guys doing? Has anybody had a winner?
No, Maggie's had a couple winners. I actually had a horse at 39-1 for Wayne Catalano. Ran second. I was happy about, but there you see the horses that have run here at Saratoga or are breezing here so far, and there you see Wallstib now entered in today, and reportedly has a lot of talent. Hopefully he can mind his manners today.
Silks.io for more. There he is again, post-parade for the 6 in Wallstib, and fingers crossed that he handles things better today.
Yeah, I mean, look, the important part for me is this horse took a ton of money on almost debut.
Don Vino Vici, first-time starter by Vino Rosso.
Yeah, and Dominic Schettino here. You do get Luis Saez aboard at 22-1.
Ledombro second in his first pair.
Yeah, ships up from Florida, has taken some money. You know, look, he's got experience and tactical speed, always dangerous.
Cowboy Luke, you saw that breeze, 9-1.
Yeah, and you know what? These Gervins have been running, and, you know, he's gotten off to a good start at stud.
28-3 by Curlin did not cost $4 million.
Yeah, it just feels like maybe a little longer will be better.
Always Dialed, who Maggie showed some interest in, $20,000 Dialed in Colt.
Been working well in the morning for Melanie Giddings, Joel Rosario aboard, and this horse is pretty steady on the tote board so far.
6-1. Number 7, Secret Lover, Camarado Racing first-time starter.
Yeah, when horses ship in, sometimes it can be a little sneaky if they take money. This one's not taking much money at all.
Kanate, a Calumet debuting Colt.
Yeah, and you know, this is a son of Hightail that they only paid $35,000, so they get into this race because this is for horses that are restricted that sold for $50,000 or less.
First Trumpet, blinkers on for the second start.
Yeah, puts the blinkers on, but didn't do much running, didn't take much money on debut, 3 negatives.
And, yeah, game misconduct, blinkers on for his second start.
You know, at least he had a little bit of excuse. He didn't break great, and he showed a little bit of speed from the inside post, which could be, you know, not a great post for a first-time starter. So I do think the 10 could be a viable long shot to maybe at least cause a little havoc early.
Late pick 5 starts here. Pool up over $349,000. 2-year-olds who will graduate post-time 5 minutes. You're looking at the favorite, Ledombro. And let's go back to his debut. He's raced twice. This was his debut, Gary. 3 weeks ago, Gulfstream in the slop. Ledombro in a big effort at 23-1.
Yeah, he ran huge that day. And the only thing, he came back and they bet him off the board. He was 23-1 that day. Came back, they bet him off the board. A horse named DeVito beat him, and it was another horse that was trained by Adriano Soto, the trainer. He had 2 horses in the race there, but he was impressive here today. He's had some time off, so let's see how he goes.
You know, sometimes, Gary, when you see a horse like that run so well on a sloppy racetrack, the next time they come out, okay, 23-1, why do you want to bet this horse at even money? And I know the horse got beat, but it's still not a bad effort, right?
No,
sometimes you think those horses are going to bounce even worse. You
yeah,
know?
he showed a different style in his second race. He set off the pace and closed in to be second, and so he can go either way. And like you said, he's got the experience, and I picked him.
2-1 favorite, Ledombro. Paul and J.K., you both went with Wallstable. Are you surprised at the price here, considering how much money he took in that first start?
Well, the difference is there wasn't a horse with experience that had numbers like Ledombro, and there wasn't a Todd Pletcher runner in there taking money. And so, you know, that day, this horse was bet extremely heavily. But, you know, and plus, like, you know, a couple days go by, you kind of forget a little bit. I mean, I think 6-1 is a very fair price on a horse. Took a bunch of money, so there's obviously some ability there.
There is ability there. Your worry is, obviously, and Gary will tell you this, the one's acting just fine right now. But, Gary, you know this just as much as anybody. He knows exactly what happened at the gate last time. You're just hoping that he forgot about it coming into this race.
Yeah, I mean, he's acting a lot better today, it looks like to me anyway, but we'll see when he goes in the gate, because once they're bad actors in the gate, it's tough to get them over it. No matter how much schooling you can do. You can do a lot of practice with them in the mornings. It's not like the afternoon. The adrenaline's not flowing like it is. They haven't gone through the crowd over here in the post parade, so the adrenaline's pumping anyway, and the closer you get to the gate, the more you can feel it. You can actually, on some of these things, the 2-year-olds, you can feel their heart beating to the back through your saddle when you're sitting in the gate. And so let's keep our fingers crossed that he behaves today.
And Maggie looking at Ledombro and Tyler Gaffleo looking for a 3rd winner on the afternoon.
Tyler's having a huge afternoon, Lafitte. And Ledombro shipping in from Gulfstream Park, I think it was just second best at the end of the day in that last race. The winner actually looked quite nice when finishing up and winning by 4.5 lengths. And this son of Mucho Macho Man, as he does look quite a bit like his sire, has been very professional shipping in here for Antonio Sano. And he's a tall, leggy horse, much like Mucho Macho Man, who I'm sure Gary can speak speak to that, and just very fit and really ticks all the boxes. So I have no problems with him being your 2-to-1 favorite as he does get to participate in this restricted maiden special weight for the first time. Then let's check in with a long shot who also has experience in number 10, Game Misconduct. And these trainer, when it comes to trainer, lower profile, but the fact that Javier Castellano sticks aboard, I think it's quite interesting. Now, this guy had to break from the rail in an 8-horse field. He was kind of stumbly out of the gate, but he caught himself. He kind of broke faster than his feet could carry him, but he found himself forwardly placed along the rail, and then he got shuffled back around the quarter pole, and then he stayed on while Javi wasn't really asking him, just kind of conserving, wrapping up on a horse that he knew he wasn't going to get more than what he was ended up as and didn't want to waste too much. He's a lot more alert today as those shortcut cheater blinkers go on, and I thought it was just very intriguing that Javier opts to stick around for this second start, guys.
It's significant. Gary, in all your years of experience, can you lend us some insight? Lower profile barn going after the big name jockey. Do we read too much into that?
No, I don't think so. Look, it is Saratoga, but runners come from everywhere. I mean, never talk bad about a guy's horses when you're a jockey or an agent, for that matter, because they'll come back to bite you in the rear end at some point in time. Because runners show up in anybody's barn, they don't get as many opportunities, maybe, but that doesn't mean that they can't train, and it doesn't mean that they won't come up with a runner, because they come from everywhere.
You know, I always say if you're going to play the game of musical jockeys trying to guess why a rider shows up somewhere, there are so many behind-the-scenes things that go on that you would be shocked. For instance, in the last race, when I had to text my friend Bob Edwards of E5 Racing, his son-in-law is Tyler Gaffleone. Tyler rides for Bob a lot. Tyler was on for Chad, and Flavian was on for Rudy, for the E5 horse. It was just a communication thing is why that happened. If you try to guess, you're never going to figure it out. And you're going to be wrong. The times that you're right, you're equally going to be wrong. Just look at the horse, look at the trainer, look at the individual. Don't make too much of the rider.
You're 100% right. And you may stick with the horse because you want to ride another one for a certain trainer. So you take off of a live one on a certain day to keep another one that you want to ride. And that's things that the people at home don't realize, and the people that are betting. There are behind-the-scenes things that are going on as well.
You're honoring a commitment that you made well in advance, before entries were drawn.
Because there are trainers, if you take off their horse at the last minute, you can kind of expect to go visit the stewards and pay a fine if they want to hold you to it.
2-year-olds here. Start of the late pick 5. How's Walsted behaving? Number 1. This was the issue in his last start. Hopefully he stands quietly. Calumet Colt steps forward. Canate. Final check of the toe board reading Ladom All right, Gary, there's Walsted. This is what we saw.
He's hesitating. He's going off. They're pulling the camera off of him, and he's sort of doing, he's acting up. They're
Sarah's face a foot long right now.
They're trying to keep from getting in an argument with him. But it's never a good sign. If they've acted up before, like he did more than act up. And hesitate, looks like he's going in.
Maggie?
Look, guys, he was acting up the entire time last time. Now, this isn't great. I agree. But so far, he's been so much more well-behaved. Kind of surprised they don't have at least a shank over his nose, as we'll see the guys get him in there.
All right, he's in. All set for the late pick 5. 2-year-olds. Frank Mirmati standing by. Post time. Race 6, live, Saratoga.
28-3 goes in. Always Dialed coming up. Last one. Game Misconduct. They're in the gate. And they're off. Ladom bounces out very quickly. And on the outside, Walsted. Walsted's a little bit faster. First Trumpet is just outside of them. Don Vito Vici is next. Then it's Cowboy Luke racing in 5th. A break of 3 back to Always Dialed, who is a length in front of Game Misconduct. Connate is third last. A gap of 6 back to 28-3, who will have to improve in the second half. And at the back of the field, the distant trailer, well behind, is Secret Lover. Strung out 22-2, Ledombro going at it with Wallstib with first trumpet 2 lengths back in third, trying to come after the top pair. Cowboy Luke is fourth, 6 lengths off the lead. And then comes Connate on the outside. They're at the top of the stretch. Wallstib, center of the track, first trumpet, gathering some momentum, but it's Wallstib in front with a furlong left to go. Ledombro hanging tough. He's not done. These two are in very close quarters, and they're going to come for the wire together. Ledombro on the inside now starts to accelerate. Wallstib going with him. Ledombro, that's 3 for Tyler Gaffleon. Wallstib had to settle for second, then it was first trumpet third. Secret Lover finishing up with some nice interest from well out of it fourth.
Tyler Gaffleon in his own, 3 wins this afternoon and a thrilling stretch duel. Couple of freshmen slugging it out to the wire. Gary Stevens, Wallstib, Ledombro hooking up at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, and this is where experience comes through and shines. We can see Ledombro in front here, and Wallstib, he's green, wanting to lean in there a little bit. Junior goes left-handed with him, and he's gonna try and apply some pressure back on Ledombro, and they bumped, and Ledombro, he liked it. It re-engaged him, and listen, it's not gonna take Wallstib long to break his maiden, but that's where the experience comes in. A third race, a winner.
It's pretty obvious that Wallstib has some talent, but he's green. Right, he got scratched at the gate in his last attempted start, and then, you know, today he was acting a little green, and then right here in the stretch, a little bit more greenness for you.
Even if he wins, Gary, does he? I mean, we're seeing the head-on for the first time, and how much Wallstib, and now they come together. Just a lot of trading of paint, and Wallstib doing more of the initiating of contact through the stretch.
Yeah, if it would have been a short margin or something, he got beat, it was going to come down for sure. But they'll probably call Junior in and say, hey, tighten things up. That horse was all over the racetrack with you. Use your reins, keep them straight.
You could see, though, Junior's doing all the right things. He's going left-handed. Then when he went right-handed, the horse reacted. So that's the one mistake. He goes back, and he kind of hand rides from there, because he really can't go right-handed again because his horse is leaning in. He did one more time. And by that time, the 3 had put him to bed. Lafitte, that was a game effort. You got to give Tyler Gaffleon credit, because when they touched, the 3 got very, very competitive, and experience ended up paying off. And the beginning of this race, hopefully we can show the start, there was a lot of crowding. So if you had a lot of the horses in the mid gates, and you're wondering why there was no 4, 5, 6 in there, they all got really snatched.
There was like an accordion right from the start. JK, would you say that was more Wallstib coughing it up, or did Ledombro take it from him?
You know, I don't want to take anything away from the winner of the 3, but you know, if I'm betting this race back, I'm betting it in a way where it felt like Wallstib was his own worst enemy in there.
What'd you say?
If he goes straight, if he stays two paths away from that horse and goes straight, I think he goes by him.
That's a tough one. You both had Wallstib. Go ahead, Gary.
I think that the winner, Ledombro, was on the worst part of the racetrack. You came up here and said that the inside is a death trap today, as far as being slow.
It seems like a lot of the horses, we saw the Rudy Rodriguez first time starter go out and just stop. We've seen a lot of horses on the rail stop, a couple favorites earlier in the card, and I'm wondering, are they just stopping for a reason? Remains to be seen. I think the rail is not the place you want to be. So, but the 3 came back and re-rallied, so it was really game there with Tyler.
Results when we come back. Plus, nobody's saying he's the next Sultan of Saratoga, but this will be his 6th straight summer to race up here. Casa Creed, he's back for more title defense in the Grade 1 4-star Dave.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down to in the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Oh, the stuff you guys miss in commercial breaks. Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit AmericasBestRacing.net today. Gary Stevens rode that guy's daddy to a Breeders' Cup Classic win. Mucho Macho Man.
Mucho Macho Man. Hat trick for Tyler Gaffleone today.
Right? 3 wins thus far, but you're going to hear from the winning trainer, Antonio Sano, standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
So pleased to be here with Antonio and his wife. And Antonio Ledambro, with the 2 starts under his belt, just really showed that experience goes a long way.
Yes, the horse run very well for me. I think so. The horse needs more distance. Yeah. But today, Tyler told me, Antonio, the horse is very good, very right, but I need more distance, the horse. I like the race. I'm happy for the winning race. With my wife here, enjoy the way.
Exactly, smiles all around. And we were talking about your other horse, Secret Lover, in here, first-time starter. He was distanced, basically, down the backside. Where did he come from to finish 4th?
Yes, he's good horses. Yeah. Very, very good horses. Impressive. The 20 lanes, 0 lanes, a right 4, a 6 lane, very good race. Next time.
Yeah, hopefully he breaks a little bit better, a little experience. But, you know, 2 horses that you did not pay much for. Ledambro, $20,000 as a yearling. You seem to be very good at finding bargains and finding some talented horses.
Thanks God. Thank God I try.
Is it luck or I think you know what you're looking at, though.
No, good luck. Okay.
I love the candidness. Antonio, massive congratulations. Ledambro, big win today.
Thank God. Good blessing all people. Bye.
Antonio, so good to see him and his wife. As he said, it's all about the family here at the spa.
Celebrating in the winner's circle with family, his wife, Antonio Sano. He's only started a few horses, but they are running here at Saratoga. Remember the achievements with Gunnevera. He's a very good trainer, and we see the numbers he puts up in Florida.
Yeah, he is. And listen, this horse was shipped from Gulfstream in here after 2 races, so you got to take that into consideration. Is the trip going to knock them out? Well, that's a trainer's job once they get here is to make sure they're not knocked out from the trip. He wasn't knocked out. He was in good shape today.
Now, sometimes from the start of a race, now the look Antonio Sano from the pen, you can't always tell how straight or how much of this is happening, Paulie, like that accordion start and a lot of bumping from these 2-year-olds getting out of the blocks.
You can see the 3 came out, the 7 came in, but sometimes coming in on horses in a Breeders' Cup Classic can help you out every once in a while, right, Gary?
Yeah, but you saw who caused all that jam up, didn't you? He was going to get an inquiry at the start of the race, too.
And Ladon Bro, JK, the 3 starts, you know, he the big debut, couple of second-place finishes now a win, onward and upward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the reason I believe that this condition was kind of created, right? To allow these horses that weren't bought for $500,000, $600,000, millions of dollars to compete, to get their maidens broken, get that first win, and then go on to some of the other races, go to allowance races or stakes company or whatever it might be.
I think it was a line from a movie you starred in. Yes, Seabiscuit. We want a match race. You want a match race? We have a match race coming up in race number 7, off the turf on the main track, and only 2 will compete. Virtual reality. We saw her opening day for trainer Chad Brown and Alpha Bella. 1-5 v 7-5. Just 2 of them on the main track, mile and an 1/8 for the 7th at Saratoga, which gives us plenty of time to go by the numbers of the 4-star Dave. The first number, 1985, first running, back then known as the Daryl's Joy Stakes. Who was fastest? Only female to win, Got Stormy, blazing the mile, 132 flat. Most 4-star Dave wins. The number is 2, shared by 3. Wise Dan among them. Most wins by a trainer, Bill Mott with 5, working on a 6th with Casa Creed on Saturday. Most wins by a jockey, I'd be smiling. 2 if I'd won that race 9 times, Johnny Velasquez. Most wins by an owner, there are several with 2. That's Judd Mont's Seek Again in 2014. From the 4-star Dave to the Breeders' Cup Mile, 7 have done it. World approval, most recent, 2017. 4-star Dave winners, crown champion. The number is 4. Wise Dan, who did it twice. And finally, 4-star Dave winners in the Hall of Fame, only 2. Wise Dan and Claiborne's Lure. The 4-star Dave by the numbers. Guys, there was one horse who came up in that sequence 5 times. Paulie, who I know you were a big fan of, Wise Dan, who simply did incredible things, not only this race, but on racing's biggest stages, the Breeders' Cup, etc.
Well, he was the complete package. Charlie Lepresti did an unbelievable job with him. He won Maker's Mark after Maker's Mark mile. He won the Clark on the dirt. He should have won the Stephen Foster with a better trip on the dirt. And Charlie always thought he might have been a better dirt horse. He set the track record in the Ben Ali at 1 1/8 over the synthetic at Keeneland, and he was just a relentless horse and a professional horse. And Johnny V, it's got to be fun when you're looking through your legs and looking through your right when you just got a horse measured by about 1.5 lengths.
Yes, he was something else. And look, he's running in the 4-star Dave. He's got his own race named after him at Churchill down at Ellis Park this year, but legendary horse right there.
When he would race at Keeneland, man, they loved him, JK.
No, and here's the thing about Wise Dan, right? Is we talk about all of our great horses, and we love great horses. American Pharaoh ran 11 times. Justify ran 6 times. Flightline ran 6 times. Wise Dan ran 31 times. It allows fans to fall in love with these horses and to see them consistently year in and year out.
The other part about this is his brother, Casino Dan, was a pretty darn good sprinter, too.
The successful Dan was awesome. Perfect segue, JK. 4-star Dave, who I believe raced 100 times, the Sultan of Saratoga. His legacy honored on Saturday in the Grade 1 4-star Dave. And last year's edition with Casa Creed, who will try to become just the 4th 2-time 4-star Dave winner. Gary, a season ago, how was Casa Creed able to defeat, eventual champion Regal Glory and Company?
With his final kick, he's got an unbelievable final kick. He showed that in the Kelso as well, and he's just an explosive horse. And the thing is he's stayed good for a long time. He's 7 years old, and he hasn't lost a step. He still loves what he's doing, and still getting it done. If anything, he's improving with more racing.
Everybody thought, okay, I think at this point, can he really get the mile? And he's proven that he's gotten older, that the mile has been no problem with him, especially here at Saratoga. Listen, we already know he's a bear when it goes around 1 turn, 6 furlongs or 7 furlongs. We already know that. He's a bear here going around 2 turns at Saratoga.
Grade 1 4-star Dave. It is the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week field drawn yesterday. Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile. A Kelso rematch. Number 4, Annapolis. Number 6, Casa Creed. 7-5 morning line favorite, JK. Let's go back to the first Saturday of the meet. Annapolis favored over Casa Creed. How did he defeat Annapolis?
Well, Annapolis did kind of find himself where he typically does his best running, which is a little bit more forward. But that's Casa Creed's kind of biggest weapon at this 1 mile, 2-turn mile, especially here at Saratoga that he likes so much. If you go too slow, he'll out sprint you home if you invite him into the race. If you go too fast, he'll finish and close into you. He's kind of found this little perfect little spot here going this 2-turn mile. And I think Annapolis' best chance to turn the tables on him is to be forward and try to turn it into more of a stamina play by trying to run him off of his feet.
He's not going to catch Casa Creed. He needs to build some separation from Casa Creed.
But the problem is he's been causing his own problems at the start of races. He brakes sluggishly, he lunges, he ducks in, he has different things. He was pinched back. He's one race after the other, and it starts to become a problem where he's creating. If he gets away clean, I think he will be in front of Casa Creed. That's where they want him to be, is in front of him. That's the only chance I think he's got of being able to turn the tables on him.
Well, if you look at that last race, if you watch the end of the race, Annapolis is completely washed out. So Gary made a great point. He made a ton of mistakes that race out of the break. So I think it's going to be key. We'll get it from Maggie or Acacia, and they'll tell us. I think it's going to be very important how he acts behind us.
So something to keep an eye on pre-race. Then you have Emmanuel, also trained by Todd Pletcher. Paulie, like, what makes him a threat in the 4-star Dave?
Well, he was really impressive last time out. He's more of a grindy type. As you're going to see, he's on the far outside. He's just going to kind of grind away for this win. You see a horse dive to the rail, and you thought maybe, okay, this horse to the rail is going to start in the 3 Diamond Silks, is going to dive to the rail to 5, but he keeps on grinding a little bit. He's a tiny bit green, but you can see he keeps on reaching out, and he's able to get the job done 4 or 5 wide. I thought this was an okay effort, and he's a horse that's improving.
I think it was a great race for him. It was a moderate pace. It wasn't like they were blazing up in front of him for him to close into, and he came up that turn 6 wide. And he got the same buyer for that race as what Casa Creed got in his previous race, 100. And that was the best number that he's run in his career.
Always a fun race. Grade 1 4-star Dave. Saratoga's most prestigious middle distance grass race, and you'll see it on Saturday on Fox. Coverage beginning at 3 Eastern. The 4-star Dave this Saturday. Road to the Breeders' Cup continues. Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in. Fox, Saratoga Saturday. Again, coverage begins 3 Eastern. Exciting 4-star Dave. See if Casa Creed can become the 4th horse to win 2 additions. Meantime, the fillies are in the paddock for the 7th. All 2 of them. It's 1 to 5. Virtual reality is there, as is Alpha Bella. You want a match race? We have a match race. The 7th from Saratoga next. Stay tuned.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vacoma, the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 corner.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Epic Queen scores at Monmouth.
Epic Queen just won't give up. Epic Queen gets the score.
Niagara Skyline goes wire to wire at Woodbine.
And Niagara Skyline in terrific form here today by 3 lengths.
And Queen's Dancer with a big upset as she wires the field.
A photo coming up once again, and it's going to be Queen's Dancer.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the 4-Star Game, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Claiborne Tramp Tour, so much history, so much tradition. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Secretariat statue, 50 years since his legendary Triple Crown triumph in 1973. It is so great to be sitting next to George the Iceman Wolf for this match race, who took part in the match race of all match races.
Put him on the lead. Horse in front wins from the word go.
But you got to take him back.
Do you remember all your lines?
He didn't remember them then.
John Pollard, it is you who will be my greatest jockey. It is you who will ride my 100-mile race from Kuzmat to Tripoli. How's that?
There we go. There we go.
Oh, that was good. I wonder if they trained with a bell from the fire department, from the fire station, right?
Take,
Get him to break
take
sharp.
care of this post parade for me.
Virtual reality pictured with Manny Franco, or with Flavian Pratt.
Of course, I committed to doing the odds for the post parade. I got to get overtime. This is your winner, I believe. He's just better on dirt.
2 to 5 currently, and then I can't find it. Alpha Bella for Todd Fletcher, Louis Zayas aboard.
Yeah, I mean, look, she's not bad. She's got some okay turf numbers, but I just her dirt races aren't as good. It doesn't feel like as virtual reality. In virtual reality, also a couple of other edges. She's got a little bit more tactical speed, which in a match race is pretty important. She also has a race over the track going 9 furlongs, so it feels like she'll probably be a little bit more fit for this type of race.
What is the biggest difference, Gary, in terms of competing in, riding in a match race than any other type of race?
No, serious. Like when I rode in my first it was recognized. There was betting on it. But I was riding a thoroughbred against the champion quarter horse. I was riding a horse named Valiant Pete for Charlie Whittingham, and Shoemaker told me he'd ridden in some match races, and he said the horse that's in front at the start, he said you run them off their feet. He said it's not like working horses in the morning. And I wound up riding in 4 other match races besides the movie, but that one was harder than riding the real races, to be honest with you, getting that done. But that was my tactics. I was undefeated in the match races, but I was pretty well armed as well.
Well, Lafitte, it makes a lot of sense if you think about it, because if you naturally break faster, then that's what you're comfortable on your mount doing. The other one didn't break that fast. They're not comfortable, so make them chase you around there. Instead of kind of letting them stay close to you, you kind of play their game a little bit. I think that has a lot to do with it.
This is no kidding. The most nervous I think I ever got in my career is Del Mar had a match race, Battle of the Sexes, between myself and Julie Crone. And I was never going to live it down if I got beat. And I thought that I was probably on the second best horse, and I rode a horse that didn't have a lot of speed. She had speed, and I was able to get my horse on the lead and in front. She passed me at the head of the lane. And I'm like, no. It came back and hung it on her right at the finish, but it was a good race.
What a rider, a fierce competitor,
Yep.
Julie Crone. So it's something different, right? That's what we're going to have. Just a match race in this upcoming 7th race. But we're not going to stare at 2 horses for the next several minutes. What we did want to do was revisit yesterday's feature in the Johnstone Mile. This had more contenders. And Venti Valentine, JK, for George Abreu there, lurking in behind the leaders, and Manny Franco going to work.
Yeah, Manny got busy. If you watch all these riders, you can see Manny is really, really working. Yeah. He earned his money in this ride. And Venti Valentine, she'd always shown some hints at being a really, really good horse, and it kind of came together for her yesterday.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday, Gary. Gosh, Manny got a good workout with this horse. This horse was trying to pedal for him and grind it away a win, where Betsy Blue on the complete outside, I just don't think wants the mile.
No, but she turned a new leaf yesterday, Venti Valentine. She finally got done what everybody believed she was going to do last year. She was an Oaks contender, Kentucky Oaks contender, and it always seemed like she was going to get there for the big one. And yesterday was, to me, her best performance in her career.
That Michael Jordan tongue wag thing through the stretch, yeah, Manny Franco just carrying her that final 16th. Kind of a battle of attrition down to the wire.
Look, they're all athletes. We've highlighted that, but if you were paying attention last week, we showed you how athletic Manny Franco is in that basketball game. I think he's got a boxing background, if I'm not mistaken. His father was a boxer. I mean, when you look at Manny, he looks like he could finish like he was finishing on that horse.
Put it this way. I was a professional athlete, and when I was in shape, I got on the Equicizer for 2 minutes. And that's not even going. That's not even using my crop. And my shoulders were sore for 2 weeks. So don't think you can ride a racehorse, please.
It's trust me, I know I can. I got blood to do it, and I know I can. So, yeah, just 2 jockeys, 2 horses coming up in the 7th race here at Saratoga. That would be match race and an odds-on favorite currently. There she is with Flavien Prat in the saddle. Virtual reality. We check in with Acacia Trackside.
And Lafitte, it was very difficult to decide which order to talk about these horses, but we'll start with your favorite, Virtual Reality. As Jonathan mentioned, she does have a little bit more tactical speed, and in a short field, 2, 3, 4 horses, I always will default to the horse that has a little bit more speed, because it's when you have less horses in a race, there are less opportunities for the typical kind of race dynamics to come into play, and it's much more of a jockey's race. You're really aware of where everybody is around you, and Flavien Prat has Virtual Reality, who's been on her toes throughout, but not too much. Physically, she's not one that's overly convincing as far as really wanting the mile in an 1/8, and you could kind of see that with her last time. She was a little bit green, and she was beaten by Bustin Bay, who is much more seasoned than she, and so you could certainly imagine that she'll be fitter, stronger, coming back in here today. I just think that she has the running style and the tactics plus the dirt form to be effective here. As far as the 3 Alpha Bella does go, she's a horse that just really kind of lacked a lot of focus early in her career, and she's a bit of a nervous type. And not that she gets keyed before a race, it's that she's just a bit of a worrier, as you can kind of see that with her, because she doesn't really carry her weight great from race to race. And I was hoping with a bit of a freshening coming back after not having run since May that we'd see her be a little bit stronger in here, and that's just not the case. She's really tucked up once again, and I just really worry with that kind of physical going the mile and an eighth and not having that strength, that power behind to push off of. She does have some decent dirt races to go back to, but I do think that she's going to have to work very hard to get around your 1-5 favorite in here, Lafitte.
Alpha Bella by Triple Crown winner Justify Acacia. Virtual Reality. You see, $115,000 purse, guys. They're not New York breds. New York breds would have run for $149,000. JK, are you surprised that we didn't wind up with a couple more, considering the purse being offered in this race?
Well, I got to be honest with you. I think it says a lot about the trainers and the horsemen. That, you know, it's not all about the money. If these horses are turf horses and they don't want to run on the dirt, then you see how many people made the right decision to not do so. It's sure, if you got one that can run on the dirt, you'd be silly to scratch. Go out there and gallop around there and get a paycheck. But I think it says a lot about the horsemen and the decisions they made to scratch today.
1-5 Virtual Reality. Gary, what are you looking for right from the start?
Flavian to just put virtual reality right on the I'm tongue-tied on the lead, and you know, and just not really play cat and mouse, but just take it to him early and continue on.
You know, Louis gets the inside slot here, so obviously the one's on the outside, and I would think Louis is going to have to try to push as much as he can, as you see Chad Brown, who does train the 1A here.
I guarantee Lee is talking to him about Casa Creed. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
And then that 2-year-old he's going to unveil as well.
I know they're not
Saturday.
talking about this race.
Chad Brown with Virtual Reality. That Leon Seiler there. He is pumped up, and he's got a long way to go. He's got to keep a lid on it for 48 hours.
Oh man!
Lee's one of those guys. You go to the gym, he'll work out for 4 hours. He's got all the energy in the world.
He's a machine.
Yeah.
Owner of Casa Creed, trying to become the 4th two-time winner of the 4-Star Dave. That's Saturday's feature. Todd Pletcher looking on. Let's see if Alpha Bella can upset Virtual Reality.
Let's not forget how often Chad and Todd end up competing for the championship here. What if it came down to this one?
You know, not entirely impossible. The subplot, the story within the story. Virtual Reality, Flavia and Prat. The match race, mile and an eighth, race 7. Saratoga, Frank Mirmati standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Alpha Bella showing good early speed. Virtual Reality, so they hook up right away. Moving into the clubhouse turn. Alpha Bella protects the rail and has a short lead over Virtual Reality, who ran in the first race of the meet and led almost every step. Today she'll be a half length behind Alpha Bella in the early stages. It's Alpha Bella and Luis Saez just in front, Flavian Prat, and Virtual Reality through an opening quarter in 23 4/5 seconds. Heading toward the 5/8 pole. Alpha Bella by Triple Crown winner Justify leads it by a neck over Virtual Reality, whose sire, of course, Cloud Computing, winner of the Preakness, but also second in the Gotham and third in the Wood Memorial presented by Naira Bets. They have a half mile to go in this match race. Alpha Bella has been in front throughout. Virtual Reality now 3/4 of a length behind her. And Alpha Bella now has a 1.5 lengths lead for Todd Pletcher. Chad Brown's Virtual Reality is 2 lengths behind. Alpha Bella has opened up 3. Now it's 4 with 1/4 mile to go. And it's Alpha Bella turning for home, just cruising along. Virtual Reality is 6 lengths behind as they come to the 8th pole. Alpha Bella increasing that margin. She's far too strong for Virtual Reality this afternoon. It's going to be Alpha Bella to win by double digits. Alpha Bella wins it easily over virtual reality.
Gliding under the wire. A stroll in the park. Trainer Todd Pletcher, Alpha Bella, Luis Saez beats virtual reality to the lead early and wins by many.
See, you got tongue-tied too. I'm not even going to try and say her name again. But listen, I had the wrong horse that was going to be in front, but I wasn't wrong about what happens to the horse that's in front. And he ran, Luis Saez just flat ran the other one into the ground.
Yeah, it was an outstanding ride. I mean, look, I know there's not a lot to it. It's probably not going to be the ride of the week next week. But, look, he got himself on the front end. He took advantage of that inside position. And, look, virtual reality didn't necessarily fire the race that she fired last time. But Louis did everything he was supposed to do to give Alpha Bella her best chance.
How surprised were you, Paul, when she was actually in front going into the clubhouse turn?
Well, a little bit surprised, yeah. But, virtual reality didn't break great. But Luis Saez is so sharp knowing that, listen, this is a two-horse race. I got to get my horse motivated early. And I thought it would take more energy for her to get to the front end, and it didn't. And on the backside, you just knew the 1A was in chase mode, and it was going to be in trouble because I get it. This horse has some turf pedigree, but long on the dirt. How many Belmonts has Todd Pletcher won?
Exactly.
And if Flavian...
exactly.
Yeah.
I just thinking the same thing.
Right away from there, if Flavian drawn outside would have continue to encourage virtual reality to get to the front end, it's the same outcome. It wasn't like Flavian did anything he could have done different.
No.
She just didn't fire today.
First jump in front, and you're going to finish in front. And virtual reality was not first out of the gate, and he would have been chasing to do something and out of gas. Anyway.
Don Alberto Stable, 14-time Saratoga champion trainer Todd Pletcher, Luis Saez, Alpha Bella in the 7th at the Spa by many. And Saez going to ride the Derby winner in the Travers. When we come back, that chase for a 3-year-old title, Travers, 2 weeks from Saturday, Arcangelo, Belmont winner, training up a storm at Saratoga, and the Derby winner, Mage. As mentioned, we'll have a new pilot for the Midsummer Derby. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate.
280,000 just way. Get it back. 191,000.
150,000 Nader Tomas. Thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Thursday coverage continuing from the spa. Just watched a 1 1/8 match race with Alpha Bella emerging victorious by several. Fasig-Tipton Winner's Circle lead-in, brought to you by the 102nd Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, took place on August 7th and August 8th. And the stars of tomorrow are purchased. That Curlin yearling out of Beholder, $4 million. Alpha Bella 430 over virtual reality. Alpha Bella trained by Todd Pletcher with Acacia in the Winner's Circle.
As Todd was telling me, he thinks he's been involved in about 3 match races so far and getting the win here with Alpha Bella. Todd, aggressive ride by Luis Saez, which really put her in a good spot.
It did. I mean, that was our intention, was to come out running, and if the other filly was faster, then she was going to have to work a little bit to clear us. And so we got there, got into a comfortable rhythm, and it worked out well.
She'd run well on both surfaces before, but she had that foundation. How important do you think that was coming into this race?
Yeah, I think that was key. You know, she does have a very good foundation. She's a very fit filly, and so that certainly helped.
Coming up this weekend in the 4-star, Dave, you're going to have 2 with Emmanuel and Annapolis. What can you tell us about these 2? Emmanuel was impressive winning last time out the poker.
Yeah, both very good horses and training really well leading into it. A little concerned about how the ground's going to be if we get some more rain. I think they both prefer firm ground, but we'll just hope the weather cooperates a little bit.
I can't wait to see them. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Todd Pletcher with Alpha Bella, taking them every step in the match race today, Lafitte.
Well done, Acacia, Alpha Bella. And yeah, JK, the ground is going to be a significant factor in terms of the 4-star, Dave, depending on how much, and it's difficult to predict, how much rain we get between now and Saturday. Bill Mott mentioned as much for Casa Creed that, you know, they'd prefer he's best on firm ground.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of North American turf horses would prefer to run on fast ground. It's what we run most of our races on. Yeah, but look, if you've paid attention here at Saratoga, trying to predict what's going to happen weather-wise, it's, you know, we heard it might rain between 1 and 2 today. Didn't happen. There's been times we heard it's not going to rain. We have to cancel. Like, I try not to play the weather game here because it's really hard to predict. I just kind of take it as it comes. So I'll worry about Saturday's weather on Saturday.
On Saturday, yeah. Grade 1, 4-star Dave. Meantime, the late pick 5 here at Saratoga, and what we've seen thus far, it was the favorites. La Dame Bro, 630. Exciting stretch duel, and moments ago, Alpha Bella, 430 for the victory. 3 left. Up over $570,000 in the pool. Race A, just a $16,000 claimer. Non-winners 2 lifetime. All for sale. All won for something. Wide open. Good betting race. With no name, moving pictures, both 3-1 with about 23 minutes to post. We'll step aside when we return. The reigning 2-year-old champ, battling for a 3-year-old title. Forte, winner of that rough and tumble edition of the Jim Dandy. Next stop, the Travers Midsummer Derby in 16 days. You're watching Saratoga Live.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie Preservationist, Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKenzie's in front.
McKenzie, they've done it. McKenzie has it by 2.
It's McKenzie in a dominant performance, pure class in the Malibu.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings. Selected on pedigree and conformation, this sale offers New York's finest. Recent graduates include graded stakes winners Robin Sparkles and Therapist.
It's Therapist who's up by a length and a half. Therapist wins the United Nations Stakes.
In 2023, over $60 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 13th and 14th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Look at this, JK. Don't always have to do Shake Shack. Taste of New York Pavilion. All about New York-made food and beverage. Fans can visit Thursdays through Sundays, noon to 5. Everything from New York craft beer, hard cider, cheese, chocolate, gelato. Taste of New York Pavilion at Saratoga.
Look, I'm open to all of that, but just for the record, I mean, if I get a Shake Shack from over there in Saratoga, it's made in New York too. So I just want to be clear about that. That Shake Shack is made here, fresh. But yes, I'm going to get over there to this Taste of New York. Looks like they have some adult beverages that look delicious as well.
Just saying, you got options. You have options. Nothing for jockeys, Gary.
Retired.
Meantime, Fox Saratoga Saturday does continue. Headline event, Grade 1 4-star day. Just 3 weeks left. Alabama 3-year-old fillies championship implications, and same can be said for the Midsummer Derby, the Travers Stakes on August 26th. At Travers, this colt will be there. Arcangelo, Belmont Stakes winner, breezing on Sunday, Gary, has not raced since the Belmont. So what have you noticed from his training?
Well, they cranked it up a notch for this workout, 2 weeks out from the race, approximately, and he's doing this pretty much on his own, but they're letting him do it. He wound up going the 5/8 in a minute and 1/5, but the gallop out, the work within the work starts here at the finish line. They're letting him out a notch. They're letting him do what he wants to do. He galloped out the 3/4 fast. He was really even. He galloped out strong, went the mile and went 139 and change, and out the mile and an 8 in 151, working by himself. And I would say that all the heavy lifting's done now. He'll come back with something probably a little bit easier this week, on Monday or Tuesday, whenever she's deciding to do something with him. But this horse, he trains strong every day. His gallops are strong in the morning.
Big gallop out, thanks to our friends at XBTV. JK, we made such a big deal about Forte trying to win the Belmont Stakes off 10 weeks rest. What about Arcangelo trying to win the Travers, not having raced in 11 weeks?
Well, I mean, I think that the biggest issue there is that these horses are all still, you know, during the Triple Crown, during the Derby, the Preakness, and the Belmont, they're all trying to prove that distance isn't going to be a problem. So I think when it came to Forte running in the 1.5-mile race, the Belmont, the concern about his layoff was first time going 1.5 miles off a long layoff like this. Ooh, are you going to handle that? With Arcangelo, that long break, it's not a concern. He won a 1.5 mile classic. So you're not concerned that he'll get the distance. The layoff is significantly less concern for him than it was for Forte going into the Belmont.
No concern about the lack of a traditional Travers prep for you, Paulie?
You know, I don't know. You could take it both ways. The horses have been running, and he's been sitting on the sidelines, and he's fresh. Now, could he be too fresh? That's what you have to worry about. I thought Gary and Mick both made good points that all the heavy lifting is done. Now, do you just want to back off him a little bit and ease up a little bit on him now? Because he looks like he's doing very, very well in the morning.
So, Gary, Javier Castellano will ride instead of the Kentucky Derby winner in Mage. How did this all come about? How did this come together?
Well, it's a difficult decision, and he hadn't made a decision. And they went to him late last week. They had a deadline that they wanted to know something. They were concerned it's going to be a full-over type field, and they thought that a lot of the top riders were already going to be obligated. They had an opportunity to get Luis Saez back aboard him, who was second on him in the Florida Derby. I think learned a lot about him that day. If he hits the lead too early, he will pull up a little bit. So they had that going for him. So they just told Javier, look, you missed the deadline. We made the decision for you, but we totally understand the handle with class. And so did Javier handled it with the class himself. He said, I understand. And appreciate you being honest with me, and good luck. You did the right thing because you got a jock that knows him.
Well, in Javier's defense, you know, there's still some weeks to the Travers. and he wanted to wait to the last possible moment
Absolutely.
before he made his decision because he didn't want to get stuck on the sideline.
Yeah, horse could get a cough, a fever, anything can happen.
If one of them was clearly better than the other one, I do believe Javier would have made a decision earlier. But when you have two horses that are just kind of similar feeling, you got to wait to the last possible minute.
Well, you never know. Like, listen, Saudi Crown got put in the last minute and almost won the Jim Dandy. So you just never know what's going to happen. And listen, Team Mage wanted a decision, you know, and I don't blame them. And you're right. Javier could have tried to wait as long as he could, but obviously he's probably thinking, okay, you know, Arcangelo is right now working very, very well. Mage, the last two times, I'll go with Arcangelo. It's really hard to take off a Derby winner, let's be honest.
I don't question Javier Castellano in the Travers. 6-time winner looking for a 7th with Arcangelo. The expected competition, 2 of the top 3 exiting the Jim Dandy. Derby winner, Preakness winner, Curlin winner, all Travers bound in 16 days. Speaking of the Derby winner, Mage, drilling on Saturday, Gary. What are you noticing from him exiting the Haskell and preparing for the Travers?
This was more or less the same kind of work that Arcangelo had. It was a little bit slower. He went 101 and changed, but you can see him. He's just on cruise control right here. He's not being asked to do anything whatsoever, and he'll complete the workout. 101 flat, basically. Forget about that 03. But the work within the work kind of starts when he hits the finish line. He'll gallop out strong as well. Just very similar to what Arcangelo did.
Once again, thanks to our friends at XB TV. Paul, what did you make of his effort in the Haskell, finishing 2nd to Go Rocket Ride?
Listen, he's been fine. I mean, listen, he won the Kentucky Derby, came back in the Preakness, he fired a good shot. He fired another good shot in the Haskell. And let's not forget, I think a lot of people were saying, what's the matter with Forte in the Florida Derby, where they didn't give Mage the credit. You know, Mage gave Forte all he could handle in the Florida Derby. So for a lot of people to think that Forte is going to be, he'll probably end up being your favorite at post time, but this horse who won the Kentucky Derby took him down to the wire in the Florida Derby as well, and he might like it up here. You know, it's all who's going to like it up here the best. You know, that's a pretty good group of 3-year-olds lined up for the Travers.
That felt like the perfect prep to me in Mage. Louis Saya seeking a 3rd Travers, having struck with Will Take Charge and Essential Quality. Let's revisit the Jim Dandy, Gary. The steward's decision aside, what did Forte show you on this afternoon?
I loved his race, everything about it except for the bumping around, and forget about that. What's done is done, and he proved he was the best horse in this race. I think he was the best horse by quite a bit. I liked what I saw with the blinkers on him. He was more aggressive early, and he was up under Irad's hands. In other words, he was taking him instead of him stopping, going, stop. And it's really hard to ride a horse that's not taking you, especially in these classic races. And you know, I was impressed by the way that he fought and really put his head down. I think if he had a clean trip, some things were done differently, I think it would have been a lot easier winner. The point is, he had a workout this morning also that was done without the blinkers on, in company, and it was just one that sort of a maintenance type drill. Todd said he'd do a little more with him, you know, this next week when they come back and breeze him again. But look, he's a racehorse. He's got to be respected. Unlucky to have been scratched out of the Kentucky Derby. He was your favorite, and he was a deserved favorite. And I'm sure that he's going to go favored again in the Travers, and he deserves to be.
Lafitte's pretty simple for me. Going into the Derby, my biggest question with Forte is speed figures were a little bit light.
Yeah.
Mage won the race, who they've been competing against each other, so I felt a little bit better about it. He finally got over that hump and ran a 105 buyer. He's now the horse I always thought he was, and I think he could be potentially pretty tough in the Travers.
He's won a couple grade 1s too. Let's be honest.
And he's willing. Never mind if you agreed with that the stewards didn't disqualify him, Paul. That the willing to fight and dig in. Like, you can't teach that. He ran really fast, and that's great. That's the progression we've been waiting for from 2 to 3. But it is scrappy and tough as he is as well.
Well, when you looked at the body of the race in the Jim Dandy, you know, Saudi Crown was lone speed. Gary makes a great point. He popped out of the gate very sharp with the blinkers on. It's the best he's ever broken in his career. And Irad had a load of horse around the turn. He didn't know really where to go. Did he bully his way out? Yeah, he bullied his way out, but he had a ton of horse, and he was the best horse that day. I'm with Gary. Saudi Crown fought to the end, but he had an easy lead the whole way around, and Forte was loaded most of the way. And here's a horse now that ran a good, race off a big lie off in the Belmont going a mile and a half, then comes here and runs that race. He could improve even more. And again, he was a 2-year-old champion, and he's starting to show off a little bit. Maybe, hey, boys, I'm still maybe the best 3-year-old here.
This is exciting. After last year's Jim Dandy, we said, okay, we know who the horse to beat is now. Epicenter. It is wide open as it's ever been. This chase for a 3-year-old title as we get closer and closer to the Travers. That building will be rocking. 50,000, 55,000 here for the Midsummer Derby. We can't wait. You'll see it all on Fox. When we come back, National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame 2023 class inducted last Friday. In case you've never experienced or it's been a while, things have changed. The Tour, that's next.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga, so I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33 and 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spicedown was a super fast horse, certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
It's going to be a front-running score for no parole in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. It's in 1 minute, 21 and 2/5 seconds.
We looked at the Hall of Fame, the whole team here, and it was sleepy. So we needed to have them more interactive and lively. And our goal was to be the best sports Hall of Fame in the country. And we sought out the best people to help us achieve that goal. Well, it's a race day gallery. This is kind of get the people ready for the main event, which is the track and the races. And so this gets the excitement built up before they go in and see the film. So you can explore the different tracks that were in existence and still are in existence. You get to see the winner's circle, get your picture taken with a horse, do a race call. You can explore the plaques. You can go to the interactive jockeys and trainers and see their quotes, see their photos, see their videos. And you really get a feel for who they were. Because a lot of these people have passed on. And you see their races come to life. You could spend all day in there. And I think we've accomplished our goal of being the best sports Hall of Fame in the country. And I'm very proud of this team.
It's the same Hall of Fame, but a brand new experience, the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. And then you have the Hall of Fame Stakes, postponed, rescheduled. Tomorrow, race 8, 3-year-olds, mile on grass. Number 2 is Carl Spackler, Caddyshack fans. And More Than Looks, who is the favorite, will preview. But first things first, not sure we have any Hall of Famers in this one. Just a $16,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime, 7/8 of a mile. And we start with an outsider, Ginsu Warrior. It's been tough sledding for this guy, 1 for 24 lifetime.
Yeah, and doesn't really have any numbers that fit in here. 39-1, 35-1 last time, did 0 running.
Magical Ways, big class drop.
Yeah, claimed for 40, 2 races since then, has not done much, and now David Jacobson drops his horse for 16.
Scoto, been a while since he's been a threat to win.
Yeah, the 1 and the 3 in here were the only 2 horses I thought couldn't win. I think the rest of them can.
With no name, 3-year-old debut, Javier Castellano takes over.
Pretty cool name.
Yeah.
I've never been on a horse with no name.
Number 5, Moving Pictures at 5-2, Raylu riding for Rudy Rod.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's got okay pace figures. He feels like the type of horse that will appreciate stretching from 6 to 7.
10-1, sounds spooky. More realistic spot for him.
Yeah, he cuts back, way back in class. I mean, and he does drop. I mean, that last race, he was 52-1. He was way outmatched.
Poppy on Ice, 17-1.
Yeah, hadn't broke well the last 2 of the last 3 starts. We'll need a break better to beat this group, not without a chance.
Sways and Medina, second at this level, 2 starts back.
Yeah, you know, you can honestly say this horse has been in pretty good form. Took the blinkers off after the W. I mean, needs to improve, though.
And Pine Valley, best one involved early, Jamie Torres rides.
Yeah, outside draw, tactical speed, and then you get the nice apprentice Jamie Torres up, and also cutting back. So you got to think we'll be finishing a little bit when some of these might, you know,
be
slowing down.
home.
You have angles to work with. Like a little will go a long way in this 8th race post time. 5 minutes. And then tomorrow night, Standard Red Racing on America's Day/evening at the races. Acacia will be on set with Kevin McDermott. Dan Patch night at Hoosier Park. Gabe Pruitt, Emily Radcliffe on site. The Dan Patch, it's race 13 live on America's Day at the races. Acacia's a machine.
It's a
machine.
That's a prestigious pace, too. And Hoosier Park, if you're not familiar, used to run thoroughbreds, now is just straight standardbreds. And the great Mike Chamberlain calls races there. He's a very good race caller.
We'll have it for you tomorrow night. Back at Saratoga, we have the 8th race, and you're looking at Pine Valley at 5-1. This was 3 starts back, JK, mid-June. Parks a little bit farther, a mile. Pine Valley is collared, but watch him fight to the wire.
Oh, he sure did. And look, like I said, the pace figures, the higher the better, like a quarterback rating. And football, in that early part of that race were good. It's kind of a way to kind of measure the sectional times within the race. And they translate well to this group, and I like the outside draw. And I like the fact this horse is cutting back from the 8 furlongs to the 7. I think we said during the post parade, well, this horse can put himself in position, and if the rest of the horses to the inside start to get a little tired, he's going to be outside perched perfectly to kind of run by him. And you don't really have to worry about him getting stopped. Maybe he'll go a little wider than you would want him to travel, but he's got the stamina on that cutback to be able to kind of handle those extra few steps.
Yeah, and the young apprentice, Jamie Torres, has shown me a lot this summer, halfway through. Kid with a lot of ability, and he doesn't ride like an apprentice. And anytime you're getting this weight break, this horse has been carrying 123, 121 pounds his last several races. He's getting in with 117 pounds today because of the 5-pound apprentice allowance, and he's making a difference. So he's taking advantage of that 5 pounds.
The machine is going with Pine Valley. Acacia, what are you seeing from Pine Valley?
Thanks, Lafitte. Those shows are past my bedtime, but I will be well caffeinated and really looking forward to sharing the set with Kevin McDermott tomorrow night for the Dan Patch. But taking a look at Pine Valley in here, as Jonathan mentioned, I do think that the outside post with this running style will suit. And sometimes you wonder how out-of-town form will stack up coming here to the NYRA circuit. But I think that they're being very realistic with him. They drop in for the 16,000. So like, I consider it kind of a lateral move to those condition 25 types that he was facing a couple races back. And I just think that he's saying probably not going to leave home with him, but maybe putting him just in the right spot. And he looks tremendous today. He's strong, he's well muscled, he's been sharp out there. He's done everything right so far. A horse that's been taking a lot of money is the number 4, With No Name, who was 8-1 on the morning line. And I know it's a huge drop in class after trying the Sleepy Hollow last time, but they claimed him for 40. Usually, if you break your maiden for 40,000, you're worth kind of half of that. So coming back for 16 would be logical. He also comes back as a gelding, which I think will really suit him well, because I remember even back in the fall when he broke his maiden, from my notes, he was kind of sidestepping, dropped his rider behind the gate, just a little bit tough to handle throughout the running of the race as well. He does come back here with a Houghton bit or a cage bit for horses that have the tendency to get out a bit. He's fit enough, but he's been much more relaxed in the preliminaries here coming back for Tom Morley, and have to just give a shout out to the whole team with embracing the hot pink of Flying P. John Atfield was on his head in the paddock in a bright pink suit, and even his front wraps hot pink as well, which we love to see. The number 5, Moving Pictures, another one taking a bit of a drop in class, which I think should suit. I just think facing a little bit tougher. The last time he ran at this level, he was finishing second. He had a nice warm-up out on the track. Raylu Gutierrez took him right away from the pony, had his ears pricked, moving well, and most importantly, Lafitte, with the old racing adage, Raylu Gutierrez was the first person I saw when I walked into the track today. So that's usually, if you believe in those things, means he's going to win a race today.
Like the most reliable handicapping angle there is, Paulie. Bodes well for your horse here.
I actually think the 5 is going to be a bear in here, and I do think the 9. Now the 4 is taking a lot of money, so reportedly this horse has been working well. But when you look at the 5, the horse did not break well last time when putting the blinkers on. You go back to some of those races at Gulfstream Park and Monmouth. I mean, they absolutely lay over this field. So I think the 5 is going to be very, very tough, but I do understand why everybody does like the 9 in here. The 5 needs to stop causing his own problems.
Let's see if he can get out of his own way. Being coaxed forward, JK, race shape, what are we looking for early?
You know, I like the 9. I'm just hoping the pace isn't too quick, and I hope the 9 can find a way. If the 9 can find a way to the 2 path, I think he's the winner.
Final thought, George Wolf?
I like the 9 as well.
You like the 9 as well.
I'm on the JK train.
Moving into line, Frank Mirmati with the call. Post-time race 8, live Saratoga.
2 more left to load. Waiting on Pine Valley, who walks up and in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Moving Pictures is hustled out to take the lead. Sways In My DNA up close in the early going, and here's Magical Ways shooting through along the inside with those white blinkers to take second. And so it's Moving Pictures just in front, joined and passed now by Magical Ways, and Pine Valley 3 deep, a half length off them in third. Sounds Spooky in between horses, fourth. With No Name is on the inside of Sways In My DNA. It's 3 more lengths back to Ginsu Warrior, then a big gap to the 2 trailers, Pappy on Ice and Scotto. The opening quarter in 23 seconds flat, and it's Magical Ways in front. Moving Pictures is trying to get right back to him on the outside within 3/4 of a length. 2 more to Pine Valley, who's in third, but has lost some ground. Now 4 off the pace. It's another 3 back to Sways In My DNA. 1/4 mile to go. Moving Pictures and Magical Ways. Moving Pictures on the outside. Magical Ways hanging tough at the rail. 5 lengths back, Sways In My DNA. With No Name is down on the fence there, 1/8 mile from home. And it's Moving Pictures just in front. Magical Ways a neck back second. Sways In My DNA third. Moving Pictures, Magical Ways, head and head to the wire. It's going to be close, and it's going to be Magical Ways. Out finishing Moving Pictures. Long way back, Pappy on Ice and Sounds Spooky.
Haven't we seen that finish earlier today? Magical Ways, Moving Pictures. Moving Pictures looked like he had him put away, Gary Stevens, and Magical Ways and Manny Franco had other ideas.
Yeah, and he shot straight out to lead, Moving Pictures did, and then these 2 went toe-to-toe from the word go. Magical Ways claimed for 40, takes his drop. I've been running for 50 starters and dropping into 16. If there was any hint that he was going to be what he once was, well, today was the day. And watch right here, when Ray Lou swoops down, he wants to intimidate this horse. Bad move today, Ray Lou.
Well, I mean,
little
right
tap, little contact, the same as we saw earlier today. The inside horse has got some back class and just re-engaged.
Yeah, Gary, I want to kind of watch that again. I have a question. When you said that he kind of went down to intimidate him, it looked like the 5 switch leads, which to me could have been the reason that they kind of got a little tired.
Well, he's in his right lead right now.
He does not need to go in. All he needed to do is to stay left-handed, right, Gary?
Yeah. The horse didn't switch leads. He just, I don't know.
He put the stick away too, and he tried to hand ride and go home.
He pulled the horse over there, or let him come over to do that, and instead of. Here's my deal. My deal is in a situation like that, ride your own horse. Just ride your own horse.
Acacia, how'd you see it?
Well, it looked to me, Lafitte, like Moving Pictures, who was trying for an extended period to get by the number 2, Magical Ways, who had set the pace. He actually did switch to his correct outside right lead, and then he swapped back to the left lead, and that's when he kind of went back towards the 2. He did everything right up until that point, but sometimes when horses are really digging in, right there he's on his correct outside right lead, and then he's going to go back to the left. When they're tiring, when they're really digging in, sometimes they'll go back to that left lead, and that's when he comes in. I think he was just trying so hard to get by and just not able to do so.
Both horses trying. Good call there, JK and Acacia, on swapping back to his left lead. But my feeling, I've rode enough of these races, when you get on a gritty horse and someone comes over and tries to intimidate him, it makes them want to fight back too. They're like a couple of scrappers, you know, just getting after it, bare knuckle to knuckle.
If Moving Pictures had defeated Magical Ways, is that a foul?
It would have been a tough call to make.
Moot,
it was very slight. I don't know if they would have or not. I wouldn't have wanted to have to call it.
2-5-7-6. Magical Ways. Manny Franco, 2 wins on the afternoon. David Jacobson, another one here at Saratoga. Results when we come back. Plus, our old friends at Cabin Creek. You could visit them and come to Saratoga the same day. Just a 20-minute drive. Retired thoroughbreds that thrive at Old Friends. That's next.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the 4-Star Dave, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today. As in race number 8, Magical Ways took them every step under Manny Franco for his second win today. Manny, your horse dug in, too. You would not let the other one by.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he was trying so hard, so I was the same way, you know. I'm trying to get that second, reaction, and he gave it to me in the 16 pole. I feel like I'm gonna come back, and we did, so glad we got it done.
You're able to set the pace with him, and he was sharp in the preliminaries. And we see this a lot from you, that you really get horses that can get in stride going forward. How important is that for you?
Yeah, because I think the break is very important to win races. When you have a horse with chance and you wanna win, you gotta put your horse on a great spot to try to get it done, and that's what I do with my horse. I try to warm them up, all of them, if I can, and try to put them in the right spot.
Worked out for you today so far, and tomorrow on the Evans Ship, and you're going to be riding Dr. Ardito, who you've been on pretty regularly throughout his career. What can you tell us about him? He seems to just do his job every time.
He's a nice horse. He always strives for me, and like I say, he's a nice horse. Hopefully tomorrow we have a good trick, good setup, and try to come with our run, like he always does.
Well, we look forward to it. Congratulations on a 2-win day here.
Thank you, Cassia.
Manny Franco taking them every step of the way with Magical Ways, Lafitte.
Determined run, Magical Ways. Manny Franco, 2 on the afternoon. JK, just a $16,000 claimer. These horses aren't going to be mistaken with graded stakes runners anytime soon. Exciting horse race.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's this game, right? It could be at the highest level, and it could be at the lower levels as well. These horses have heart, and the riders have heart, and everyone's out there trying, and it can lead to some exciting stretch duels, whether you had the 2 Magical Waves who paid $9.70, or you had Moving Pictures who ran second.
And Paul, it was like watching LaDon Bro and Wall Street all over again.
No, another good race down to the wire. LaDon Bro, who started out this pick 5, as you can see. Then Alpha Bella won a match race. That might play a little bit better than you think, considering she beat a 1-5 shot, and then you get Magical Ways. This horse was up from the 2-1 morning line. Was not really getting bet at the windows.
All right, so 3 down, 2 left in the late pick 5. Race number 9 off the turf on the main track from the Wilson Chute. There's the field updated odds. Number 7, Deputy Connect, 9-5, the favorite with about 23 minutes to post. When we return, the return of a Grade 1 winner in American Revolution. He'll make his way down that path into the paddock tomorrow. Cigar Mile winner, unraced since last summer's Jockey Club Gold Cup. He runs tomorrow in the Evan Shipman. Stay tuned. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Smiling faces, the kids, the fans out at Saratoga. First of many trips for her. More than 1 million last summer. Nothing like the Saratoga faithful. JK will teach him how to handicap. He's like a blank look on his face. Like, I'm going to do what? How to do what?
All right, look, I got an 11-year-old. I already went through that.
Well, here's
I've
the
been
thing.
trying to teach him, though.
Well, we just found out Miguel Clement speaks 4 languages. It's actually 5 languages because horse racing is a different language.
It's own language in itself.
Yes.
Would you suggest, betting on American Revolution tomorrow is a question? Even money favorite for the Friday feature in the one of 3 stakes races Friday. The Evan Shipman, he is a Grade 1 winner, having won the Cigar Mile, Gary. Last seen chasing the likes of Olympiad in last summer's Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, 1.25 miles, and he ran a huge race, big race, and he's been off since then. This looks to me to be a prep for something more than what he's going to be doing on Saturday. What that will be, will he bring him back in the Jockey Club Gold Cup here at the end of the meet? But this is a stepping stone after being off since, well, pretty much a year.
It could be
11 months.
It's a stepping stone, JK, that you look at and you're like, well, he's faced New York breds 3 times in stakes races. He's won by a combined 24.5 lengths. So, it could be a prep, but he still might be just much the best.
Well, look, you've watched those shows.
Yeah.
You watch our shows, and you've heard us, the commercials say the New York breds start with an advantage. Look, the advantage is you get to run in these types of races, especially, and it's a huge advantage when you have a Grade 1 horse like this. This horse can compete in Grade 1 races, and he will. I'm sure he will, but along the way, you can pick up the pieces in a lot of these New York bred stakes as well. So, he definitely does have an advantage.
Well, look, he just worked in a minute. His last race prior to the race on Saturday, and the reason I say it's a prep race is, well, they're getting paid. If he wins it, they're getting paid 60% of $125,000 for a paid workout, and that's what it's supposed to be, I think.
Already earned more than $1.2 million. The return of American Revolution. 5-year-old debut tomorrow in the Evan Shipman, as promised. 3 stakes races tomorrow afternoon. The Union Avenue, the Grade 2 Hall of Fame, rescheduled with 3-year-olds. And finally, the Evan Shipman. Catch all the action right here on Fox Sports 2, Saratoga Live. When we come back, our old friends, about 10 miles or so from Saratoga, take such good care of thoroughbreds once retired. That story's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Welcome to Old Friends at Cabin Creek. We've been here almost 14 years. We're a sanctuary for our retired horses. It's just like coming to a museum with live horses. Our mission is to provide a dignified retirement and also to raise awareness for aftercare due to the fact that horses can live into their 30s and the racing careers are so short. And some just can't be retrained, so they do need a place to live out their lives. People are just amazed how close they can get to them and how mellow some of them are. And, you know, after watching them on the racetrack just be these massive athletes, it's so nice to learn all about horses, you know, every aspect of their lives. And so it's great to be able to teach people. We are 100% donations. We're a 501c3, and we're grateful to the industry for what they do, but it's mainly the fans that come and just want to help. Horses are magical in so many ways, and it's just a wonderful thing to watch them relax and just become a horse and become an ambassador for aftercare.
King Kanji, I think he ran second, third in the Saranac about a decade or so ago. For more information, visit oldfriends@cabincreek.com. Such an important cause. Acacia is with us. Acacia is involved as you are with Thoroughbred Aftercare and Old Friends Cabin Creek. They have a big event on the horizon.
They do, Lafitte, and this will be the second big event for Old Cabin Creek, Old Friends at Cabin Creek this summer, as they did team up with my organization, Racing for Home, a couple weeks ago to have our kind of more formal event, and they wanted to make sure to have an event at the farm and include the horses and include everybody that's here. It's free to come by, party at the farm on Tuesday, August 15th from 10 to 2. Food will be available. There'll be an ice cream truck, some wine tasting, raffle, silent auction. So definitely come over. No admission fee, but obviously please go over, make a donation, check out the silent auction and raffle items, and you'll have an opportunity to go to the farm. It's only about a 20-minute drive from downtown Saratoga, and there are some incredible horses there at Old Friends at Cabin Creek, including their most recent addition, a Shin Forward, who, if you follow New York racing, you might recognize as a horse that sired quite a few New York breds here locally who raced over in Japan, and Vivian Malloy from Edition Farm brought back here stateside, bred a few mares, and has now been gelded and retired at Old Friends at Cabin Creek. And he's a wonderful new addition to the farm. So hope you have an opportunity to go over, say hello to him and all of their special residents.
Our old friends and some of our fan favorites as racing fans, just a commentator there.
Yeah, my old friend.
Who you want to Whitney with?
Absolutely.
Fast New York bred, and it's funny because now we see these images and these horses at Old Friends and such, so well taken care of. Somebody will mention Silver Charm. I don't necessarily think of the Derby or the Preakness now, or the runner-up, you know, effort bidding for a Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but the images of you spending time with him now in retirement.
Yeah, after he'd gone off to Japan to stand stud, and I got to be there right when he'd gotten out of quarantine. I didn't know that there was going to be a television crew there. And I got pretty teary-eyed when I met, because I hadn't seen him since the last time I had been on his back when he'd been retired to stud. So I get out there and see him every spring and every fall whenever I get the opportunity. And not just him, but all of their horses. And that's in Kentucky. But it's just a great operation that Michael Bounds has taken as his pet and turned it into this wonderful thing that it is now for retired racehorses.
That big event coming up. More information again, oldfriends@cabincreek.com. Just about 10 miles here from Saratoga. Horses in the paddock for the 9th. And you're looking at a 4-to-1 shot drawn towards the outside. Number 13 in South Street. On the main track here, distance of a mile here, South Street. Let's go back to 2 starts back. This was early June, Belmont, JK, before Linda Rice claimed him, South Street in this particular effort on the main track.
Yeah, Belmont had South Street that day, and horse ran well, got a nice speed figure, showed some nice tactical speed, which obviously is I think, a big advantage in some of these off-the-turf races. He's drawn towards the outside and then switched to the barn of Linda, who's been having such an outstanding this meet, the meet before as well. So you'd like to think there's a possibility this horse could take a step forward. A little disappointed how the horse ran last time, but did run a fast speed figure, so maybe is just kind of a hidden improvement.
He's 7-2, riders up. Jose Lascano, Paulie, who'd you come up with in this one?
Well, I landed on the 7 in here, but I do think the 13 could be tough, Deputy Connect, because he benefited the most for this race getting off the turf. You do look at South Street and you wonder, he was behind Dr. Ardito. Dr. Ardito's in that Evan Shipman. I would think he's going to be third or fourth choice in there. He's a nice horse for Chad Brown. I just think that the Brad Cox horse has got a lot of dirt experience in here.
Lafitte, I think the 14 is interesting. We can probably talk about it a little bit more, Skate to Heaven. But this is a horse that ran in the Lexington, which is kind of like the forgotten Derby prep because it's so close to the Derby. It's more of like a last points, try to get in type of race. But still, it is a Triple Crown prep. This is a race that we're in today. These horses are protected. And the fact that Linda got this horse, who had some talent at one point but looked to be going the wrong direction, she could have ran this horse for a tag somewhere. But she decided to run in here protected MTO. Kind of makes me think that maybe we'll see what we used to see from this horse.
That's what I like about him is this is class relief for him today. Actually, after that non-winners of one last time out, and he ran decent.
And here's the other horse that's getting bet. And I don't know because the dirt races aren't good, but the blinkers might have changed the 5 here, Miracle Mike, with Tyler Gaffleone, because 3 starts with blinkers been a lot better, and this horse is getting bet.
Gaffleone looking for a 4th. Post-parade, Mighty Atlas, Manny Franco looking for a 3rd.
Yeah, been on the turf the last 2 starts for Tom Morley. Switches to Mike Maker, but the dirt races weren't much in the past.
Suerte, 10-1. Catch me if you can.
Yeah, this horse does have a nice little win on the dirt at Tampa. Switches barns from Owen Hardy to Michael Maker and gets Dylan Davis.
Is he invisible? It's out there somewhere. There's the 5, Miracle Mike, Human Element intact, Gaffleone, Pletcher.
Yeah, Gaffleone already, 3 wins on the day?
Looking for a 4th.
Making the right decisions. This horse has some sneaky okay back dirt races. And the turf race last time where they got the win, maybe this horse just kind of found his form and can now obviously handle the dirt.
It's a competitive race. Number 6, Yono, owned and trained by Jeff Hiles.
Yeah, the best race on this 4-year-old's form was basically here last time at Saratoga. And wheels right back.
Deputy Connected. Defeated favorite facing similar week 2 of the meet. Wagering public not concerned.
Paulie, I completely agree with everything you said about the 7 Deputy Connect, but hopefully they're listening in the truck. I want to change my pick to the 14 because that price is entirely too large. I was going to pick the 7.
JK pivoting. Number 8, Kingdom of Paws, and John Velasquez rode his sire to a Derby win, Animal Kingdom.
This one for Elaine Potts, 0 for 5 with no placings on the dirt, so it's going to have to improve, obviously.
Kingfish Stevens, only 5-1, but on paper, just looks a lot better on grass.
Yeah, the last 3 dirt races, man, make this horse extremely competitive if the race was being run on the grass. I just don't really believe this horse wants to run on the dirt.
I hear you. Bucker 2, exiting sprints. How aggressive will Jose Gomez be?
Well, this horse has never been on dirt. I would think usually turf speed translates to dirt, not the other way around. I would think the 12 is going to be in front here, or at least try to go to the front.
South Street, first of 2 entered. MTO, trained by Linda Rice.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense in here. I just prefer the 7 in terms of the most likely winner. But like I said, I'm going to switch my pick to the 14. I think this horse presents too much value.
At 16-1, Skate to Heaven, make the rider Kendrick Carmouche.
And, JK makes a good point. You look at this horse's maiden breaking score. It was a nice figure. Then they went into the Lexington, like you say, they lost the Tawny Port, and he kind of lost his way a little bit. That last race on the turf was not awful, so you need to get back to where he was. And this is a kind of field you need to, but the way the 7's warming up, they might be all in trouble.
Revving his engines, 9-5. Deputy Connect, as always. We invite you to join us at Naira Bets. Sign up, use that promo code SPA200, earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Deputy Connect, Gary. Yeah, he looks like he's ready to roll the way he's being warmed up here with Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself. And you know what? I've been zigging when I should have been zagging all day long. This was my original pick today. And
everybody going to change their picks now?
Off the turf. And I even liked him on trying turf for the first time. And when the 13 scratched in, I flip-flopped. And I kind of did the same thing the race before. I flip-flopped off of the David Jacobson horse there and should have stayed right where I was with the price it was coming at. But I like this horse. I like the way he's warming up. Brad Cox, always reliable, more than reliable, having an excellent meet up here himself.
Acacia, why should today be any different for Deputy Connect, who again was the favorite, facing similar in his most recent and third, yes, but defeated 10 lengths?
It's a very big question in here, Lafitte. I did slightly prefer him against some of the others because of some of the recent decent dirt for him. I think that when you have a race like he had last time, going a 1 1/8 miles against Paddington, who seemed to be very well meant in that spot, and against some true dirt horses. Here, he's facing some horses who are more turf horses. And this is actually my first time laying eyes on him. I wasn't in the paddock for his last race. He is like a prancing pony out there. He is sharp, but he warmed up beautifully. I love that he has been, since he was so energetic, Flavian Pratt took him right away from the pony, gave him a great warm-up out on the track. I really liked what I saw from him. And more than anything, he looks like a dirt horse. Looks tremendous coming back here for a second start of the meet. And I do think that this will be a preferable spot for him. Now, taking a look at the main track only runners, the 13 South Street. This is a horse that Linda Rice was aggressive with last time when she claimed him, because stepped up to face the likes of Barese, who we're also going to see facing Stakes Company this weekend too. He's a horse that can be really tricky at the gate. He doesn't break well, and he actually broke the sharpest that he ever has 2 starts back when he broke through the starting gate before the race began, and he actually broke his bridle in the process. They had to put a nylon bridle on him at the gate, and they always keep all kinds of different equipment at the starting gate in the event that something like that might happen. So watch him in the gate and how he breaks. Jose Lascano gave him a big warm up on the track because he is not a horse that typically gets out of the gate well. The 14 Skate to Heaven, first time for Linda Rice, and I can see why they tried him on the turf last time. He looks to me like a horse, and just watching his replays, that never really took a big step forward from 3 to 4. He's a very lightly framed type of horse, and sometimes those types have an easier time getting over the turf. He's very fit coming in here. Had a good warm-up out on the track. I just do wonder if he kind of still has it in him and if he can run back to some of those races he did earlier in his career, Lafitte.
JK's top selection, Acacia, 11-1 Skate to Heaven. And Gary, just great to see Kendrick Carmouche, win-loser draw here, back in the saddle after being involved in that fall earlier today.
Yeah, there was a stumble. He never missed a race. Got up, dusted off, came back, and had one that ran really well right after, finished in second. So always nice to see.
I took a bad step the other day, just walking out of my house, and I almost didn't come to work. So I got nothing but respect for what you did throughout your career, Gary, and what the rest of these guys and girls do.
Well, thanks, JK. May I ask how you took a bad step?
Yeah, we got these like kind of weird steep steps, and my wife always makes me take the dog out, but he's too small, so you got to carry him down the steps. And you know, I'm getting older.
Misstep, okay.
Yeah, you know.
No, I hear you.
Your beard's still black. You're going to fake enough twisted ankles until the responsibility of walking the dog becomes hers?
Oh, we don't walk the dog. He's a French bulldog. He doesn't want to be walked. He will protest after about 17 steps.
You
got a stroller?
Yeah, you don't want to get turf toe walking your dog. That would be bad.
You thought the Kenny McPeak horse didn't want to load in the gate. Rigatoni will slam on the brakes.
Rigatoni.
Rigatoni. What a great name for a dog.
Ninth race here, making their way. That Wilson shoot off the turf on the main track. Look, I don't know that we had appreciated it enough last year, and fortunately last year we were very lucky not to have. We didn't lose as many grass races. It didn't rain as much last summer. It was like, I think, the 4th driest summer in terms of turf races lost at Saratoga. Now we're getting a sense of how much we appreciate the construction of this Wilson shoot, Gary, that horsemen have an option when these races come off the turf, that it's not simply a matter of, okay, now you have to sprint or you have to run a mile and an eighth and nothing in between. Now you have this middle distance option.
Yeah, because if it was a mile and an eighth, we would have had horses scratching out of here that are now in, because they're this is a perfect distance, and it's, you know, it's worked out really well. It's been safe. The riders have, for the most part, been looking after each other coming out of there. But it's, you come out of there and it's a kind of a dog leg left, immediately into the backside, and it's turned into a great race. I enjoy watching it, and we're getting, you know, decent fields when we come off the turf. And mile and 16th races are shortened to this mile distance. Everything else pretty much stays the same.
Predicting the outcome of the races can be as difficult as predicting the outcome of the weather, as heavy downpours, heavy thunderstorms were expected throughout the course of the afternoon. And these forecasts are specific to Saratoga Racecourse from our contracted meteorologist. It has not rained yet. It has not rained just yet, but it is expected a little bit later on, I guess, this evening. It stayed dry to this point. The call was made. They're on the main track here. And out of this Wilson chute for race number 9, filing into the gate.
Wow. Are you lightning Lafitte, the weather reporter?
just passing along the messaging. Just passing along the messaging. Frank Birmati with the call, race 9 live, Saratoga.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bucker 2 is very quick away from the gate. And on the inside, Suerte showing speed. Kingfish Stevens now up to take the lead. So it's Kingfish Stevens in front. Bucker 2 is in second. Suerte in a line of 4 for the third spot. Kingdom on pause with the white and green stripe, 3 lengths off the pace. They're followed by Deputy Connect. South Street is 4 lengths off the lead. It's a gap of 4 back to Miracle Mike. The opening quarter went in 24 4/5 seconds. 4 lengths behind them, Skate to Heaven, racing on the outside of Mighty Atlas and Yono between those two. It's Kingfish Stevens to the half-mile pole, leading a length and a half. On the outside, Bucker 2 second. They went 48 and 2 for the half. Suerte a joint third. South Street, lime colors on the outside. A gap of 4, Deputy Connect needs to pick it up, losing ground at this stage. Being passed at the rail by Mighty Atlas, who's advancing nicely, 7 lengths off the leaders. From the back of the field, Yono making a wide bid, and also Miracle Mike. It's a wide open race as they pass the quarter pole and turn for home. Bucker 2, South Street on the outside. Here's Suerte the Gray coming swiftly, and in the center of the track, a continued rally for Mighty Atlas. They're in the final furlong, and it's now Suerte who comes away and pulls away. Suerte jogging home. Suerte handwritten to a 5-length win. Photo for second, that is very, very tight. It's either Mighty Atlas or South Street, could go either way. Then it was between Miracle Mike in a photo with Kingfish Stevens.
Suerte running away and hiding at 12-1. Dylan Davis in the 9th at Saratoga.
Yeah, first time for Mike Maker. This horse actually made his first start at Gulfstream for maiden 50. That's how he was eligible for this race. Shifted in the maiden special weights. Got the job done at Tampa in March. Man, strong ride from Dylan Davis. Good ride and a good race from Suerte.
Yeah, he never looked like the loser. I looked at you guys said the 4's loaded here, and you know the favorite had emptied out, JK, and this horse strided out nicely. And did he run 1-2 here? Did the 1 get up for second? Maker? Ooh, that's tight. Really tight. Wow.
Stage Luck. Stage Luck was the mom of Suerte. Bifrosted, Godolphin bred. Everything screamed dirt except for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times over tried.
Except for that. Except for the poor dirt races on his resume.
I wanted to mention, it's crazy. Maker runs 1-2 in here. You know, Mike is. He's been having like a kind of like, he's 9%, 10%. He's such a great trainer, but when he claims a horse, it's just usually they claim him for turf, which he was trying to do here. He left both of the horses in and they run 1-2, which is absolutely amazing. But when you look at Suerte, he had a decent race on the dirt, 66 buyer. The 1 had a 60 some odd buyer, and the favorites just didn't fire.
Jordan Wyckoff, Suerte, saw Mike Maker, Dylan Davis. If he was going to, JK, if he was going to have a chance, I thought he'd have to break sharp, establish the pace, and go wire to wire.
Without a doubt, Timeform US had this horse on the lead on their pace projector, which is a very useful tool. But look, races aren't run with pace projectors. They're run with 4-legged animals, and these riders making decisions out there on the fly, going into turns and coming out of turns and switching surfaces. And Mike Maker did an outstanding job getting this horse back to realizing what his pedigree was.
Maker 1-2. Suerte says Godspeed and good night. 4-1-13-5 plus 4-star Dave Saturday, Todd Pletcher, Annapolis, grade 1 winner. Can he turn the tables on Casa Creed and Emmanuel? Impressive in the poker. Todd Pletcher, dangerous 1-2 combo in Saturday's grade 1 4-star Dave.
Catholic Boy, a grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual Surface grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. F. Trice wins Toyota Bluegrass.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always brought to you in part by Hill and Dale. Adelapa, right through the trees. Suerte hit the front, accelerated late. Gary made that look all too easy at 12-1. Mike Maker 1-2 finish.
Yeah, and Dylan Davis, he's had a heck of a meet through this halfway point right now. And look at the return. He's had some returns, big returns.
Jordan Wyckoff, winning owner with Acacia in the winner's circle.
And apparently he told his wife to go to the airport because there wasn't going to be a win today. But always nice when that happens, and not exactly the way that we anticipated Suerte might get the victory.
No, I listened to you and Andy handicap earlier today, and they said the horse needs to be on the lead to win. So that's what I told Dylan. I said, come out of there, break with intent. We watched the replays before we bought the horse, and he gets very game on the lead. So he definitely got bumped. He bumped Maker's other horse out of the gate, but Dylan gave him a great ride.
And this was a horse, as you mentioned, purchased at the Horses of Racing Age sale. And you and Mike have had a lot of success doing that. What do you look for when you go to those sales?
Well, usually we look for the turf horses, but if you look back at the results, that 3-year-old turf boys were bringing crazy money. I think a Flintshire brought $180,000. So I was really focused on this horse because we thought, the other ones might be out of the budget. And this horse kind of had sneaky conditions because it was maiden 50, then he broke his air, then at Tampa, but it was for the tag. So that's what made him more appealing and certainly more in the budget.
And a good buy for sure. And you and Mike have teamed up for some nice wins together. Can you talk a little bit about that relationship and with your whole family, just getting involved in racing? And we've seen you a lot more active with some horses here in New York.
Yeah, Mike's the best. I mean, he's so even keel. I made a joke to him. I said when the horse walked in the paddock, he looked a little light, and I kind of called that the sales bounce. You know, some reason with the sales, it kind of takes him a start, as we were just discussing. And I said, Mike, you need to put me and my dad on the diet he's on. And Mike said, he'll run fine. But he's just the best. He's even keel. He manages us as well as he manages horses.
Your dad will probably take him to 15 Church.
I think no, we're going there tomorrow.
Well, you know where to find the White Cops, maybe at the restaurants downtown and in the winner's circle of feet.
Easily found, indeed. JK, 12-to-1 shots win all the time, but they don't win like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, that horse ran away from him. Like you said, it wasn't like a get loose on the front end, like Jordan kind of hinted to. He thought that was the best way. I thought that was the best way for the horse to win. He didn't get out of the front end and walk the dog, and I mean, he sat in behind horses and looked loaded when they turned for home.
Shake things up. Go ahead.
Watch the replay of that race. He kind of got jostled a little bit with the one. He ran a heck of a race of those.
Impressive. One left, $40,000 maiden claimer on the main track, 5.5 furlongs, field with updated odds and pay zone 2-to-1 along with Kasimba, about 23 minutes to post. Looking ahead to Saturday and the America's Best Racing's race of the week. $500,000 Grade 1 4-star Dave. There will be a title defense Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile. Casa Creed, last year's winner, 7-5. On the morning line, we did a little barnstorming. Let's meet the field, starting with the first of two, trained by Todd Pletcher. There is Emmanuel, unraced since winning the poker in June at Belmont.
Yeah, and listen, this lightly raced 4-year-old, he's 6 for 11 lifetime, and he's doing everything right, coming off of his that biggest effort in the poker last time out. That was back in June, so he's fresh, happy, and working well right now.
Full screen, trained by Mark Cassey. Campaign got stormy, 2-time 4-star Dave winner.
Yeah, this horse had one start in Mark Cassey's barn. Now we'll take the blinkers off, and Manny Franco will get aboard. 3 for 13 lifetime with $129,000 in his bank.
My Sea Cottage, second at 2, trained by Mark Cassey.
Yeah, this horse got loose on a very slow pace in a starter allowance race. These, some might say, are deeper waters.
Dylan Davis, who just won the last race, will pilot. Number 4, Annapolis, defeated favorite in the Kelso. Can he turn the tables on Casa Creed?
Yeah, look, he's earned $1,300,000 and change, $1,000, and I'll tell you, he's got to get out of the gate quicker than he has been getting out of the gate, but he always seems to create his own problems. If he does get out of the gate, he's in with a chance.
Grade 1 winner, only 5-1 in last fall's Breeders' Cup Mile, Annapolis. Then number 5 in So High would be a surprise. 7-year-old gelding, 23rd lifetime start.
Well, he's going to give you a little bit of a thrill. He's going to be in front. He likes to open up. Trainer Napier Shatterpaw and Ruben Silvero will be in to ride this big long shot. And it's the kind of horse that tries to just run off and take everybody by surprise, but he's going to have to be much the best.
To beat the likes of Casa Creed, trying to become just the 4th 2-time winner of the 4-star Dave.
Look, if they run in front of him, he can pick up the pieces as a closer. If they invite him in, he'll out-sprint them for home. Casa Creed is an extremely cool horse who can do a handful of things, and one of them is this 2-turn mile here at Saratoga.
Won the Jaipur twice, Grade 1 Sprint Belmont, now trying for a second 4-star Dave. Make it 3 for trainer Mark Cassey, and Ice Chocolat to be ridden by Joel Rosario.
Yeah, and he was coming out at the Kelso. He was actually 4th in there at big odds. It was 21-1. He only got beat 2 1/4 lengths. He's picking up the services of Joel Rosario tomorrow and Saturday, excuse me. And he's a horse that comes from just off the pace.
If you're Louis Size on Casa Creed, are you approaching this exact same way you did, say, in last year's 4-star Dave, or even the Kelso opening weekend?
Well, I think that JK said it best. That if the pace is slow, he lays closer and he sprints home. He out-sprints him. If the pace is fast, he's going to be a little further back. But one thing he always has is that weapon with his final kick. He always shows up.
I will say this. The biggest enemy that he has is that if Annapolis is that horse that gets kind of loose and goes fast. because then I think he's going to kind of run the rest of them off their feet. He'll kind of suck Casa Creed along, and he has the stamina to kind of hold on. If someone else goes out there and goes fast, Casa Creed will run him down. It's just if Annapolis can get loose on an honest pace race, he's the one I think that could give him some trouble.
It's interesting. It's an interesting race because you do have a horse in there that can maybe keep Annapolis close. But Annapolis has shown that he has early speed. But Casa Creed, how do I say this? He just is a veteran. He learns how to adapt. I would put him towards maybe like Tony Gwynn. It doesn't matter if you're throwing 70 miles an hour or 140. He's going to adjust. Casa Creed is that classy of a horse. So if Annapolis is in front of him, he'll draft off of him. It's going to be very interesting how it plays out.
Saez and Casa Creed doing a great job keeping Annapolis and Gerardo Ortiz locked up in the early stages of the Kelso a few weeks ago. And you'll see it all on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday, the Grade 1 4-star day Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern. We have one left. 10th and final. There's the favorite, currently 2-1 on the outside for this $40,000 maiden claimer. Payzone to be ridden by Manny Franco, looking for a third winner this afternoon. Acacia's Paddock Report, riders up, post parade, and the nightcap from Saratoga as our coverage continues.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Epic Queen scores at Monmouth.
Epic Queen just won't give up. Epic Queen gets the score.
Niagara Skyline goes wire to wire at Woodbine.
And Niagara Skyline in terrific form here today by 3 lengths.
And Queen's Dancer with a big upset as she wires the field.
A photo coming up once again, and it's going to be Queen's Dancer.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Perfect day. There is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
None above the law, none above the law to win. Spenderella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Jockey's Warrior, who has the lead here. The Ride of a Lifetime on the outside is in second, and Momos is tailed off in third. They're inside the 8th pole. It is Jockey's Warrior in front by 2. The Ride of a Lifetime will be second best here. The 115th Saratoga Special goes to Jockey's Warrior.
Just the tip of the iceberg. Joel Rosario looking for competition. Nobody coming. J.K. Casadero was favored that day. Stablemate, he said, no. Jockey's Warrior is the one to beat. And look out in terms of what he does moving forward. And look at that, the greatest statue, I think the statue of for the Miller Lite Saratoga Special, Steve Asmussen.
It's really an outstanding picture. In fact, I think moving forward, whenever we use photos of him, we should just use that.
That
we didn't have the mask on. That would definitely have to be the one. There we go.
If Joel weighs more, that statue weighs more. He's cut his mullet, though, on which I'm a little upset.
It's very disappointing.
Yeah, it is.
Hasn't lost his Samson-like power, Steve Asmussen, specifically in the Saratoga Special with the 5 wins and working on yet another. Steve Asmussen, Saratoga Special coming up on Saturday with Edified. Gary, how impressed were you by his maiden win at Ellis Park early July.
Well, you had to be impressed by it. And Steve's horses, they don't, 2-year-olds especially, they don't have to come out running all the time. They always improve second time out. And I thought it was a good effort. He ran away from his field here in the final bit of it, under a little encouragement there from Joel Rosario at the old Pea Patch.
Ellis Park, Rosario, who piloted Jackie's Warrior in the Saratoga Special win, directly to his outside. There's the field, 6 of them. Again, this is on Saturday, $200,000 first next step towards the Grade 1 hopeful. Saratoga's most prestigious race for 2-year-olds at the end of the meet. Rhyme Schemes. Holly, odds on 4-5, coming off that blowout maiden win at Ellis Park for Norm Cassie.
Yeah, it was really green first time out at Churchill Downs. Then on this day, just absolutely blitzed this field from the beginning and came back with a giant number 2 as well. I want to say in the 90s. So, you know, Norm already had a winner at this meet for the Mary Lou Litney stables, and I would think this horse has got a big shot.
Well, Lafitte, I mean, the only issue I have is that top left corner of the screen. It says Ellis Park, and it says June 15th, and like, in that time at Ellis, being on the front end was where you wanted to be. We saw that when Wet Paint came back off of a trip trying to close into Hoosier Philly. My concern is that, but I can't really do much with it because Rhyme Scheme's still like 30 points faster than the rest of them. So even if she does take a step back, I don't really see an issue.
Polly actually ran a 94.
Oh, 94, sorry.
Yeah. No, you were right.
It's fast. That's fast. Paul Hall, about Todd Pletcher and his maiden win at Belmont Park.
I thought this was a nice race. Listen, Army Mule has come out and it's shown that he has been a very good precocious sire. I thought this horse did everything right, professional. Don't really love the tail wagging, but I do like the way the horse finished the race.
What do you think, Gary?
I don't mind the tail wagging when
Jet propulsion
when they're running like that.
As long as they keep moving forward, Gary.
Yep.
Lafitte, the speed figure wasn't overly fast for this, which you would expect from, you know, this Todd Pletcher horse is going to take some money. But the thing is, when you know, speed figures are part of the science of making a speed figure is assessing what other horses behind the winner have done to identify what kind of makes sense. And when they're lightly raced horses, sometimes it can be hard to do that.
We saw such an impressive winner of the Adirondack, the next step towards the Spinaway, JK, collectively. And I know it's hard because we don't have a lot of data. These horses have only raced 1 or 2 times. But what do you make of the potential, the 2-year-olds, the talent that we're seeing collectively in this year's Saratoga Special Field?
Look, I mean, when you want to see horses like Rhyme Schemes do what they do, whether it's a racetrack that kind of helped or not, when you're running 90 speed figures, you're doing something right. And look, a horse like Hall for Todd Pletcher, who's owned by Eclipse Thoroughbreds in St. Elias, they have the pedigree that they don't buy horses to win first out going 5 furlongs and that's it. Like, they're trying to get to the Kentucky Derby. So the pedigrees typically suggest horses that will go a little bit longer. And if they can accomplish what they accomplished going 5 furlongs, you'd like to think with more ground, they're going to continue to improve.
Exciting Saturday of thoroughbred racing, 4-star Dave, Saratoga Special. Catch all of it live on Fox, coverage beginning 3 Eastern. Horses in the paddock for the 10th and final. $40,000 maiden claimer on the main track. We check in with Acacia, standing by with this nightcap paddock report.
And Lafitte, it's interesting because some of the logical horses in the nightcap here have similar type of running styles in that they show early speed and then just aren't able to sustain that and have faced a better horse or horses in their most recent effort. And the number 11 Payzone does fit into that. But one thing I do like about this son of Mosler, son of Warfren, is that he's a Maryland bred and he comes in being, I think, well spotted by George Weaver, where going to the Mid-Atlantic, you have the opportunity to run in those maiden waiver claiming. So this is actually his first time being in for the claiming tag, where he's actually being offered for a price tag. So I do appreciate when you see trainers be creative, try to take advantage of those different types of programs and different locations. And being a Maryland bred and running at Laurel and Pimlico, he was able to do just that. Right to the lead, just second best last time out. Maybe his speed will hold in here. He's a big, you can definitely see the Warfront influence in him, as they typically just have so much substance to him, and that's very much the case with Payzone. We'll see if this is just the right spot for him. There are 2 first-time starters in here, though, and the one taking money is the 10 Off the Clock, and I think that that is significant, especially as this one does seem to be training sharply here at Saratoga in preparation for this, including that 47-4 gate drill most recently. does come in. He had cotton in his ears, but overall he's been sharp but not doing anything naughty. Looks very fit for the debut for Tim Ham. And while this is debuting for $40,000, Tim is very good with getting his horses ready to roll at first asking. And given how energetic this one is too, plus that gate drill, I expect him to be forward, breaking from the gate. The other first-time starter is the son of Bolt d'Oro, the number 5 Bolt de Plata, as this one is out of a mare whose only win was on the turf in Great Britain. The second dam was all turf. 2 out of the 3 siblings were winners, 2 on dirt, 1 on the grass, and this one just looks like a turf horse. He has that kind of flat turf hoof to him. He also debuts wearing shortcut blinkers. He's fit enough, he's strong, but his last 2 workouts were on the grass as well. My guess would be that they're looking to get a race for him and get a little bit of experience under his belt, but he's one that I'm going to look in the future to run on the grass, Lafitte.
A different surface, perhaps preferred. Bolt de Plata. Riders up in a moment. Jimmy Torres to ride. And, Paul, that made things interesting. The maker winner in the 9th in terms of pick 5 in the wheel pace.
Yeah, especially with a 2-horse field. And listen, like I said, even though when we had that match race, you got the even money shot to beat the 1-5. So that does help. Those are really nice wheel pace considering the sequence. And, you know, the 6 and the 11, they're the 2 horses in here that have the legit dirt experience. The issue you have with both of them, the 6, 4 starts, 4 seconds. The 11 has hung a little bit too. 3 starts, 2 seconds, and they both got early speed. Will they cancel themselves out?
Someone has to win. $40,000 maiden claimer, 7-2 on the 10, off the clock. What do you think, JK? Who graduates?
You know, the 10 off the clock taking a lot of money. Now, look, don't get crazy, don't get carried away with the fact this horse was 15-1 morning line. This horse was 15-1 morning line in a full field that was supposed to be run on turf. So the morning line was made 15-1. So don't go, oh, the horse got bet down from 15-1 to 7-2, because that's nonsense. It doesn't apply. I like the 11 Payzone towards the outside. This horse was extremely fast at that at the Timonium sale when black type thoroughbreds made the purchase, and it just feels like drawn outside up here running for a tag with Manny Franco in a race that's going to go 5.5 on the dirt. I just think that will help. I tell you one thing,
everything for George Weaver's running. Everything.
Well, I'm sure George I don't know if George wanted to run on the dirt or not, but I'm sure George would have loved to see it on the turf, all the success he's had turf sprinting as of late. In the last 8 months, George Weaver's 29% in turf sprint. And three stakes. Oh, and he won at Royal Ascot with a 2-year-old.
Oh, yeah, that.
So.
Oh, yeah, that.
And he got run down by wet paint.
By a flared nostril,
yeah,
that
with
close
Sacred
to.
Wish, yeah.
A great one.
This is an interesting race. JK makes a lot of really good points with the 11. You know, the horse has blown big leads, but you could say the same thing for the 6. But if the 11 clears this field, like, who can pass, you know?
Payzone, the favorite. Post-parade, the Compass Man looking to graduate in his 5th career start. He's run 2nd in 2 of 4.
Yeah, it's hard when horses have like 3 chances on the turf, and they keep putting them on the turf. They're not running great on the turf, and then they get stuck on the dirt. I don't always believe that they want to be there.
Dream within a dream. Ricardo Santana aboard, 6-race maiden.
I thought this horse had a shot. I mean, the race 2 back at Churchill is not a bad race, now cutting back in distance.
Contender, Kasimba.
Yeah, Kasimba has shown speed. 4 starts, 4 seconds.
And the 10 and off the clock, the first-time starter here with Kendrick Carmouche aboard.
This horse was working at Thistle Downs in Ohio. Then Timothy Ham had this horse come up here and has had 3 works at Saratoga and is getting bet.
We get to see Bolt de Plata, pictured the first-time starter by Bolt d'Oro.
Yeah, the last work was on the turf, which makes me think that's where this one wants to be as well.
Off the clock, another look at him by Carpe Diem. Runner-up in the Derby behind Barbaro back in 2006. No, I'm thinking of Bluegrass Cat. Carpe Diem was a little bit later on. Yeah, 11 Payzone is late in the day. Payzone for George Weaver.
Lots of speed to the outside. Like Acacia mentioned, has been running at Laurel and Pimlico in the last 2 starts because trying to take advantage of the fact this one's a Maryland bred.
That's the field. 5 minutes out, 10th and final, Saratoga. And a heads up, you can take your share of $7,500 today when you bet with Naira Bets at a trifecta on this race, Saratoga's Nightcap, and Del Mar's first race today. And you win a share of $7,500. Opt in at NairaBets.com now. Saratoga, Del Mar hitting splits, and Gary Stevens' top selection, Kasimba with Louis Saez aboard.
Yeah, good speed, and listen, 4 runs, 4 seconds. They came at Monmouth Park in Belmont last time out after running on the turf last time, but 3 previous races all came on the dirt. So that's who I went. I know there's a ton of speed in here. I'm putting my money on Louis Saez.
At 5-2, Paul, you're getting 4-1 on Dream Within a Dream.
Yeah, you know, now it's 6-1.
6-1.
Yeah, I like the race 2 back. Now, I get it. I'm reaching here a little bit because the next race over a sloppy racetrack, but this horse run 2 sloppy racetrack races and nothing's really happened. My thought process here is this horse is cutting back from a mile. The 6th and the 11th don't love to win. I know this is only 5.5 furlongs, but I still think they might stagger home.
Dream Within a Dream. We check in with Acacia.
Well, I was keeping my eye on Dream Within a Dream here on the track, Lafitte, because last time when he stepped in onto the racetrack to start the post parade, he actually was all over the place and dropped his rider. So maybe Javier Castellano just said, no, I'm not riding that one back. And while he's still been really sharp and hot once again, he was much better behaved today. They just really knew what to expect with him. He linked up with the pony fine. He warmed up quietly, has not broken away from the pony for a warm-up. Ricardo's kept him settled. So that's good to see with a horse that has the notoriety of being a little bit finicky out on the racetrack. The number 6, Kasimba, goes back to the dirt and looks like a horse that could handle either surface. I don't have any problems with him going back to the dirt. My one question is that he's had 4 races, 3 on the dirt. All of them have been second place finishes. They've tried putting the blinkers on. You see those short, what we call cheater cups. He's incredibly fit for Carlos David, and Carlos typically does train his horses to have early speed, and I'm sure he's been frustrating not being able to seal the deal. I do wonder how that pace is going to play out, as I even, like I mentioned back in the paddock, wonder if the 10, the firster, could show some speed. This guy's quick early, and so we'll see who's able to sustain that. I think, like Paul said, that's going to be the biggest question coming down to the lane.
You gotta say, like, what's going to be different today? Why should Kasimba cash in and finally graduate? Maybe he's just finally found the right group, finally found the right field and competition.
Yeah, could be. Here's a horse we haven't talked about for Robert Falcone, dropping in back in for 40,000 a day. All of his races have come on the turf, but he's been gelded since his last race back in June. He's got speed, getting Flavien Prat. So, I mean, at 5-1, it's 8-1 on the morning line, and went ahead and kept him in here, even though it was off the turf. So he's worth keeping an eye on.
They gelded him on June 28th, and he's got that bullet drill, Gary, way back in May on the dirt, and you're wondering, okay, but obviously with that turf pedigree, he's turf up and down, but you just never really know until you run him, right?
That's correct.
Drawn inside, JK, your top selection, and the favorite, 9-5, there he is, Payzone. Are you expecting him to clear early?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you know, when you have horses that show a lot of early speed in races like this where they're taking off the turf and you're going to run on the dirt, I think you want to be aggressive. I don't think you want to try to get cute in here and try to sit off horses and pass horses. Like, I mean, this horse has made the lead a few times and hasn't really necessarily been able to hold on. So I think that what you want to do here is just, you know, hope that you got the right horses behind you in this situation, advance your position as quickly as you can from the outside with Manny Franco, and hope that the strong finish you saw Manny give the horse we saw earlier, I'm going to go blank on the name, the 2 horse that outfinished Raylu Gutierrez.
Magical Ways.
Yes, Magical Ways, and then also Vinty Valentine yesterday. You just hope that Manny can kind of pick Payzone up when he gets a little tired and carry him to the wire.
Such a physical, aggressive rider in Manny Franco.
He's a good athlete, and heard him right after the race in his interview saying that, you know, you can transcend your feeling into a horse once you get in rhythm. And he said, I wanted to give it another effort at the end of the race, and he gave me that other effort. He was trying as hard as I was.
So on the favorite here, looking for a third in the afternoon, Manny Franco, Payzone, 8-5, 10th and final from Saratoga. It's post time. Here's Frank Mirmati.
Thanks, Lafitte. Kasimba's going in. Off the clock, one from the outside. And Payzone completes the lineup. Going in, all set. Any moment. And they're off. The compass man is out very quickly. So is Kasimba in between horses, up to vie for the lead, and Payzone outside of them. A gap of 4, back to Dream within a Dream. Racing on the inside of Off the Clock. The distant trailer is Bolt de Plata. Kasimba takes over, pressed by Payzone, and the opening quarter went in 22 2/5 seconds. And so it is Kasimba on the inside and Payzone as Off the Clock starts to rev up in third, trying to get to the top pair as they have a quarter of a mile to go. The compass man is next, and then Dream within a Dream. Payzone on the outside and Kasimba. It's Payzone just in front, 3 lengths back. Off the Clock continues to make some headway as they come toward the 16th pole. It's Payzone by 2.5. On the inside, Kasimba with a final try. Then Off the Clock and Dream within a Dream. Payzone. Big day for Manny Franco. Kasimba was second. Then it was Off the Clock and Dream within a Dream.
Too much Payzone on this afternoon. Graduates in his 4th career start. 3 wins on the afternoon. Strong handling, Manny Franco.
Yeah, and another win for George Weaver here. His horses are running so well. And Manny and we were in for a good one, it looked like, with Luis Saez, Manny Franco coming into the stretch head-to-head right here. I thought there was going to be a fight. At Payzone, he wanted to get it done today.
They did. Good job by you, JK. I mean, you put away the 6, and then so you're looking at the first-time starters, the 10 and the 4, but just too short for both of them. They made up a little bit of ground, but no threat to the winner.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this horse was getting tired. It was kind of zigzagging in the stretch a little bit, and that's, I think, where Manny comes into play. Maybe a lesser of a finisher might have struggled to kind of keep this horse to its task and to finish to the wire. Speed is dangerous in these 5.5 races. Doesn't matter how much pace is in there. Sometimes just the speed can get it done. Congratulations, George Weaver, Black Type Thoroughbreds, Randy Hill, and the rest of the partners at Black Type.
George Weaver, winning trainer with Acacia in the winner's circle.
Well, I think George Weaver stepped up the shirt game to compete with Randy Hill. I like it, George.
I'm still a distant second. I can't keep up with him, man.
As far as this horse, Payzone, we saw you trying to take advantage of every opportunity. Being a Maryland bred, just seemed to find the right spot today.
Yeah, I mean, we gave him a couple tries down there. He didn't get it done. He actually ran into a horse that ran real well down there. But, you know, it's Saratoga, and I thought he had a legitimate chance to compete in this race, turf or dirt. So we put him in it, and he got the job done.
Big, solid horse for sure. And he had early speed, but he was able to put away the other pace.
Yeah, we had a nice post. You know, I told Manny going out there, I was like, look, he's a speed horse, ride him that way. But if we need to sit second, we can. Just apply pressure to that horse and try to put him, you know, break that other horse's heart going to the quarter pole and see what happens. So Manny did a great job, got him home, and another win.
Well done, George. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
The feet.
JK, for years, George Weaver at Saratoga, statistically, this is nothing new.
No, George shows up here. I mean, he's got a home here. He's got a lot of his horses get up here pretty early as soon as the track opens. He's been in the same barn for a long time, and his owners want to win here, including Randy Hill, who I would say it's about a B team performance from Randy there. And then I got George trying to compete as well. So I wonder if Randy bought him that shirt. That's the real question.
By the way, Manny with a hat trick today, and Tyler Gaffleone with a hat trick
three
today.
As well.
Yeah,
Rad and Jose suspended when the cat's away. Other jockeys win races in Saratoga.
Yeah, right. And if you had that pick 5, not bad in the $600 range. And there you see Payzone, son of Mosier. Is that right? Out of a streetcar mare. Keep right. Moser, yeah. Gets the job done for George. And there you do, $665. You had that pick 6. That's not bad. $3,700. That'll get you about 7 or 8 meals at Soliva.
if you know the owner. 665 for the pick 5. Yeah, the handicappers locked in.
You needed to find one horse.
Suerte was the tough one.
And you got to think, man, 665 is. I'm not going to do the Andy math thing because I'll struggle at it. But you got, race 7 was there's only 2 horses.
Well, here's the crazy part. You have morning line favorite, 2-horse field. Morning line favorite that didn't get bet, 2-1, to morning line favorite in the last. You had to find Suerte.
Yeah, 2-1 going away.
Yeah.
10 up and 10 down from Saratoga. The Friday program tomorrow, another 10-race program, and we have 3 stakes races coming up, included the rescheduled Hall of Fame for 3-year-olds. Postponed, supposed to take place last Friday, canceled. You'll see it tomorrow, race 8. Mile on Grass, number 2, More Than Looks, the 5-2 morning line favorite. Take a look at the field. More Than Looks also cross-entered in the Secretariat at Colonial. Apparently, as long as the Hall of Fame is on grass, More Than Looks will perform here. And this is part of the reason he's favored. Going back to his Manila win, Gary, and this late run he unleashes, you'll see just relentless going after the leader late.
Yeah, it really is. And Johnny had to get him cranked up. And once he did get him stoked up, he really comes home. At no point right in here does it look like he's going to get the money. Johnny starts really getting into him now, and kind of got the high head carriage going there, up and down, but man, he's covering ground fast with it up there. Look good. Still right here, it doesn't look like it, but in the last 50 yards or so, were they stopping or was he coming with that run? I think he was coming with the run. He flew home.
I'm kind of with you, because when you look at this horse, JK, I look at a horse that's, okay, a win on synthetic. Keeneland loses by a nostril after being left in the gate, comes back at Ellis Park Turf, wins, and then that race at Belmont. This horse can run on pavement and still runs well.
Well, the only negative that I can have, if I'm going to give one, is that this horse does not break well. Consistently breaks slow.
True.
And when you start to get to deeper waters, and I think the waters arguably are a little deeper here in the Hall of Fame, that's not something you necessarily want. It kind of played into More Than Looks' hands last time, though, because the pace is a little bit honest in front. So when you break slow, you kind of let them run away from you. You kind of inherit a good trip. There'll be More Than Looks will be chasing down better horses this time. Needs to pop away from their clean.
For example, Caddyshack fans, Carl Spackler, serious contender, defeated favorite JK in the American Turf Derby weekend, but before that, impressive maiden winner at Gulfstream Park.
Oh, what this horse did down at Gulfstream Park was very impressive. And we talk about when you can get a Chad Brown horse that's forwardly placed, you can get something pretty special. You look at those silks and you think of a forwardly placed horse, you think a little bit of Rushing Fall. I'm not comparing Carl Spackler to Rushing Fall, but I think being forward like that definitely does work. But Bob Edwards of E5, he's probably not too worried in this race. He also bred Bat Flip, Fifth Avenue bloodstock, and then also, I'm going to go blank on it now because I don't have it in front of me.
You look it up.
General Jim. General Jim.
Summer from Woodbine, going back to last September, and Mysterious Night, Praise. Your thoughts on these two, Paulie? Again, this was last fall as 2-year-olds, but you'll see them tomorrow in the Hall of Fame.
Well, I will say this. The Summer Stakes at Woodbine has produced a lot of really nice runners. So that being said, this was a nice race as a 2-year-old. Now, since he's been 3, he's come back and run twice, and he's run 7th and he's run 12th. He was favored at Newmarket, then Ascot in the Jersey Stakes. Now the blinkers go on for Charlie Appleby. That's one man I am not questioning because he's about 79% first time coming over here in North America. So obviously I would tread lightly just because this horse was coming in a way better form last year, Gary. But the last 2 races are kind of confusing. But it seems like Charlie figures these horses out when they come over here.
Oh, obviously. They pick a certain kind to come over here, and that's why he has so much success. He's got a great team of riders and assistants placed all over, and he knows where they're going to fit the best, which ones will fit our program over here.
You were saying something about Bat Flip, General Jim?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, also we talked about Carl Spackler in E5, Bob Edwards of Fifth Avenue, they breed under Fifth Avenue. He also bred these two. He's going to have 3 horses that he bred in one race, which is pretty cool.
I'll tell you right now, I'm going to go out on a limb because I know my top selection. I think that General Jim is going to love getting back on the turf. Now, Does he have to step up big time? Yeah, he does. But his race in the Pat Day Mile I thought was very good against Fort Bragg. We saw Fort Bragg and Saudi Crown throw it down. I think this horse getting back on the turf could be a sneaky big price tomorrow.
I'm with you. I think it could be too.
Have you decided yet who you're going with?
Caddyshack. Carl Spackler.
I thought you were going to go bat flip.
No, bat flip
I thought you were going to go black.
Wouldn't it?
Well, I've seen you swing a bat, so I really can't tell the difference.
Well, I appreciate that.
I'm going for more than looks at this point in time right now. But I'm just saying that I think that General Jim could be the surprise package.
It's an exciting edition of the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
We get to see it. It's a week after the fact. There's 3 stakes races tomorrow afternoon, and then on Saturday, live coverage on Fox with a Grade 1. 4-star Dave and all eyes on Casa Creed. Really trying to make history here, just trying to become the 4th horse ever to win 2 editions of the 4-star Dave.
Well, he's very capable, and on paper, that's going to be my pick.
Casa Creed, also dual Grade 1 winner of the Jaipur. We'll see what he does in the 4-star Dave. That's coming up on Saturday as our coverage continues on Saratoga Live. We'll be right back at it tomorrow afternoon. We mentioned those 3 stakes races will be featuring on the program, including the Hall of Fame. As for today's races, we were introduced to a promising prospect, Miss Dor Cherie. First-time starter, Acacia named her Bright Future. Aforementioned, tomorrow's Hall of Fame, More Than Looks, one of 3 stakes races. The Manila winner had to wait a week. He gets to do his thing tomorrow in the Hall of Fame. We'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow afternoon. Coverage beginning on Fox Sports 2 from Saratoga. Have a great night, everyone.